Susumu Kitagawa, one of the Nobel Prize winner in chemistry this year, was captivated by the Lao Zhuang philosophical concept of Muo no Yo, the usefulness of the useless. Things which appear to have no purpose today may be useful in future. The search of science is always from useless to usefulness, from rejection to revolution. The 80th Annual Convention and International Conference is organized by OTAI Eastern Zone in association with Jadavpur University. The Oil Technologists Association of India has always stood as a pillar of knowledge sharing, innovation, and collaboration in the field of oil, fats, and allied industries. It was founded in 1943 and registered in 1945, has consistently worked to promote research, industrial innovation, capacity building, and knowledge exchange among scientists, technologists, academicians, policymakers, and industry professionals. On the other hand, Jadavpur University, Kolkata, is a distinguished institution of national and surely international importance, known for its academic excellence and research leadership. This conference brings together scientists, academicians, researchers, industry leaders, and students, all united by a common goal to discuss emerging technologies, sustainability, and future directions in our field. It is indeed a proud moment to see such an influx of professionals who are contributed to excellence and innovation. May I now respectfully invite our esteemed dignitaries to come forward for the inaugural ceremony. Today we have with us President of Oil Technologists Association of India, Eastern Zone, Mr. B.P. Manchanda. I'm really grateful to welcome him on the dais. Mr. Manchanda, please. Mr. B.P. Manchanda. Thank you. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome Dr. Rajiv Churi, National President, Oil Technologists Association of India. So please take your chair on the dais. We are really thankful that we have with us Mr. S.K. Roy, former National President of Oil Technologists Association of India. So please join us on the dais and take your chair. May I invite our chief guest, Professor Chiranjeev Bhattacharya, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Jadavpur University, to kindly grace the dais. Thank you. We are grateful that Dr. S.K. Patnaik, retired IAS and Senior Director, Fairlabs Private Limited, is present in this annual convention and international conference. It's my pleasure to welcome him on the dais. Mr. H.S. Sharma, Honorary General Secretary of Oil Technologists Association of India, Headquarters, is present with us. May I invite Mr. Sharma to join us on the dais. Last but not the least, Conference Convener and Vice President of OTAI Eastern Zone, Dr. Ranjana Das, Associate Professor, Chemical Engineering, Jadavpur University, kindly take your seat on the stage. Due to an emergency, Swami Shupornananda Maharaj is not present here. We will really miss his words of blessings. Anyway, thanks to all the dignitaries on the dais. The organizing committee of the 80th Annual Convention and International Conference, ESPT-FOFA 2025, expressed its profound gratitude to the esteemed guests for gracing the occasion and for their invaluable contributions to the fields of fat soils, food technologies, and allied industries. Here we come to a significant moment of the inaugural session, the felicitation of our distinguished dignitaries. মনের শ্রদ্ধা আর শীতের আরাম যখন মিলেমিশে একাকার, warm greetings with flower bouquet and shawl. May I request Mr. B.P. Manchanda, President OTAI Eastern Zone and co-chairperson of 80th Annual Convention, to felicitate our chief guest, Professor Chirunjeev Bhattacharjee, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Jadavpur University. Please come forward, please come forward. Yeah. Mr. Manchanda, please. Mr. Manchanda, please. Yeah. একটু হাততালি হয়ে যাক। Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Manchanda, please, you be here. Please, Mr. Manchanda, please you be here. One after one. Yeah. We also felicited Dr. Rajiv Churi, National President OTAI, for his national level guidance and commitment to strengthening the Oil Technologist Committee. Again, he is felicitated by Mr. Manchanda. Thank you. May I request Dr. Ranjana Dash, Associate Professor, Jadavpur University, to kindly felicitate Mr. B.P. Manchanda, President OTAI EZ. He will be felicitated by Ranjana. Yeah. Thanks, Ranjana. Our gratitude is further extended to Mr. S.K. Roy, former National President OTAI, for his long-standing contributions and mentorship. I would like to earnestly request Mr. B.P. Manchanda to felicitate Mr. S.K. Roy. Mr. Manchanda to Mr. S.K. Roy. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the height matters. Thank you. We felicited Mr. H.S. Sharma, Honorary General Secretary, OTAI Headquarters, for his dedicated organizational leadership and tireless efforts in strengthening the association's mission. We now take a moment to felicitate him by Manchanda, Mr. Manchanda. Thank you. We now take a moment to felicitate an individual whose dedication and leadership have been central to the successful organization of this prestigious conference. Mr. B.P. Manchanda will now felicitate Dr. Ranjana Dash, convener of the conference and also Vice President OTAI Eastern Zone and Associate Professor in the Department of Chemical Engineering, Jadavpur University. Thank you, Mr. Manchanda. Now you can take your seat. Okay. Now, Dr. Ranjana Das will felicitate Professor D.K. Bhattacharya with flower bouquet. He need no introduction. Amadir Priyo sir, no introduction is required. Yeah. Ranjana, Mr. Manchanda will go. Ranjana. He's going. No. He's going. Please, sir, please, apni okhane thakun. Mr. Manchand is going there. Please. একটু জোরে হাততালি হয়ে যাক প্লিজ থ্যাংক ইউ We are really honored that Professor D.K. Bhattacharya is here with us. We are grateful that Dr. S.K. Patnaik, retired IAS and Senior Director, Fair Labs Private Limited, is present in this annual convention and international conference. It's my pleasure to welcome him and also felicitate him. He will be felicitated by Dr. Ranjana Dash. Thank you, Dr. Dash. Thanks, Mr. Patnaik. দীপ ছিল, শিখা ছিল, শুধু তুমি ছিলে না বলে আলো জ্বলল না। দীপ আছে, শিখা আছে, and we have with us all the dignitaries on the dais, তাই আলো জ্বলবেই। To invoke an auspicious beginning, may I now respectfully invite our esteemed dignitaries on dais to come forward for ceremonial lighting of the lamp. Yeah. Yeah. Thanks all the dignitaries, please. Please take your seat. Thanks. হাত দিয়ে দ্বার খুলব না গো, গান দিয়ে দ্বার খুলব. Inaugural song will be sung by Shomuk Raj Banerjee, PhD scholar, Department of Chemical Engineering, Jadavpur University. Shomuk Raj Banerjee.
Hello. নমস্কার সবাইকে। মহাবিশ্বে মহাকাশে মহাকালো মাঝে মহাবিশ্বে মহাকাশে মহাকালো মাঝে আমি মানব একাকী ভ্রমি বিস্ময়ে মহাবিশ্বে মহাকাশে মহাকালো মাঝে তুমি আছো বিশ্বনাথ অসীম রহস্য মাঝে তুমি আছো বিশ্বনাথ অসীম রহস্য মাঝে নীরবে একাকী আপন মহিমা নিলয়ে মহাবিশ্বে মহাকাশে মহাকালো মাঝে অনন্ত এ দেশকালে অগণ্য এ দীপ্ত লোকে অনন্ত এ দেশকালে অগণ্য এ দীপ্ত লোকে তুমি আছো মোরে চাহি আমি চাহি তোমা পানে স্তব্ধ সর্বকোলাহল শান্তি মগ্ন চরাচর স্তব্ধ সর্বকোলাহল শান্তি মগ্ন চরাচর এক তুমি তোমা মাঝে আমি একা নির্ভয়ে মহাবিশ্বে মহাকাশে মহাকালো মাঝে। নমস্কার।
রবি ঠাকুর আমাদের দিনে, আমাদের রাতে, আমাদের প্রত্যেক দিনের জীবন উদযাপনে। তুমি আছো বিশ্বনাথ, অসীম রহস্য মাঝে, নীরবে একাকী আপন মহিমা নিলয়ে। রবি ঠাকুরকে ছাড়া এক পাও বোধহয় আমাদের চলা সম্ভব নয়। In this conference, our motto is to welcome and encourage everyone to participate actively, exchange ideas freely, and make the most of this platform for learning and collaboration. Now, to formally open the conference, welcome address will be delivered by President of Oil Technologists Association of India Eastern Zone, Mr. P.P. Manchanda. Mr. Manchanda, please.
Good morning to all our respected chief guests, guests of honor, distinguished guests, esteemed speaker, and dear colleagues. It is with great pride and privilege I welcome you all to the 80th Annual Convention and International Conference of OTI on Emerging Sustainable Process Technology and Products in Fats, Oils, Food and Allied Industry. Your presence here reflects our shared commitment to progress, innovation, and excellence within our industry. Over the next 2 days, we will engage in meaningful discussion, gain insight and for cutting-edge research, and strengthen valuable connections. Thank you for joining us. Let us work together to make this event both impactful and productive. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your gracious welcome. We want to memorize his presence. We will felicitate Mr. Manchanda with a memento as a token of appreciation. I would like to request Dr. Ranjana Das, convener of this prestigious conference, to kindly present the token of appreciation to Mr. Manchanda. I think for Mr. Manchanda it is really hectic. Thank you, Dr. Das. Thank you, Mr. Manchanda. এই বিশাল কর্মকাণ্ড ধরা থাক ছাপার অক্ষরে বইয়ের পাতায়. Our guests will now release the souvenir of 80th Annual Convention and International Conference of the Oil Technologists Association of India, Emerging Sustainable Process Technologies and Products in Fats, Oils, Foods and Allied Industries, ESPT-FOFA 2025. A big round of applause, please. Thank you. We will now unveil the souvenir. The souvenir, please. This one, this one. The release of souvenir. Thank you, thank you, thank you very much. May I now invite Dr. Rajiv Churi, National President, Oil Technologists Association of India, to share his thoughts. Dr. Rajiv Churi, please.
Thank you, Madam, and good morning to everyone. Respected Chief Guest, Professor Chiranjeev Bhattacharya ji, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Jadavpur University, and all other my senior colleagues from the OTI on the dais and of the dais and other delegates. At the risk of repetition, let me have the little introduction of the OTI. Those who are not much aware of our activities, as already said by the Madam. This is founded in 1943, registered in 1945, so we are having 80 years of legacy And we have our own building at the Kanpur, and we operate through 5 zones. We have our headquarters at Kanpur and central zone at HBTU. Then we have a north zone from the Delhi, and we have eastern zone at Kolkata. We have western zone, we operate from Mumbai, and we have a south zone where his office is at the IICT Hyderabad. We also publish a very prestigious quarterly scientific journal called Journal of Lipid Science and Technology. It's a journal, and we have we also request all the researchers to contribute to this magazine. And we also closely associate with the international organizations working in the field of oils and fats and allied products, just like AOCS, JOCS, MPOC, etc. Well, the oil and the oleochemicals having unique physiochemical properties find numerous applications in the food and non-food applications. Sustainability has to be our way of life. There are inherent challenges in providing sustainable nutrition. The vegetable oils are essential ingredients for nutrition. They are a concentrated source of dietary energy and are very important feedstock for producing important diverse chemicals and non-food products as well. But this entails a varying social and environmental costs and benefits. The need of the hour is to focus on improving agriculture efficiencies and developing eco-friendly processing methods. Reduction in energy and water consumption, reduction in use of harmful chemicals and solvents, as well as waste and emission will help in achieving the sustainability goals. The adoption of latest technologies and byproduct valorization will improve overall efficiencies. As oil technologists, we have a lot of challenges, and we need to focus on many diverse issues. For example, GM oil seeds acceptability. We have the lowest oil seed production or oil seed yield. India loses worth of billions of rupees due to wheat. We spend fortune on the herbicides. Is the GM oil seed is the answer? Government has stated that there is already imports and consumers and consume oil derived from the GM crops. This is permitted because India prohibits the direct import of GM crops and seeds, but allows the import of oil extracted from them. India imports GM cooking oils such as soybean, canola, despite not yet approving the commercial cultivation of GM food crops. India imported about 55,000 metric tons of canola oil, largely from the GM canola seeds. Similarly, nearly 2.8 lakh tons of soybean oil. Most exporting countries like Argentina, USA, Brazil, and Canada cultivate GM soybean. Globally, around 80% of soybean growing is GM soybean. But allowing GM oil seeds are the other varieties at risk, so we need to answer that. We need to deliberate that. Second example is what we need to tackle is the incidental contacts with the microcontaminants during the storage, transport, processing, packing, etc. It may be microplastics or maybe lubricants used which may have a heavy metal contamination. Mitigation of MCPDs, GE, MOSH, MOH, it needs to quite attention. We need to modify various processing technologies to produce zero trans fat or nearing zero trans fat. There are other issues like nutritional impacts, physical versus chemical refining, myths and facts, ongoing campaign against palm oil, positioning palm oil as a inherently unhealthy oil without any substantiated technical backup or technical proofs. The list is long. OTAI always has been playing an active role in propagating technologies for energy efficient and green processes, for efficient recovery of byproducts, adulteration, contaminants mitigation, micro-working with the governing and regulatory bodies for better quality and for nutrition and health aspects. Integration of cutting-edge technologies like artificial intelligence, machine learning, and blockchain to leverage enhanced efficiency and product quality, etc. I compliment OTAI's zone for a well-structured conference program. In this conference, we shall be deliberating on various aspects of emerging sustainability processes. We also had an interesting dedicated session on palm oil, that's tomorrow in second half, which will be discussing nutrition and health aspect of palm oil. So friends, enjoy the conference with lots of takeaway. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your insightful thoughts. How different June of OTI operates, its publication of prestigious journals, its close association with international arena, and also its working area. These things we comes to know from Dr. Rajiv Churi. Thank you once again. Sir, your presence enlightens this conference. We want to memorize your presence. I would like to request Mr. B.P. Manchanda to present the token of appreciation to Dr. Rajiv Churi. Thank you, Mr. Manchanda, and thank you, Dr. Rajiv Churi. Thank you. May I now request Mr. S.K. Roy, former National President OTAI, to share his words of guidance. Mr. S.K. Roy.
Honorable Chief Guest, Professor Bhattacharya, Vice Chancellor of Jadavpur University. I congratulate Professor Bhattacharya on behalf of OTAI. May I request the audience to give a big clap on his getting this Vice Chancellorship. Dr. Rajiv Churi, our National President, OTAI. Honorable Guest of Honor, Swami Sampurananda, who is not available at the moment. Dr. S.K. Patnaik, IAS, Senior Director, Fair Labs. Mr. H.S. Sharma, Honorary Secretary, OTAI. Mr. Manchanda, President, Eastern Zone. Dr. Ranjana, convener of the conference. Lastly but not the least, Professor Bhattacharya, our former national president. He is sitting in the first row, even though he is not able to climb up, but he has taken the trouble to come and attend this conference. Give a very big hand for his honorable presence. Very good morning to all of you. I extend to all of you very hearty welcome to the 80th Annual Convention and International Conference. I feel a little nostalgic in the sense that I started my career from Ramakrishna Mission. I was a teacher in a Ramakrishna Mission school for 2.5 months. Master. Afterwards, I became a servant. In the sense, I saw a big hoarding where it is written, learn how to obey, command will come of its own, Swami Vivekananda. And I became a servant. I joined Government of India service. Today also I am a servant. While coming, I was thinking that why oil is so important that you should have an international conference. Early morning, you have all had a cup of tea. It has got invisible oil which has given you that flavor. You never thought of it. You start your day with oil only. It is invisible oil, but there is oil. And oil contains 9 kilocalories per gram, which no other commodity on earth can provide you. So that importance gives us the opportunity to hold this international conference here. India is blessed with 25 permitted vegetable oils, which no other country possesses. Having a per capita consumption of about 16 to 18 kg, an annual requirement will be about 250 lakh tons. This is approximate, of course. Indigenous production is about 100 lakh tons. Import of edible oils will be around 150 lakh tons. Positive point is, we have huge unexploited potential. Areas have been identified. What is needed is resolution. These vegetable oils serve as a panacea for many ailments also, in addition to edible oils, which is blessing in disguise. Mention may be made of micronutrients in rice bran oil, according to Professor Sugano, a renowned scientist from Japan, indicates that oryzanol, a micronutrient present in the rice bran oil, is able to reduce the excess of cholesterol in human system. And we are regularly using these various oils, but refined rice bran oil may have or will provide you an added advantage. Our eastern region is now a hub of production of excellent quality of vegetable oils, being equipped with latest technologies and production facilities, and are also exporting to the developed countries, even though not a very big quantity. We endeavor to fulfill our duty to educate the members of the OTI and the industry personnel about the new technologies and developments in our industry and related sciences through these seminars. We have a special session on palm oil, which my predecessor, Dr. Rajiv Churi, has communicated to you. We feel this international conference will fulfill the need for the quest for knowledge. I welcome speakers, co-sponsors, sponsors, donors, and well-wishers. I welcome plenary speakers, invited speakers, scientists from India abroad, even though there is only one scientist from abroad. Supratim is available here, I think. And the research scholars with great potential. My very special thanks to the National President, Dr. Churi, who, in spite of his busy schedule, made it a point to attend this conference. Before I conclude, I pay my homage to Dr. Athole, who started this organization, and Dr. Khanna, who started, or one of the founder members of the Eastern region, was left for a heavenly abode. Before I conclude, I must say, India is a great nation and can achieve anything. And the day may not be very far when India will be utilizing the available resources, we will be self-sufficient in edible oils. With these inspiring words, we will make a beginning of the 80th Annual Convention, an international seminar of OTI today. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We got some knowledge of different oil from his speech. Yes, India is a great nation who can achieve anything. Thank you, sir. We always appreciate your presence and your contribution for this association. I would like to request Mr. Manchanda, again, President OTI EZ, to present the token of appreciation to Mr. S.K. Roy. So, please. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Roy. It is now my honor to invite our chief guest, Professor Chiranjeev Bhattacharjee, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Jadavpur University, to address the audience.
So at first, a warm good morning to all of you. It's nice to be present on this prestigious occasion of 80th annual conference on this particular topic related to emerging sustainable process technologies related to food, oil, and allied industry. I personally, as well as on the behalf of Jadavpur University, as well as on the behalf of OTI, the Oil Technology Association of India, welcome all the participants, those who are present here. And there are distinguished guests on the dais. Mr. B.P. Manchanda is here, Dr. S.K. Roy is here, and Dr. S.K. Pattanaik. He is having just beautiful, lots of designations, I can say. So I'm really pleased to see him here, that he is associated with OTI. He is also IAS officer, the retired IAS officer. And obviously, Dr. Ranjana Das, the convener of this conference, who was my direct student, PhD students, as well as the master degree student, whom I supervised jointly with Dr. Shantinath Ghosh, who was basically the faculty of the chemical technology of the oil, in the field of oil technology. But unfortunately, he is no more. But Dr. Ranjana Das is carrying his legacy, particularly in the field of oil technologies. So I definitely congratulate Dr. Dash for organizing such a beautiful conference on the behalf of OTI, as well as on the behalf of OTI Eastern Zone Vice President. So the topic is very much pertinent in the today's context, because, most importantly, the emerging sustainable process technologies leverage digital innovations like nowadays the artificial intelligence, the IoT, the Internet of Things, as well as the blockchain. Everything is coming into picture, and those are being used to optimize resource use and employ novel industrial and chemical processes like advanced carbon capture and other things. Those are just very much related to the oil technologies. So the most important is the non-thermal processing, the green extraction method, the waste valorization, and the digital integration. These are very much related to the field of oil technologies. In the non-thermal processing technologies, there are several technologies like the high hydrostatic pressure, HPP, which uses high water pressure in the range of 100 to 800 megapascal to inactivate the microorganisms and the enzyme. This process is highly effective for liquid and semi-solid foods like juice, then the purees, seafoods, and the meat products, and significantly extends shelf life, which helps reduce food waste. Another new technology that is being used is the pulse electric field, the PEF, which apply short and high voltage pulses to the liquid foods, creating pores in the cell membranes of the microorganisms to inactivate them without significant heating. PF is used in juice extraction, enzyme inactivation in beverages, and enhancing meat tenderness, leading to energy saving and improved product quality. Another technology is the cold plasma, which utilizes ionized gas to decontaminate surface of fruits, vegetables, packaging material. It is an energy efficient and the chemical free process that avoids the high heat inputs of traditional sterilization, contributing to lower carbon emission. And finally, ultrasonication is a well-known technology which involves high frequency sound waves to create cavitation, which aids in extraction, emulsification, homogenization, and microbial deactivation. Green extraction and the refining methods for oil, those are very just popular. Say, for example, the supercritical fluid extraction, it's quite popular. It's a well-known for the just over the decades. But this is also now being used. Then enzyme-assisted extraction, this is a new technology. And in fact, we have used this technology at chemical engineering department. The main identity is that I am from the chemical engineering department, and the oil technology is very much related to the chemical engineering domain, because all the unit operations, the separation and purification processes, they are basically related to the chemical engineering unit operations. So basically, in my lab also, we did some of the work related to the oil technologies, particularly in the field of waste valorization, that is the production of functional foods and the value-added products, particularly from the waste, those are being generated from the oil processing, particularly after the oil extraction from seed. So here the enzyme-assisted extraction, or if we support the enzyme on the membrane, that is the enzymatic membrane reactor, which we have patented also, in fact. So that would be really good, particularly for extraction of different value-added substances, like it may be the polyphenols, it may be the peptides, and isolation and purification, the fractionation of the different peptide segments or the polyphenols, or particularly the other particular component, other sort of nutraceuticals. Those are very important in those particular respect. Another one is the microwave assisted extraction. This is also quite popular, which employs the microwave energy to heat solvent for faster and more efficient extraction of the specific compounds from the solid material. So these are some of the technologies, those are being used particularly. And biorefining and waste valorization, it's quite popular. And the precision agriculture and the IoT has taken a particular penetration in this particular field, smart packaging. And these are some of the aspects, but here also I must say that the new technologies like the artificial intelligence, as well as the AI-based simulation, or the process parameter optimization using the AI, these are playing a very important role, particularly in the field of oil technology. These are the new technologies, those are coming up. Previously, we only know about the solvent-based extraction of oil from seeds, but nowadays we are adopting different methodologies, as I told you earlier, the green extraction methods, as well as we are fixing the parameter of the oil extraction. Those are very important, and that can be just adjusted using the AI-based technologies so that we can get the optimum parameter, so that to optimize the extraction efficiency, as well as to enhance the shelf life and to reduce any sort of contaminants in the extracted oil. So these are some of the aspects which are being highlighted nowadays, particularly the production of functional foods from the waste. And if we can implement this, we will be able to satisfy the 3R concept of this circular economy, which involves reuse, recycle, and reduce. That is the reduce, reuse, and the recycle. So these are the 3R concept of the circular economy. And circular economy is a very popular concept where basically we are not generating any waste, but we are just utilizing all the waste either in the process itself or to produce some sort of value-added chemicals. So these are also coming into picture, taking shape in the field of in the oil technologies, taking the oil technology into the new dimension. I hope this particular 80th annual conference will be able to highlight all these particular points, because I've gone through the souvenir, I've seen that there are lots of invited papers, lots of research papers, those will be presented, and I'm sure that the concerned researcher in this field will be able to highlight all these particular points. So I wish a grand success of this conference, but obviously I'll not be able to present here for a long time. I need to leave because of my other preoccupations, but I'm sure that this conference will enrich our knowledge in the field of oil technology and will take the researches in the oil technologies into a new dimension. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir. His speech is mainly based on different technologies: green extraction procedure, enzyme extraction procedure, purification. Also, he mentioned 3R in circular economy and also suggest use of AI in technologies. Thank you, sir. Thank you once again. We want to take a small place in his drawing room beside a number of mementos. A memento to him from Mr. B.P. Manchanda as a token of appreciation. From Mr. Manchanda to Dr. Bhattacharya. Thank you. Thank you, sir. May I request Dr. S.K. Pattanayak, retired IAS and Senior Director, Fair Labs Private Limited, to address the audience.
गुड मॉर्निंग एवरीबॉडी सबाई के नमस्कार सभी को प्रणाम I am really deem it a privilege to be here this morning to be addressing the annual meet of the Oil Technology Association of India. In fact, I would like to, from my side, not only thank Mr. B.P. Manchanda, who is the local organizers, along with the Jadavpur University. I would also like to welcome our National President of Oil Technology Association of India, Dr. Rajiv Churi, the distinguished chief guest in this morning session, Professor Dr. Chiranjeev Bhattacharya, who has just taken over as the Honorable Vice Chancellor of Jadavpur University. Some of you may know, we didn't have a VC for a pretty long time. Professor Mr. S.K. Roy, National President of Oil Technology Association of India, former President. Mr. H.S. Sharma, the Honorable General Secretary of OTAI. Madam Ranjana Das and Madam Chattopadhyay, who welcomed all of us this morning. You have all heard the speech of our national president, who has set the tone for today's discussion. We also had an illustrious description of the various technologies that is available to make this sector sustainable. Having said that, I would like to take you as to what's happening in India today. In India, though we have become self-sufficient in food production, insofar as edible oil is concerned, we are importing lot of oil from abroad. That means we do import not only refined oil, but we also import crude oil and our solvent extractors refine it within the country. So this sector feels the impact of the oil seeds grown within this country, converting it, extracting it, making it in consumable form, and at the same time, it also imports crude and we do refine it and process it. Apart from ready-to-eat form from certain countries. So the impact is enormous. You all know India has committed itself to reduce 45% of greenhouses from 2010 levels by 2030. And our Honorable Prime Minister has committed that we will be a net zero emission country by 2070. Though the world has decided we should be by 2050, but since we are a developing country, we have given this target to ourselves and we are assiduously moving in this direction. So having committed that, the future technologies have to be environment friendly, it has to be also healthy, and at the same time, we must ensure that the production system is sustainable. Last year alone, we have imported 16 million tons of edible oil, amounting to roughly 1.61 lakh crores. The previous year, we had imported almost the same amount of 16 million tons, but then the cost was 1,32 lakh crores. Just the cost I'm speaking. So every year, though we may import roughly 16 million tons of edible oil, the cost of import is rising very rapidly. And this is something which we must avoid. So one of the ways is to ensure that our production goes up. But we have launched a national mission on oilseeds, but it's unlikely that we can bridge this gap in the coming 5 years unless there are concerted efforts to do so. We are not a country where palm oil is grown in great quantities to really compete with Malaysia and Indonesia, where from we import. It's a marathon task. And it also has its own environmental impact. So therefore, and you know, palm oil is the only oil which has got the highest recovery in terms of compared to all other oils. So if at all there is an oil for which there is a special session, I think tomorrow, on palm oil about the healthy aspects or good impact or whatever it is. But if you have to become self-sufficient, we have to really encourage palm oil. How do we do it? Perhaps some of the speakers will address it. But the challenge remains how as rightly suggested, the topic is emerging sustainable process technology in fats and oils. So we have various constraints, and a few of them have been highlighted by Professor Chiranjeev Ji. He has spoken about many things. He's a master in the subject, so I cannot be speaking on what he has spoken. He has done it in a nutshell, and some of you are students and academicians from this field. But I'd like to emphasize that the future lies in adopting these emerging technology. The green extraction technology, where we replace our traditional conventional solvent extraction through hexane, will result in non-toxic residues, and it can operate in closed loops, that is circular economy you can say, and the minor components like the antioxidants, the flavor can be preserved. So this is something which needs to be encouraged. Today, though we are very familiar with supercritical carbon dioxide extraction, but it has to be scaled up in a big scale, and industry has to adopt that. This is something we must, I think OTAI should have a blueprint to do this among various industries which is existing, and how do we really accelerate this process, sensitize the processors to adopt this technology, and it should be cost effective. This is one challenge which is before us. Enzymatic refining or enzymatic esterification, this is another technology where we try to avoid high temperatures, which is generally there. Professor Bhattacharya has just mentioned it. It results in, we can preserve the original characteristics, and this is without high temperature, and it is also a very important tool. It lowers the trans fats, and also this will generally operate in a milder condition, reduce the side reaction, and can improve the product quality. And then making them attractive, this technology, for premium edible fats and oleochemicals. The third aspect is membrane separation and process intensification. You know we are already using membrane technology for micro, ultra, and nanofiltration. Today there is a membrane-assisted solvent recovery, and if we adopt that, it will help us in degumming the water-oil separation, free fatty acid removal, solvent we can also reclaim, and we can also have concentration of bioactive fraction. So this is one area which we must give importance. The circular economy has been spoken about. Instead of making and producing waste, we must move from this. We must make, but there should be no waste. Professor Chattopadhyay this morning quoted the Nobel laureate saying that how do you bring usefulness from useless things? I think I'm right, I understand. And Professor Chiranjeev said about reuse, recycle, and reduce. I think a combination of both needs to be taken. From waste to wealth is a slogan which we have heard, time has come. We employ this technology to do so, and soon OTI will play a very important role in this. Life cycle assessment is another tool which we must do right from cultivation to processing till the consumer, including packaging. This is another area which we must do. So I would say roughly that we must take policy decisions, we must create a congenial environment, an enabling environment to induce the processors, to induce the industries, that to adopt this new emerging technology, coupled with digital optimization and other tools of AI, blockchain, and so many other new tools, we should be able to completely monitor the process in such a way, right from cultivation till consumption, everything is monitored easily and it becomes environment friendly. Having said that, I would like to say in the coming few years, we will ensure that we lower the chemical load, and together we look to a future where fats and oils are produced with far lower emissions, fewer hazardous inputs, and more resilient value chains, so that it is a win-win for the producers, consumers, and the planet. With this motto, we move ahead. I am really grateful to OTI for giving me an opportunity to address you, but I am certain that if we have an aim, we'll soon attain it. With these words, I once again thank the Jadavpur University and OTI for organizing this conference in the beautiful city of Kolkata. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Bengal.
Thank you, Dr. Patnaik. Production should be high to avoid increasing cost of import, and production should be of environment-friendly, healthy, adopting different green technology. Waste to wealth. This should be our motto. Thank you again, Dr. Patnaik. Our humble felicitation to Dr. Patnaik with a memento as a token of appreciation. I would like to request Mr. B.P. Manchanda to present the token of appreciation to Dr. S.K. Patnaik. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Patanaik, and thank you, Mr. Manchanda. Our next speaker is Mr. H.S. Sharma, Honorable General Secretary, OTAI Headquarters. It's my request to Mr. Sharma, please short your speech because we are running short.
Good morning to everyone on the dais and dear students. I feel honored and privileged to get the opportunity to announce the name of awardees of prestigious Professor J.G. Kane Award 2025 and OTI Merit Award S.D. Thirumala Rao Memorial Award 2025. In addition to this, I will announce the other awards given by our Junes. On behalf of OTI and on behalf of our organizer, co-organizer supporting and organizing, heartily thanks to our honorable chief guest, other guests of honor and dignitaries who blessed us with their presence in this 80th annual convention. Now I am starting this award ceremony of OTI. This Professor J.G. Kane Memorial Award 2025. Awardee name is Dr. Sanjeet Kanjilal, Senior Principal Scientist, IICT Hyderabad. And just this annual award of a cash prize of 25,000 was instituted by Professor J.G. Kane Memorial Trust in the memory of late Professor J.G. Kane. This award is given to honor an individual person for outstanding contribution in the advancement of science and technology in the field of oil and fats. Kanji Lalji is, Dr. Kanji Lalji is requested to take this. Chief guest officer. ये क्या है? ये यहाँ की तरफ से अच्छा यहाँ का ये आपका साइटेशन में ये अवार्ड
The award is given by our chief guest, Professor Bhattacharya.
Dr. Sanjeet Kanjilal, an excellent researcher and academician, has made significant contribution in the area of oil, oleochemical surfactant. His research contributions are outstanding in the several areas like structured lipids, castor oil-based surfactants, dimer acids, sunflower castor oil, further conversion into isosteric acid and phospholipids, ionic liquids, and chemoenzymatic lipids. He also developed methods of detection and quantification of edible in alteration. The OTI congratulates to Dr. Sanjeet Kanjilal with best wishes. Now, next award, S.D. Thirumala Rao Memorial Award 2025. This award has been given to Dr. Ramchandra Reddy Jala ji, Principal Scientist. He is also from IICT Hyderabad. इसमें भी ले This award has been instituted from the year 2004 in the memory of Mr. S.D. Thurmala Rao. This award is given for outstanding contribution, paper published, patent taken during 3 calendar years preceding the year of award of the relevant subject. This award consists of cash prize of 10,000. Dr. Ramchandra Reddy Jala is principal. He is a principal scientist in IICT Hyderabad for its original contribution in the field of lipid science and technology. His research contribution are preparation of lecithin-based products and their evaluation of industrial applications. Now, another award from North Zone, Dr. Jayanti Adhikari Memorial Research Award 2025. This award is given to Kamal Kishore Pantji. Presently he is Director IIT Roorkee. I think he has not come, so I will request Dr. Anil Sharma ji, Secretary OTI North Zone, to receive. अच्छा नीला लोहिया जी ओके तो अब चलिए ठीक है
Good morning, everyone. It's my proud privilege to speak about this award, Dr. Jayanti Adhikari Memorial Research Award 2025. Dr. Jayanti Adhikari was a student of Professor Ashima Chatterjee during her master degree in organic chemistry at Pure Chemistry Department of Science College, Calcutta University. She was a national scholarship holder during her degree courses at the Presidency College, West Bengal. She completed her PhD in Fats and Oil Technology at the Department of Applied Chemistry, Calcutta University, under the guidance of Professor Dr. M. Chakrabarti and Professor Dr. D.K. Bhattacharya. References of her research papers mentioned in textbooks, namely Bailey's Industrial Fats and Oils and World Oilseed Chemistry. She worked under Dr. K.T. Achaya for more than 15 years while working at Ganesh Scientific Research Foundation. Her research paper with Dr. K.T. Achaya was adjudged as the best scientific paper published in the Journal of OTI in the year 1989. She was the Director General of GSRF, having more than 30 years of research experience. She was the principal investigator of 16 government projects. Her research papers published in the Journal of American Oil Chemists Society, Journal of Fatty CFN, West German OTI, and AFST. While being an oil technologist and food scientist by profession, her other love was English and Bengali literature. After retirement, she wrote award-winning short stories, poems, articles, and plays in Bengali and English language for Children's Book Trust, Target Magazine, Sananda, Ananda Bazar Patrika, Bengal Association, and Reader's Digest. Her book features in book fairs, and publishers like Guru Chandali have conferred annual prizes for story writing in her name of school children. We are very honored to present this award from North Zone to Dr. Anil Sharma. Thank you.
this ceremony ends.
Dr. Shamul Odhikari, he present the award, Dr. Shamul Odhikari, the award presented by him to Dr. Kamal Kishore Pant, and total announcement is done by Dr. Neelam Lohia. Thank you, Dr. Lohia. Presentation ceremony is over. I would like to request Mr. Manchanda to present the token of appreciation to Mr. H.S. Sharma. Please. Thank you, Mr. Manchanda. Thanks, Mr. Sharma. As we come to the conclusion of this inaugural session, we now proceed to an important and traditional part of the program, the vote of thanks. Thank you is the best prayer of that anyone could say. It's time to convey our thanks, to formally acknowledge the contributions of our distinguished dignitaries, esteemed speakers, invited guests, and all those who have played a vital role in making this inaugural session a success. I have the honor of inviting Dr. Ranjana Das, convener of the conference and Associate Professor, Department of Chemical Engineering, Jadavpur University, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Good morning, everyone, again from my side and from OTAI. It's my privilege as a convener of this organizing committee and as a vice president of OTAI Eastern Zone to propose the vote of thanks at the conclusion of this inaugural session. I extend my sincere appreciation to the All Technologists Association of India, a premier national body dedicated to promoting the excellence in oil, fats, oleochemicals, and food technology, for its continued support and vision in fostering such platform. I also express deep gratitude to Jadavpur University, an institution of national repute known for its strong research, culture, interdisciplinary strength, and intellectual leadership, for its invaluable partnership and encouragement in making this event a success. On behalf of the organizing committee and our host institution, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to our chief guest, Professor Chiranjeev Bhattacharya, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Jadavpur University, for gracing today's event with your presence and for sharing such inspiring thought. And my sincere thanks to our guest of honor. He's not here today, but still my thanks also goes to him, though he is absent. My sincere thanks to our guest of honor, Shami Shuparnanandaji Maharaj, Honorable Secretary, Ramakrishna Mission Institute of Culture, Gold Park, and he just gave the permission to host this total event in this Ramakrishna Mission Gold Park Institute. And I also express heartfelt appreciation to Mr. B.P. Manchanda, President OTAI, for warm welcome and strong leadership. I also acknowledge Dr. Rajiv Churiji, National President OTAI, for his visionary address and unwavering support. My sincere thanks is to Mr. S.K. Roy, former National President OTAI, for his valued guidance. I also thank to Mr. H.S. Sharma, Honorary General Secretary of OTAI Headquarters, for presenting the OTAI Awards and his tireless coordination in ensuring a smooth execution of this conference. I also thank Dr. Pattanayak for his presence and for his speech during this inaugural session. And my heartfelt thanks to and gratitude also goes to the keynote speakers and all the invited speakers who will be present shortly during this event. for these 2 days events actually, whose lecture are just eagerly waited now. And I hope their words will inspire us to continue in advancing knowledge and innovation in these fats and oils sectors. I also thank all the panel members who will take the pivotal role in fostering the industry academic collaboration opportunity. And this panel discussion will be on 23rd of November. And after that, my special thanks to the chairs of the technical sessions. We have 3 sessions during this program, and our 3 session chairs will be there, and they will share their expertise on this particular all technology events that is on the theme. And I also like to acknowledge all the presenters of the oral and the poster sessions whose innovative research ideas will enrich our event and drive our thought to the new dimension. As the All Technologies Association and as a whole, as you all know that we are having 5 zones, so my sincere thanks to all zonal members who are gathered here today to make this event a success. And finally, I also want to thank Ramakrishna Mission Institute of Culture for excellent venue arrangement, for organizing committee, all the organizing committee members like Mr. Shayak Chakravarti, Mr. Shaurabh Ganguly, and all the volunteers of Ramakrishna Mission technical staff for their tireless effort ensuring the flawless execution of this program. And on behalf of the OTAI Organizing Committee, I also like to extend my sincere gratitude for our generous sponsorship advertisement and of the conference. And I acknowledge MPOC, the support organization for this event, Fairlab event sponsor, DVC Process Technologies, who is the platinum sponsor, Godrej Industries Group, the silver sponsor, Doctor's Choice Bajbaj Refinery for sponsoring the kit for this event, Speritech Packaging India Private Limited as a tea sponsor, Global Active Clay LLP as a tea sponsor, Monorama Industries as a lunch and dinner sponsor. My thanks to all of them. And I also like to thank our advertiser, Aditya Engineering, Somani Oils and Chemicals, Imami, VM Oil Private Limited, BN Exports Private Limited, and Aloka Oil Industries. For your generous support and partnership, this event, a great success for today. We deeply appreciate your contributions. No conference is complete without a dedicated teamwork. So I thank the OTI local organizing committee members, advisory committee members, technical team, and the volunteers. Thank you all for your dedication, for teamwork, and the meticulous planning that ensured the smooth and successfully conduct this event. Finally, I thank all our technical team and administrative staff of Jadavpur University in providing the infrastructural support and encouragement that we need for every step during this conference. Thank you for being a part of this conference, and we look forward to your continued cooperation to make this event a grand success. Finally, thanks to the superpower who driving us all and giving us the opportunity to enjoy this beautiful world. My tribute to Swami Vivekananda, because we are sitting here in the Swami Vivekananda Hall, and he always believed in that superpower within us. So thank you everyone and wish you a pleasant day and all the good experience during this event. And before concluding, I would like to end this with the quote of Swamiji: "You cannot believe in God until you believe in yourself." So have faith on yourself, and obviously there is a success in front of us. Thank you, everyone. I also like to thank, sorry, I forgot. I also like to thank our announcer who is giving her time from the morning, early morning. Our announcer, Dr. Krishna Chattopadhyay with us. And I'd like to introduce with you, Krishna Di. And I'd like to felicitate Krishna Di for her effort making this event so beautiful. Thank you, Krishna Di.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Das. I would like to request Mr. Manchanda to present the token of appreciation to Dr. Ranjana Das. Thank you.
Okay. So this is the end of our inaugural session. After that, we are having JG Kane, lecture from our JG Kane awardee, Dr. Sanjit Kanjilal. So I'm requesting all our dignitaries on the dais, you please take your seat in the hall, and the house is now open for the JG Kane awardee, and I like to invite Dr. Sanjit Kanjilal to please come on the dais and share your research experience with us.
Thank you all the dignitaries present on the dais. Please take your seat. Please take your seat here. Over the next sessions, we will have the privilege of hearing from distinguished speakers and engaging in thought-provoking discussions that highlight recent advancement, challenges, and opportunities shaping our industry. We now proceed to post-inaugural segment of our academic program, the Professor J.G. Kane Award Lecture, one of the distinguished highlights of this convention. The J.G. Kane Award represents excellence in research and outstanding contributions to the field of oils, fats, and allied sciences. It is my privilege to announce that this year's Professor J.G. Kane Award Lecture will be delivered by the Professor J.G. Kane awardee, Dr. Sanjit Kanjilal, a distinguished scientist whose work has significantly advanced scientific understanding and technological developments in this sector. We are also honored to have Dr. Rajiv Churi, National President of the Oil Technologists Association of India, presiding over this session as the session chair. His leadership and academic guidance continue to inspire the scientific community across the nation. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Rajiv Churi and Dr. Sanjit Kanjilal. Dr. Sanjit Kanjilal, please come over the dais. Oh, yeah. Here is a short biosketch of Sanjit Kanjilal. We are pleased to introduce Dr. Kanjilal, Senior Principal Scientist in the Department of Oils, Lipid Science and Technology of CSIR IICT Hyderabad, with over 30 years of research experience in oils, fats, oleochemicals, and lipid biochemistry. He has contributed significantly through 68 research papers, 6 patents, book chapters, and numerous invited lectures. Dr. Kanjilal completed his education from Cotton College, the University of Delhi, and earned his PhD from CSIR IICT, followed by postdoctoral research in France at NIN ICMR Hyderabad and in industry. He has supervised and co-supervised several doctoral students and is the recipient of multiple prestigious awards, including the FSSAI AFSTI Award, Dr. S. Hussain Jahir Award, and CSIR performance recognitions. He also serves on key national and international bodies such as the WHO Technical Advisory Board on Trans Fat Elimination, FSSAI scientific panels, and BIS committees. Dr. Kanchilal.
Good morning. Thanks, Madam, for your kind introduction. By the time my presentation get loaded, I want to express my sincere thanks to the South Zone for nominating me and Oil Technology Association of India for honoring me with this prestigious award, and finally each zone to providing this platform to speak about my research contribution for the last 22 years. So, pointer আছে Okay. You don't need my permission. You are the boss here. So good morning once again. I will go through briefly about my research contribution. I have only half an hour, so I will try my best to be as brief as possible. So to start with my research journey, I was born in a holy place, Kamakha, so near Guwahati. So accordingly, you can see my journey started with my graduation in 1989 from Cotton College. Then I moved to Delhi to pursue my master's degree from University of Delhi. Then to started initially PhD work, but could not continue there in a CSIR lab. But finally, after qualifying NET JRF, I moved to Hyderabad in CSIR IICT and completed my PhD in 1998. Then I joined, I have my postdoctoral research experience started first at National Institute of Nutrition, Hyderabad. Then in this City of Joy in a startup organization, I worked there till 2001. Then from 2001, I got married, so I want to have a very good honeymoon in Paris. So I opted for postdoc research at University of Paris 6. So this is the longest honeymoon probably anybody can have. And then in 2003, I came back and joined CSIR IICT. There's a very brief about my journey, and since the journey is still on, but a bit tired. So doctoral research, we start first in CSIR Center for Biochemical Technologies, present day CSIR IGIB Delhi, in a project, a David Spencer project for National Facility for Synthesis of Oligonucleotide. As a very young master's student, my job was to prepare some protected nucleoside and then take it up for gene assembler for synthesis of oligonucleotide. So after qualifying NET exam, I was pestering my supervisor to give me a project. He gave me a project to work on antisense oligonucleotide. So the part of the DNA which has got no sense, no meaning at all those days in 1992. So that was a topic given, but after giving topic, my supervisor opted for that fellowship and went to Germany for 1 year. So I had to protect my fellowship. I moved to CSIR IICT. So from a very frontier area of science, I shifted to very traditional area of science called oils and fats. The topic of my thesis was synthesis and evolution of functional lipid. I have worked on reduced calorie fat as well as glycolipid. Then in the postdoctoral research, I joined National Institute of Nutrition, ICMR, and worked in a project called Blended Oils and Cardiovascular Disease in Indian Population. It's the NDDB sponsored project. I worked as a research associate. Then for a brief period, I joined in an organization called Alkali Metals. Then I shifted to Kolkata and joined this startup organization called Symbiotic Research Private Limited. Many of you may be aware of the owner of the organization is Purnendra Chatterjee. He has started this CRO that time, but after 1 year again there was a crisis. So I discontinued, opted for postdoc, and finally at CSR ICT. So I will go through very briefly about my PhD work, which is reduced calorie fat synthesis and metabolic study. Those days in 1993, there was a lot of paper coming out of low-calorie product. Some of them are protein-based, some of them are carbohydrate-based, few are on fat-based. So I opted for why not to have a fat-based product, which will have all the positive attributes of fat, but with reduced calorie. As you all know, that oils and fats provide 9 kilocalorie per gram. So is there any way, is it possible to reduce the calorific value? Yes, we can reduce the calorific value by 3 ways. By the introduction of very short chain fatty acid like C2, C4, C6 because of their low caloric density. Or you can also introduce very long chain fatty acid like vehinic acid, which has had a very poor absorption. And third option is the designer lipids such as diacylglycerol. So I opted for the second one. So that work involved not only synthesis, characterization of the product, upscaling the product, establishing the process condition, then take it up for metabolic study, then sensory evaluation, then toxicity, finally application. So enzymatic synthesis of structured lipids by incorporation of vehinic acid at 1 and 3 position enzymatically. The first thing we did is single oral dose study on the rat, where it will show whether the absorption is like natural oils and fats or not. So we found absorption behavior is much, much lower compared to natural oils and fat. This is very positive observation. Based on the observation, we opted for the 50% ad-lib diet growth studies, which is used for the estimation of calorific value. It is found to be 5.5 kilocalorie per gram. And based on growth studies on ad-lib diet, we checked its taste and palatability. We also conducted a growth study on atherogenic diet in rabbit model to study its effect on cholesterol, like total cholesterol, HDL cholesterol, and LDL cholesterol. And we proved that this particular structured lipid has called hypocholesteremic in nature. Finally, we opted for preparation of cake and biscuit using this structured lipid as low-calorie, trans-free bakery fat product. So based on all this work, I published 3 research papers on in lipids, another in the hypocholesterol study in food chemistry, and then application part in International Food Research Journal. I also have a US patent on this product. This is the first, this is almost 80% of my PhD work. I also worked on some castor oil-based surfactant, mainly biosurfactant analog, wherein I have incorporated ricinoleic acid and 12-hydroxystearic acid at the anomeric position of lactose. And these studied its surfactant properties like surface tension and thermodynamic properties, and published this work in 1999 in Journal of Surfactant Detergent. After that, I continued working on surfactants, mainly castor-based surfactant. If you see the right side of the box, you can see the lipid part, maybe andesinic acid, undecanoic acid, ricinoleic acid, or 12-hydroxystearic acid, starting all these fatty acid and assigning to these other moieties. A range of products are synthesized. Some of them are published, like you can see sulfosuccinates of ricinoleic acid and 12-hydroxystearic acid, which was published in Journal of Surfactant Detergent. I also have a paper on amidopropyl butanes, the amine oxides of undecanoic acid. This was also published in Surfactant Detergent. In the postdoctoral research, I joined after PhD this National Institute of Nutrition at ICMR Research Associate, and the project was sponsored by NDDB. It was very interesting, and it is worth spending some time on this slide. It is sponsored by NDDB. So this is a human clinical trial study conducted at National Institute of Nutrition. There are 20 families, 40 subjects, 20 male, 20 female, all of them are fed on oil blends of canola and groundnut oil or canola and sunflower oil with omega-6, omega-3 ratio of in the range of 5 to 10. And the objective was to improve the omega-3 POFA status in Indian population and its effect on risk factor associated with cardiovascular disease. So even after feeding these 20 families for 6 months, we did not see much effect on the risk factors. We see some enrichment in the omega-3 POFA status, but risk factors are more or less unchanged. So at that stage, after 6 months, the project leader, Dr. Ghafurunnisa Madam, suggested when we are not seeing any appreciable change, let us give some fish oil. When we started giving fish oil capsule for 3 months, we see some effect of omega-3 POFA on risk factors. So this is the first work. Parallelly, another study was conducted on, to study the absorption of mustard oil, basically erucic acid, which is a concern those days. People used to say erucic acid is not good for health. All the cardiologists in India basically suggested their patients not to take mustard oil, okay, because erucic acid is toxic fatty acid. So we have conducted a parallelly on 10 Bengali families and 10 Telugu families. Bengali families, as usual, they are taking mustard oil and sunflower oil combination, and the Telugu family they are continuously on this sunflower oil. So when we checked for 6 month study, we found level of erucic acid in the plasma in Telugu population is 0.6 to 0.8%, whereas the level of erucic acid in Bengali population is in the range of 1.4 to 1.6%. So imagine when you are consuming mustard oil, which is have 44% of erucic acid, only a little amount is getting absorbed. That clearly indicates erucic acid, 44% erucic acid present in mustard oil is not at all absorbed in our system. What happened in rat model, rabbit model may not happen in human model. Okay, so I can tell mustard oil is a low calorie oil because there is appreciable excretion of erucic acid from the system. So this is all about 1 year postdoc research at NIN. Then I joined Symbiotic Research Private Limited and worked for, sometimes organic chemistry woke up and I shifted because I was not getting job with lipid chemistry background. So I shifted back to organic chemistry. I worked as research scientist and synthesis of API, characterization using GCMS and HPLC. Then postdoctoral researcher at University Pierre Marie Curie Paris 6, where I worked on ultrasound and how this technique can be used for studying the conformational transition of protein. So when I joined back IICT, I found that almost all there are a very small division, only few scientists, and I was the only research student in that department. Most of the people are working on castor oil-based oleochemical. So I thought, why not to start something new? So I spent a lot of time in the library. So I started 3 new areas called ionic liquid as a non-conventional reaction medium for chemoenzymatic modification of lipid. Then heterocyclic-based cationic mono and Gemini surfactant. Third one is the lipoconjugation of phenolics and evaluation of their antioxidant activity. Several students of my PhD students worked in these 3 areas mainly. And the fourth is a very traditional area. Almost all the people of my department work on it. There is a value addition to the byproduct of the edible oil industry. I will quickly go through it. May not be so much interesting to this thing. Ionic liquid is basically a kind of salt which has got immense thermostability and Bronsted acidic and Lewis acidic nature, and it has an ability to solubilize everything. You can see the structure. The first structure is butyl, methyl, imidazolum hexafluorophosphate. Similarly, methyl, ethyl, imidazolum tetrafluoroborate, choline chloride dot 2 ZnCl2, and 1 methyl imidazolum. These are the 4 ionic liquid I use for modification of lipid. First thing I published in Biotechnology related is the lipase catalyzed methanolysis of sunflower oil. Normally, when you do methanolysis enzymatically, it doesn't happen because the methanol deactivates the lipase. So if you do this reaction in ionic liquid, nothing happens. We got almost 98 to 99% conversion to fatty acid methyl ester, which we call biodiesel. So we have taken candida ontitical lipase. So the ionic liquid, when you are taking hydrophobic ionic liquid like BMIM PF6 and EMIM PF6, you got 99% conversion. But when I take hydrophilic ionic liquid, it is absolutely no reaction. Second is the wax ester. All of you are aware of this. Wax esters are basically esters of very long chain fatty acid, long chain alcohol. If you want to synthesize wax ester, you need to have one of the substrate very high. You cannot take equal molar ratio. So if I use this particular ionic liquid called choline chloride or ZnCl2, you don't need to any excess. It is atom economy reaction. You can take molar equivalence of acid and alcohol, you can get ester. We also do a reductive amination of carbonyl compound using sodium borohydride in a Bronsted acidic ionic liquid. Normally this reaction takes 2 steps. Single step it is feasible. Some bulk protection of amines also taken up in ionic liquid. Finally, this is very interesting, I think tandem isomerization, lactonation of olefinic fatty acid using Lewis acidic ionic liquid. I want to synthesize glycolipid where carbohydrate part is soluble in water and lipid is not soluble. So if you take ionic liquid, it can solubilize both hydrophilic as well as hydrophobic. But what happened in the reaction, no reaction has gone. But I started getting my students said, sir, some good flavor is coming from the reaction medium. So I conducted the same reaction without carbohydrate but only lipid part, and I found this ionic liquid actually induces isomerization and lactonation, giving a peach flavored lactone. So this is an accidental discovery, and this paper was published in the Triadon later. Then while working on this ionic liquid heterocyclic based, I found that if I increase the chain length of the alkyl group a little bit longer, it will turn into a surfactant, cationic surfactant. So that's how surface active ionic liquid work has been initiated to synthesize some heterocyclic based cationic mono and Gemini surfactant. These are the surfactants. You can see monocationic imidazole based surfactant, first one, which are having N-alkyl, N-acyl, and N-amyl linkage. And these are synthesized and evaluated for surface and thermodynamic properties as well as aggregation properties, published in European Journal Lipid Science and Technology. We also take a mixed fatty acid like coconut oil fatty acid, sunflower fatty acid, and tallow fatty acid, alkylated to this imidazole moiety to get a product. This is also published. We also synthesized several Gemini surfactant. If you look at the structure, it is a dicationic molecule. I have just varied the spacer from flexible spacer as well as rigid spacer, and group of compounds are synthesized, evaluated. Third one is the aromatic ether linked imidazole based cationic surfactant. You can see both monocationic as well as Gemini surfactants are synthesized and evaluated for surface properties. We also introduced, we also changed the head group from imidazole to morpholine and from alkyl ether to aromatic ether, and studied their role in surfactant properties. Then we did lipoconjugation of phenolics. So basically, phenolics are antioxidant, but they have very poor solubility in lipid, restricting their application lipid-based food products. So objective was, if we attach some lipid moiety, can we overcome these solubility issues? That's how lipoconjugation of natural phenolic work started. So when we are doing this lipoconjugation, I have taken 2 approaches. First approach is the lipoconjugation of natural phenolics like ferulic acid, cinnamic acid. And second approach is synthesis of compounds mimicking natural lipophilic antioxidants. Several in vitro assays like DPPH assay, which is conducted in polar medium, TBER assay, which is conducted in non-polar medium, autooxidation of linoleic acid in 2020, it is in micellar medium. I also taken help of rancid assay and DSC studies to assay, because what happened most of the time, you do the DPPH assay. If your compound is lipophilic, always DPPH assay result will be very poor, because you are taking methanolic medium, polar medium. So lipid-based compound will not show very good antioxidant activity if you do DPPH assay. So you need to do it in both non-polar as well as micellar system to understand its bioefficacy. So like this, phenolipids, we have ferulic acid-based compound, vanillic acid-based compound, even we have conjugated lipid moiety to curcumin and checked its activity. Somehow curcumin work was not successful. We did not get any increased activity. In other case, we see some changes in activity. We also have some structured lipid by introduction of phenolic moiety to the second position of glycerol. So accordingly published in EGLST paper, food chemistry paper, as well as Journal of Olier Science, right from 2010 to 2015. Then we have done some work with one of my students. So that is, capsaicin and capsiate, capsiconiate, and dihydrocapsicum. These are the compounds present in capsicum annum L, chili. So, but among that, capsaicinoid and capsinoids are the major one. And again, among them, capsaicin is the most major compound. It is responsible for the pungent, spicy flavor and possesses many potent biological activities such as anti-inflammatory, anti-mutagenic, and anti-tumor activity. Unfortunately, due to pungency, it has no application in the food product. So I opted for capsiate, which is the ester analog of capsaicin, which has got all the properties of capsaicin but no pungency. Unfortunately, if you look at the lipid part, it's a branch chain fatty acid, which is difficult to synthesize. So I opted for attaching series of fatty acids, saturated, unsaturated, to this thing. So I started from vanillin, reduced it to vanilla alcohol, then attached enzymatically to all these fatty acids to get a series of capsiate analog and studied the antioxidant activity. This was published in Journal of Agriculture Food Chemistry in 2011. Likewise, capsiconiate, capsinoid, also a minor component present in chili. It is very easy because it is a coniferal ester of fatty acids. So another series of compounds are synthesized and evaluated for their antioxidant activity. This is one work which is carried out by one of my PhD students, Salma. So we are looking for some phenolics which are available in nature. We found abenanthramide is a component present in oats. It is nothing but an anthralinic acid linked to hydroxycinnamic acid derivative by a pseudo-peptide bond. Amide bond is there. So as almost 40 abenanthramide compounds have been identified, but among them abenanthramide A, B, and C, you can see in the right-hand side box the structure. These are the major phenolics, lipophilic phenolic compound present in oat. The variation is here. You have the one position hydro, another position methoxy, another position hydroxy. So comparative. So we have published one about. So we found that that there is no research paper on Indian oat varieties. So we have undergone a process condition to extract these abenanthramines, and it was evaluating the activity. So we published one paper called Comparative Assessment of the Antioxidant Activities, Total Phenolics, and Fatty Acid Composition, 3 Indian oat varieties. Excuse me, sir. Excuse me. Excuse me, sir. This was published in Biotechnological Research. Another aspect we did, during the extraction process, one particular extract is found to be enriched with these abenanthramines. It has been taken for animal study, basically to protect the alcohol-induced acute liver injury in a mouse model. We found very positive result, and we conclude that abenanthramide-enriched oat extract can serve as a potential dietary intervention to protect against alcohol-induced hepatotoxicity. So this is one work we have done in collaboration with, in a sponsored project from DST, isolation of corangine from DOL Koranja cake. This was published in European Journal of Lipid Technology by doing solvent partitioning. I have achieved from DOL cake pure corangine of 95 to 97%. So based on this work, we keep on conducting work on these furanofflavonoids. First, we evaluated it for its activity for mosquito repellent activity. One of the member of the DST committee has given a suggestion given observation that nearby this karanja tree, there is no mosquito. So why don't you study this mosquito repellent activity? So we take it up forward. We got very good activity. Then we have synthesized many acyl derivatives of corangine and also evaluated synthesized pongamol and lanceolate, evaluated their mosquito larvaceal activity. All these compounds as in pure form shows activity, but when you use the total extract, its activity is much, much more than the pure compound. Some others, this work was continued, I'm not covering much here. So I'll move to translational research. As a scientist of a CSIR lab, you need to execute a project of national interest. So mainly objective is the value addition to the byproduct of the edible oil industry. So the first project we did on again Karanja, it is DST sponsored project. So you can see in the pictorially, we started from, you can see the structure of Karanjin and Pongamol. These are few flavonoids present in Karanja, and these are the antinutritional component which makes Karanja non-edible. We expelled it. After expelling, we get expelled oil and cake. Cake can be taken up directly for the biofertilizer, source of protein, source of nitrogen, phosphorus, and then polar expelled oil can be taken for polar extraction to get the oil and the Karanjin. Karanjin will be taken up for the mosquito repellent activity, and oil will go to the biodiesel. From the expelled cake, we can do once again polar extraction to get again Karanjin and oil. Oil go to biodiesel, Karanjin once again for mosquito repellent activity. We get the detoxified cake. Detoxified cake can be taken for poultry feed as a source of protein. So isolation of Karanjin from Karanja oil and DL cake, detoxification of Karanja cake and its utilization in broiler and layer chicken diet, and finally safety evolution of vegetables grown on Karanja cake. If you use cake for biofertilizer, what happened to the vegetables? So whether it is safe or not, that work also has been undertaken at IICT in collaboration with National Institute of Nutrition for the toxicity study. So this is all DST and Trifate project. Trifate actually given me the project to prepare spray, mosquito repellent spray for Karanjin base. That's what we have done it. So fat liquor is, if I ask anybody, people will think it's a drink kind of thing, but it is not a drink. Fat liquoring is the last and most important step during leather processing. Fat liquor is basically an emulsion, water in oil or oil in water emulsion. So what happened during fat liquoring? The fiber elements dehydrated during the tanning process once again needs to be coated with a fat layer to give the desirable performance, softness, and other properties of lead. Depending upon the kind of oil you are choosing, depending upon the stability of the emulsion, how the emulsion can go inside the leather and blast. Depending upon the leather, maybe soft leather for back or glossy for, if it break on the surface, it becomes shoe leather. So that's a lot of game. So the Bamalori is a leather chemical division. Actually, they came to IICT with some two premier products called 94S and UPNC. These, nobody could crack it so far. So we have taken up this challenge to do the reverse engineering, though we have identified all the components present in this. Unfortunately, most of the components are not available locally. That makes copying it is difficult. So, but based on the knowledge gain with this collaborative work, a series of consultancy projects came to IICT, came to me, and almost 6 projects are executed, and the knowledge gained and by us, by them, come out in the form of 10 fat liquor product of Bamalori. Previously, they used to give all the ingredient, mix it, and sell it. They have their own product now because of the execution of these 7 projects with me. This is another contribution that I made to India or to FSSAI, something, validation of method for the detection and quantification of cocoa butter, equivalent in cocoa butter in the chocolate formulation. So you know what is cocoa butter and what is its property. Is well known for its sharp melting points because of the presence of only one type of triglycerides called saturated, unsaturated, saturated. That is POP, POS, and SOS. It is solid at room temperature, but it melts at our body temperature. That is the beauty of cocoa butter. However, due to its high cost, increased demand and shortage and supply, confectionery industries in India are looking towards an alternative. They are looking to FSSAI as well as Solvent Actor Association. Why don't you make a change in the regulation so that you can add cocoa butter equivalent cocoa butter? Because the regulation says that if you are writing chocolate product, you need to use 100% cocoa butter. However, there was no method, but a European method was there. Detection and quantification of CB in dark chocolate and also in milk chocolate. Both these products they came to IICT. Both these products are validated at IICT and by me. Taking Cadbury's, because you need a chocolate manufacturing company to give me product and cross-check it blindly by spiking the sample. So with Cadbury, we have established this method based and it was demonstrated to all the confectionery industries and national food laboratories. And with this, because of the work done by me, effective 1st January 2018, FSSAI amended the regulation allowing 5% cocoa butter equivalent cocoa butter. And it also fetched me an award from FSSAI called FSSAI AFST Award in 2018 December. You have to be sir. Okay. This is a mission mode project from dimer acid. This is an ongoing project. I am doing from dimer acid to several polymer. You can see all the polymeric product called dimer acid, dimer alcohol, dimer acid salt. So I have to be first. This is Central Silk Board project, from Silcom, you can get Silcom oil, which is rich sources of linoleic acid. You can see on poster outside, put up by my student. You will skip this. This is important. How triglyceride structure can be used for checking adulteration of oil. Basically, Kerala is suffering from adulteration of coconut oil, palm kernel oil. And palm oil, you can see the triglyceride structure. Blue one is coconut oil, and palm kernel oil is almost like a coconut, is super impossible. So both in terms of fatty acid composition as well as triglyceride structure, there is absolutely no difference for coconut oil and palm kernel oil. So it is a blender's pride. Okay, so it is cheap. Coconut oil expensive. So I developed a method. Based on this method, it can be checked. Likewise, I have done some granting projects. I will just, all these things are already told about. All these awards, I'll skip. So I must acknowledge all my students who has worked with me. 11 students, 7 are supervised and co-supervised by 4. Shiva is very much here. He has worked with me on the Central Silk Board as well as locality. Sunita worked on ionic liquid. Srinivas Reddy, heterocyclic-based surfactant. Konda Reddy on phenolipids. Satyaban in Karanjin. Shivaraju, Fani in surfactant. B. Engineer, minor oil seed. Salma is ravanantramide. E. Anji, surfactant. Dibba also surfactant. And I must thank all the directors whomever I have been associated, right from Dr. A.V. Ramarao to present-day director Dr. D.S. Reddy. I acknowledge all my present and past divisional colleagues. I thank all of them. And last but not the least, I thank my mentor, Dr. R.B.N. Prasad, former head, Lipid Science Technology Division. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Dr. Kanjilan, for your thought-provoking address. Thank you very much. Here is an announcement, Lipid Industrial Handbook. This book will be presented by Dr. Nilam Lohia to our beloved Professor D.K. Bhattacharya. Lipid Industrial Handbook. A big round of applause, please. Thank you.
This Lipid Industrial Handbook, it is the initiative of North Zone OTI, and I am very fortunate to be in our editorial book of this of repute of oil technology. So it's my honor and privilege to present this to Dr. D.K. Bhattacharya. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay. We now move to the keynote address of this session. It is our honor to welcome Professor Ramkrishna Sen from the Department of Bioscience and Biotechnology, IIT Kharagpur, an eminent researcher and a leading contributor in the field of bioprocess engineering and sustainable bioresource utilization. His topic is biorefinery technology development for biofuels and biorenewables from algal and yeast biomass and oils. A short biosketch of Professor Sen. Professor and Dean, Bioscience and Biotechnology, IIT Kharagpur, heads the Bioprocess and Byproduct Development Laboratory in the Department of Bioscience and Biotechnology, which has been dedicated to derive sustainable and viable solutions to some of the contemporary R&D challenges in the areas of healthcare, energy, environment, and water. His lab has been engaged in developing, optimizing, intensifying, integrating, and scaling up bioprocesses for the production of biosurfactants, bioemulsifiers, biopolymers, biocement, liquid biofuels, health and wellness products like broad-spectrum antimicrobials, anti-cancer molecules, probiotics, and probiotic-based nutraceuticals. In microbial and microalgal biorefinery models with concomitant carbon capture and waste valorization. Professor Sen's lab has produced about 33 PhDs, 200 journal publications, 22 book chapters, 7 books, and filed 14 patent applications, out of which 3 granted so far. Professor Ramkrishna Sen.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks so much for the kind introduction. I thank the organizers for having me here. And before I start, I bow down to thee that's going to come, Sri Sri Thakur, Sri Ma and Swamiji. I'm standing here before all of you at a sacred place. It's kind of, a lifetime experience. So thanks for the opportunity and honor. Sir, it's a privilege and an honor. Before standing before you, I'm just shivering. Before, the legendary professor, Professor D.K. Bhattacharya. Because of him, I have been into the field of biotechnology. And today, I see him, sir. It's a great honor, and I'm really humbled to see and meet you once again. Truly legendary professor, yeah. We all look up to him and get inspired. Even at this age, he has made it a point to come to this particular conference. And sir, if you remember, you only inspired me to explore biotechnology long ago when I was doing BTech in oil technology at Calcutta University. Thanks so much, sir, for all your blessings and all the encouragement, inspiration that you have given to me. Thank you. And all the students. That's why he is a very popular professor and, as I said, a legend on his own merit. Put it in F5. Well, I heard Professor Sanjit Kanjilal. I think you can recognize me. We worked together under CSR Nimitli program, and it was like an encyclopedia, the way he presented his work. So I just feel, again humbled, after his lecture. It's my lecture now. I will draw your attention to this topic, biorefinery technology development. Biorefinery is a new concept, and I think being nurtured very carefully in the last 15 years. It's growing with time, evolving with time, for biofuels and biorenewables from algal and yeast biomass and oils. If I look back, my journey as a scientist or a professor at IIT Kharagpur, before that I worked in industry. I have been trying to derive something, towards solutions towards healthcare, energy, environment, and water. All affect health and food. And, as we know that next energy solutions, environmental solutions will come from biomass, and that has been researched worldwide. So today's talk has this salient feature. I will just briefly talk about biorefinery and ever-evolving paradigm, microalgal and yeast biorefinery, oils to biofuels and biorenewables, scientific impact of it, industrial implications, and societal outreach, our R&D footprints in biorefinery R&D, and now coming to the definition of biorefinery as it has been defined on a platform. It's called NREL, National Renewable Research Laboratory USA, where my student works as a staff scientist. So their definition is a biorefinery is a facility that integrates biomass conversion by mimicking the petroleum refinery or vegetable oil refinery as feedstock. So biomass conversion processes and equipment to produce fuels, power, and value-added chemicals from biomass. So the biorefinery concept is analogous to today's petroleum refinery, as we can derive multiple products out of crude oil. Even vegetable oil-based, feedstock-based refinery also gives us multiple products. Now it's evolving with time. When we started our research, this was the definition, and NREL 2020 has included green hydrogen, platform chemicals from lignin, electricity, and sustainable aviation fuels to the portfolio. And this is how the concept has evolved over the years. And I was fortunate enough to start on biorefinery research in 2009 or so. So we could catch up with the world's trends and the movement in this area. So biorefinery first stage, which was single feedstock based, basically development of technologies for production of ethanol and esters, DME and so on, as fuels. A biorefinery has to produce at least one fuel option, has to produce one fuel product in addition to some value-added products. That's the concept of biorefinery, or any refinery for that matter. The second stage saw the development of single feedstock but many byproducts at the same time, second generation biofuels. I will not discuss much about biofuels, that's not the scope of this conference, probably. Integrated biorefinery came as the third generation, where in multiple feedstock and multiple products, it actually generated or helped developing all over the world agri-based complexes, agri-product-based complexes all over the world for biochemicals, biomaterials, biofuels, lipids, proteins, and so on. And then fourth stage is 2020 plus, where we are right now, which, as I said, also includes SAF, bio-oil, clean hydrogen, methanol, DME, including lipids for nutritional and healthcare applications. I'm not sure whether this has already been discussed here. I will draw your attention to this tiny bug, wonder bug. It's called microalgae. It's super plants of ecological and commercial importance. And the advantages are before you. They're high growth rates as compared to plants, because as you know, the development of biofuel over the years, from first generation that is corn-based, maize-based, to lignocellulosic, and then to now third generation algal biomass-based. And so this biomass can be used as feed as well as food, as well as source or feedstock for fuels. And the wastewater valorization and carbon capture can be done by using this algal, biomass cultivation. So we can have multiple activities around the algal biomass-based biorefinery, producing pharma products, fuels, 4 Fs, now it's 5 F, the 5th F has been included here, FMCG. And also EPS, lipids, proteins, SCPs, SCOs, single cell oils, single cell proteins, peptides as antimicrobials, antibiofilm agents, and of course biofuels as one of the major products. It offers a new generation platform for innovations because this is one workhorse which has not been explored so much, not like bacteria or yeast or even animal cells. Algae has now become a new workhorse of biotechnology and chemical industry research. Well, if you visualize the microalgal biorefinery, I don't know, there's no pointer here. Algal biomass as feedstock, and you can see we can derive multiple products out of it. Biofuels options, bioethanol, biodiesel, biobutanol, biomethane. And then there are other multiple products, but at the same time, we are capturing carbon dioxide from point sources, thermal power plants, cement plants, or any plants producing greenhouse gases, including carbon dioxide, and also process industrial wastewater. So capturing carbon dioxide and mitigating industrial wastewater can be done simultaneously by growing algae. But definitely when we use wastewater, we cannot use the biomass for producing something which has healthcare properties or healthcare values. Other products which we also produce in this refinery concept or model, biopolymers, biofertilizers, feed and aquaculture, pigments, and also we do bioelectricity production through MFC, microbial fuel cells. In addition to all these, we definitely characterize the lipid first. If there are PUFA or MUFA, then we separate them. I'll show you some characteristics of the lipids that we have generated out of algal biomass and yeast biomass. And then the defatted biomass can be subjected to hydrothermal liquefaction for bio-oil production, or pyrolysis for bio-oil and biochar production. And otherwise, we can produce biodiesel from lipid as has been shown by Dr. Kanjilan. So let me take you through this journey, and I won't show much of these publications because this is not to advertise ourselves, but to tell you that the journey should begin with the mapping of the global scenario. We have tried to capture the global scenario of the products like biosurfactants, biopolymers, biofuels, and also looked into biotechnological applications of what we call petroleum recovery, what we call EUR, and when it is biotechnological, it's called MEUR, microbial enhanced petroleum recovery. And while doing all these, we definitely keep in mind the technological challenges in terms of energy input, water input and quality, land use change, GHG emissions, and scale and labor. Also, we take care of the sustainability issues, feedstock, environmental, economical, social, and geopolitical issues around sustainability. And while creating value and also propose value, add value to whatever existing systems are there. As you can see, multiple products we are producing. We have been doing that in the lab, starting from biosurfactants, lipopeptides, and recently we have started collaborating with Dr. Pubali on sophorolipids. Sophorolipids have been marketed for quite long as a very, very powerful, not only surfactant, as a bioemulsifier. We work on surfactant, fungicin, iturine, and we actually, since we cannot produce in tons and kgs or large quantities, we have looked into their therapeutic potential, and they have qualified with significant anti-cancer and antimicrobial properties. Right, so this is how we started with to develop algal biorefinery, wherein our objective was to process wastewater, capture carbon dioxide, produce food and feed, biofertilizers, biopolymers, as I mentioned, biopigments as antioxidants, and also nutraceuticals wherein we can use biopigments, probiotic microorganisms, and so on, and also do produce biopolymers. So this was the proof of the concept we developed under the CSR Nimidly program that we worked together with Dr. Kanjilal and I think 8 different CSR laboratories. I mainly looked after the downstream processing part of it, but anyway, we also worked on the upstream like cultivation. So as you can see, industrial wastewater, we also have a flue gas generator we have designed, fabricated, got it installed there by leveraging the heat transfer data from Kolkata thermal power plant. So we actually emit flue gas and we let it pass through a smoke and particulate air filter to remove smoke and particulate matters, and then we scrub this to remove, just simple water scrubbing to remove SOx and NOx. And then we get pure CO2 which is stored. I'll show you the pilot plant that we have developed under IMPRINT program. Well, and then we use that carbon dioxide to grow algae in small scale, what we call inoculum development. Then larger scales, as you can see, 380 liters raceway pond, which is an open pond, but we have to be very careful about contamination issue, but that can be circumvented by using halophilic, thermophilic, and some alkaliphilic microalgae. We have those strains with us from collaborators, and also we have isolated ourselves. This one, just dewatering of microalgae that you can see, this has given us a patent which is kind of well recognized, a conveyor belt based dewatering system wherein it just under sunlight, the biomass can be dried in just 58 minutes or so. And we get this dry biomass, and then we process it from this raceway pond. We process this biomass and process it through Soxlet. But definitely you can use other techniques, like people are using ionic liquids, a supercritical liquid extraction and so on, to extract lipid and then convert that into biodiesel by carrying out transesterification reaction. But remember, if the biomass is rich in PUFA, MUFA, and some other valuable products like pigments, we need to extract them prior to biofuel reaction, what we call transesterification. And our challenge was not to use any chemical catalyst because of the environmental issues. So we used biocatalyst and lipase. That also I learned from Professor D.K. Bhattacharya during my BTech. Lipase is an enzyme which works at the interface and transforms triacyl glycerols into kind of methyl ester of fatty acids. And when these long chain methyl esters of fatty acids comply with ASTM D6751, we can call that product or mixture as biodiesel. So as you can see, we have proved the concept and produced biodiesel, proved that yes, this has these fatty acids. For biodiesel, as a fuel, it has to have roughly 1:1 saturated and unsaturated fatty acids. So 49:51 was the ratio in our case. And we established that through gas chromatography, GCMS, as well as HPTLC and so on, and tested the product in diesel engine, what we call CI engine, combustion ignition engine, in mechanical engineering department at IIT Kharagpur, wherein we found that the emission characteristics are much, much better than diesel, except for NOx, because biomass contains a lot of proteins and nitrogenous substances, so NOx emission is more. So we actually have to do something like before you extract the proteins out, then the NOx emission can be, so that's why it can be decreased. So that's why we are now focusing on producing microalgal proteins, phycobilins, phycocyanin, and so on. And they are now coming to the markets as vegans, vegetarian proteins. And this is one step that, as I said, the conveyor belt system to dewater biomass, because it's a huge challenge. Microalgal biomass can be grown to 2 to 3 grams per liter, but a huge amount of water is used. So how to remove? We cannot use centrifuge if you are targeting biofuel as a product. Centrifuge will draw a lot of electricity, so that doesn't serve the purpose. So that's why, as we developed a conveyor belt-based system for dewatering or drying of biomass, we also used a new smart, green, and reusable nano composite. I hope this will work. And that actually, separated the biomass in situ, in fact, lysed the biomass, disrupted the biomass in situ, and that could be dried very quickly. So I don't know whether in just 1 minute you can see this is just a minute. You can see there's a biomass slurry, what you call broth, but in case of algal biomass, we do not call it a broth. It's just biomass, algal biomass slurry, which is being disrupted. I don't know why it's not working. There itself in situ in the presence of a magnetic field. Just within 1 minute, the biomass, if it is, I'm not sure, not working, the biomass will be kind of settled on the side wall, and they will be disrupted there itself because of this smart reusable nanocomposite, which has Fe2O3 and chitosan and TiO2. Okay, so it doesn't work. I'm not sure whether this will work. So this is the flue gas generator through which we are producing flue gas, taking carbon dioxide from there. As you can see, we are cooling this through a heat exchanger, which is a shell and tube heat exchanger, through a long chimney. And then we are scrubbing off NOx and SOx, removing smoke and particulate matter. And whatever carbon dioxide that we are getting, we spurge into 2 ponds. One is experimental pond, one is control, raceway pond, because biofuel is a very large volume, low value product. We cannot afford to use well-controlled photobioreactors, closed photobioreactors. And that's why we use this. This is a 60 liter from which we scaled up to 380 liters, and then now we have 2,000 liters. So, time. So anyway, these are the products from pyrolysis. Very quickly, that shows the biorefinery has been established, wherein we have derived multiple products out of algal biomass. And as you can see, the lipid characteristics here, linolenic acid composition is quite significant, this kind of content is quite significant, and so are omega-3 fatty acids in our Chlorella vulgaris culture. We have Chlorella sorokiniana as well, Chlorella variabilis, and other cultures. We also have genetically engineered this to increase lipid content and increase omega-3 fatty acid content. As you can see, this student has done commendable work, and she's right now in Germany working further on this, what we call transcriptomics and proteomics on this, so as to improve particularly the omega-3 fatty acids in algal biomass content. So we also worked on yeast biorefinery, oleaginous yeast, and to our surprise, it actually showed almost 60% of his body weight lipid. And those oleaginous yeasts we actually isolated and got characterized in our lab. And we developed an ecosystem wherein yeast was grown to produce carbon dioxide, which was used in a symbiotic manner to grow algae. Algae produce oxygen, and it helps in growing yeast. So we actually developed, again, a biorefinery, but it's a new ecosystem to retrofit our algal technology into yeast fermentation industries. So this shows this process integration of yeast algae cultivation system. And as you can see, the fatty acid characteristics of yeast oil, microalgal oil, as opposed to palm oil and corn oil. And I'll just quickly take it up. As you can see, there are possibilities of producing good amount of omega-3 fatty acids like DHA, EPA from algal cells, from yeast cells, wherein they are not naturally very much available in plant sources. PUFA content, SFA contains, and there is scope of genetic engineering to improvise and improve this production further. Now, in summary, the benefits of microbial oil, there I've already mentioned omega-3 fatty acids. They have relatively longer chain polyunsaturated contents, and they can be used in treating heart disease, inflammatory illness, and so on. and PUFA, MUFA, and other fatty acids which are important for healthcare can be produced from this. We also tried to capture the market, and single cell oil market is huge. It's going to be almost US dollar 338, probably 350 by 2024, and that's a huge one. And as you can see, by 2030, it will be almost 350 million US dollar. So I invite the young students to work with us, collaborate with us, and request Professor Bhattacharya still bless us with your advice for this to move towards next generation edible oils from algae and yeast rather than from plants. And this is the future train. It's not coming anyway. There are some issues here. And as you can see, this is the pilot plant which we developed in collaboration with HPCL, Hindustan Petroleum Corporation Limited. This 2,000 liter SW pond, wherein this flue gas carbon dioxide is purged to produce biomass and then further products. So at the end, I thankfully acknowledge the organizing team, particularly Dr. Ranjana Das, Dr. Pubali, Mr. Manchanda, and all the OTAI members who are behind this conference organization. All my teachers, my friends, philosophers, and guides, particularly Professor DKB. My pranam to you, sir, and because you have come and graced this occasion when I'm giving a lecture. Thank you so, so much. All the bioprocess and bioproduct lab students, all my colleagues, collaborators, and more importantly, critics. All the funding agencies, my family and friends and well-wishers, and finally, the one infinite, holy, pure and holy, beyond thought, beyond qualities, I bow down to thee. Thank you very much. Sorry for taking a little longer.
থ্যাংক ইউ প্রফেসর সেন। অ্যাকচুয়ালি অনেক অনেক কিছু শোনার থাকে, কি ভীষণ ভালো লাগে শুনতে, কিন্তু আমরা সময়ের হাতে বন্দি, সেজন্য বাধ্য হতে হয় যে কথাটাকে ছোট করে নিতে। নাও উই ওয়ান্ট টু ফেলিসিটেট প্রফেসর সেন, অ্যান্ড হি উইল বি ফেলিসিটেড বাই ডক্টর রঞ্জনা সেন, কনফারেন্স কনভেনর অ্যান্ড ভাইস প্রেসিডেন্ট অফ OTAI ইস্টার্ন জোন।
I'd be happy to address some questions later on.
Our question session will be in lunch break. Sorry, please. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Next, we have an invited lecture by Dr. Chindi Vasudevappa, former Vice Chancellor, NIFTEM, on Farmers to Future, Sustainable Oilseed Production and Rural Empowerment. We are honored to welcome Dr. Chindi Vasudevappa, a nationally acclaimed fisheries and food technology expert and former Vice Chancellor of both UAHS Sivamogga and NIFTEM, where he led major reforms in research, innovation, and industry collaboration. He currently serves as Senior Director and CEO at FAIR Labs. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Vasudevappa.
Yeah, good afternoon, every one of you. Yeah. I know it's time, and the organizers are telling me that try to be very brief. Anyway, I'll do that. And at the outset, let me thank the organizers, especially the national president and also the regional president, and all the dignitaries who are here in this hall for providing me this opportunity to be in front of you, maybe discuss some of the important issues like farmers to future. I know the future lies of any industry lies in the farmers, I would say, because They are more than, I would say, 60% of the whole population. So how do we empower them? How do we bring in sustainability? And how do we meet our demand for future? I think that's where we are here today. You know, we're basically an agrarian country, and where a huge impetus is laid on the agricultural production. Probably we know India is a huge country with more than 1,000 million tons of food production. That means we need to feed every one of us, the farmers especially, and that's where I think we are trying to address some of these issues. We are the largest producers of, I would say, especially milk, pulses, and jute. And also at the same time, we are the second largest producers of rice, wheat, sugarcane, groundnuts, vegetables, fruits, and things like that. That means, why we are lagging behind in terms of oilseeds? That is the question which we need to really address. I know, even the production is low, maybe about 39 or 40,000 tons, 40 million tons of oilseeds. But at the same time, we need more than double of this for meeting the internal requirement of oil. That's where I think we need to give a lot of importance for this. At the same time, if you look at the agricultural food grain production, probably we are, of course, about 335 million tons is being produced. That about, I think the revolutionized production in terms of horticultural products, I think it is something great, which is more than 357 million tons. Likewise, the milk, the egg, the sugarcane production, all that is very fine. But when it comes to really meeting the challenges, I think we have a lot of things to say about the transfer of technologies to the farmers. And oilseeds hold their importance, just not because of the oil. I would say it's also because they also provide a lot of protein. In fact, very fascinated to know that the soybean, which also produces oil, at the same time, the protein level is so high in its cake. So that way, I think maybe about 40, 45%, sometimes even 50% if we are giving a cake from solvent extraction. So that's where I think we need to look at seriously. And also sustainable oilseed production aims to meet the demand. Maybe eco-friendly technologies, and also minimizing the environmental impact. That becomes very, very important for us. India is the fourth largest producer of, I would say, the oilseeds in the world. Maybe we are next to USA, China, and Brazil. So that means still we are at the higher level, but we need to come to the number one level, because the mass, I would say the population what we have is very high. We need to meet that challenge. That's where I think it's very important. That is the reason probably we are importing a lot of oils from other countries, which is to the tune of something like 57 or 58% of the total requirement. So that's a huge requirement, and we are importing almost about 16.3 million tons, which is mostly coming from countries like Indonesia, Malaysia, Argentina, Brazil, and Russia. So we need to look at this very seriously. That means we need to look at how farmers can be empowered for a future, a good future for the country. And of course, I know we have been talking a lot about the palm oil, maybe soybean oil and sunflower oil. More than 54 or 55% of the oil which is imported is palm oil. That means we are eating this palm oil every day. It is not that palm oil is bad, but we need to highlight some of the good impacts and good effects and good qualities of the palm oil as well. That apart, I think the soybean oil and the sunflower oil are also being imported. These are all very, very important, I would say. And the sustainable oilseed production is also very, very important for us, because I know we are trying to use lots of varieties, good varieties which can give better oil yield, and also we need to maintain the the environment safety also. That's where I think we are very, very, we should be very, very cautious, especially while transferring the technologies. That means by adopting the eco-friendly practices, maybe efficient resource use, this is very, very important. We have been talking about the resource, especially in terms of soil and water, and also the pollution, which is being created by various other sectors. I think, and also the farmer livelihoods, and this sector can contribute to the long-term food security. In fact, we have been talking a lot about food security in the whole context. So how do we address these issues? Now we are more shifting towards the nutritional security. That means the protein requirement becomes very high, or the protein security. That's where I think the oilseeds can really play a big role, and we need to really, I think, address some of these issues in a very critical way. So why oilseeds? I think it is something which we need to really answer ourselves. We are in the country producing major producers of mustard, groundnut oil cake, groundnut and soybean, sunflower, sesame and castor. I think these are the oil seeds which we need to look at very seriously, and we need to produce them more. How do we do that? Especially to meet the domestic consumption and also export, if it is possible, I would say the export earnings. And the greatest, I would say, maybe an advantage or a disadvantage is that India is a country with a lot of, the small and marginal farmers, and the land holdings are fragmented. Plus the irrigation facilities are not there for every land. So the marginal farmers, and of course, anyway, most of these oilseed crops are restricted to, I would say, the dry lands, where the water management is becoming an issue, and also the soil management. So it also supports, especially I would say, because of this, the fragmentation and large number of people involved, that means rural livelihood is looked into very seriously through this sort of an activity also, and contributes very significantly at the same time to the agricultural economy of the whole country. The agriculture per se, totally it may contribute about 18 or 19% to the GDP, but all the same, oil seeds only a minuscule, I would say, maybe less than 1% or maybe around less than that. Probably we know that 24-25, in the year, last year, I would say, we have achieved a record oilseed production, which comes to something like about 42.6 million tons of oilseeds produced in the country. And at the same time, this has been an increase, a steady increase we have seen. Probably you can look at the graph also, where a steady increase is taking place. From, if you compare it with 2014-15, I think then it was around 275 or 27.5 million tons. Today it is around 42 or 43 million tons. What we need is maybe double to this. So this is the challenge. How do we address this challenge is something really very, very important for all of us, though it is contributing to the, say, about 5% to the CAGR, that is cumulative, the annual growth rate. But at the same time, it is not sufficient to meet the challenge. And we have been talking why oil seeds at all. I think this is something which is very, very important. It is just not that it is the oil which we are interested in, even the protein which is there in the cake, that is also becoming, which is a byproduct, which need to be really done. As was just discussed, maybe the circular economy concept has to be looked in very seriously. Here, the waste which is generated, you can't call it a waste, it's a byproduct, and which can be utilized not only for as a source of protein, even for various other activities. Could be the feed formulations, could be whatever you feel, especially the animal feeds and all that. Lot of these cakes are being used. So that's where I think we need to look at, convert the waste into wealth, and maybe zero waste concept has to be brought in, which is the responsibility, I would say, not only of the scientific community, but I would say even the organizations, especially the social organizations which take care of the people's requirement. And of course supports a good health for the humans. I would say, because there are a lot of beneficial impacts of oils, apart from the oil which always we feel that we should use very critically or very low level, but at the same time it has a lot of health benefits. Could be in terms of as I said already, it is the protein which is there also, and also the carbohydrates, and the high smoking point, if it is there for certain of the oils, probably that will help us to take care, and the minerals and vitamins. And also another very important thing I would say is it acts as a carrier, especially for the fat-soluble vitamins, which are essentially required for the human body. And the essential, especially the linoleic and linolenic fatty acids, which are also quite very important, which are there in the oils. Probably those of you who really eat fish, you may not have a problem of omega-3 fatty acids, but at the same time, in Bengal, I think many people will not have the deficiency of that. But at the same time, if you look at the whole country, we need to really look at this very seriously. And it contributes significantly to the nutritional security. I said the protein and the mineral, especially the malnutrition was addressed. One is because of the protein deficiency, the other one is the mineral deficiency. These things can be addressed, especially when we address some of these things, which is very important. Challenges, if you look at probably, I think this is something which is very, very important, especially from the farmer's viewpoint. Productivity is something which is always very low because we use marginal lands for the oilseed production. How do we improve this? Probably I think this is where the National Mission on Oilseeds has come into picture. And also the high input cost. The seed cost is quite high, especially when you look at the oilseed. If you take, for example, the groundnuts, the seed cost, the seed rate is high and the seed cost is very high. And that is the reason, and also the other inputs, which may be the chemicals or the fertilizers and things like that, which are also quite expensive. And if it is done in a dry land area, I think hardly you get any yield. That's where I think we need to bring in the concepts of water utilization. That becomes very, very important. And also try to take care of the market fluctuations. That is very important. I know that means the minimum support price has to be better compared to other products, especially for oil seeds. And another very important area I would say is the seed quality. Seed quality and the seed variety, which has a high oil content, these things become very, very important. A lot of work has been done in this direction by the ICR system. I would say that there are about 7 or 8 varieties which have come in groundnuts. Maybe 5 or 6 varieties in sunflower hybrids, especially BSH and all those things. And also mustard, there are 2-3 varieties which are found to be very good. So we need to bring in such of these varieties and popularize, maybe by conducting large-scale demonstrations, which are very, very important for all of us. And of course, another big area is the soil degradation. I know soil is the mother of any production system. If the soil microflora is not properly maintained, the nutrient status is not properly maintained, and the humus is not properly maintained in the soil, that means the soil becomes sterile. And it will not support the life. So that's where I think we have a lot of things and issues we need to really look at, and also using or overusing the fertilizers and also the pesticides, chemical pesticides. These things are becoming a limiting factor, I would say, the challenges which we are really seeing today. So oil seed production, maybe the sustainable approaches are very, very important for us. Probably we need to look at this. We need to balance. There has to be an ecological balance versus the profitability. So unless we bring in these concepts, I think the oilseed production will not rise or will not meet the demand, and we will not be able to achieve the real self-sufficiency, whatever you call it. So we need to really look at these things. I think that's very, very important. So the approaches. What could be the approaches, especially to address these issues? Probably we have been talking about the integrated crop management systems. These are all things which we have been really talking for a long time, but we need to bring it into practice, especially with regard to the balanced use of fertilizers maybe. I think the crop rotation. I know oilseed crops are something which are very, very important because they are having the nitrogen fixation capability. And if that can be rotated with other cereal crops, probably we get a much higher productivity, per unit area. This is very, very important. We need to look at this and in a very serious way. And also pest control for long-term soil health. I think these are all things we need to really take care. As I said, abusive use of the chemical fertilizers, I think is something which we need to be very serious. Provide a lot of organic matter from external sources, as well as also recycle the organic nitrogen production which happens in the system, especially when you are going for the oil seeds. I think that's very, very important. Of course, another very important area is the water use efficiency we need to improve. Water is scarce. We know that. Agriculture, the total area cannot be really brought under irrigation. But how do we use the minimum water which is there with us, probably maybe through drip irrigation, or I would say sprinkler irrigation, or rainwater harvesting? These are all things which we need to really understand. And that's how I think the farmers have to be really given a demonstration and how actually can be done in a very sustainable way. That is very, very important. And as I said earlier, improved varieties. I know oil seeds, the focus was not much earlier because we were more focusing on nutritional food security, especially looking towards the rice and the wheat and things like that. And lots of varieties came in there. But I think with regard to the especially the oil seeds, maybe sunflower thing and all that, initially when it came, a lot of hybrids were developed. Groundnut, yes, we had a huge, I would say, varieties, something like about 7 or 8 varieties which have been released. But who has done the testing of these things in various agroecological situations? That is very, very important. I think that need to be done. Probably the oilseed mission addresses these issues, and it has to address it very critically. And that's where I think, another 5 minutes. So then, of course, the climate resilient cultivars have to be really seriously looked into. So the advantages have to be maybe economic, environmental, and social. And this will definitely help to empower the farmers and also uplift the rural economies in terms of maybe the women farmers. That's very, very important. I think that has to be taken care, besides taking care of the soil and conserving water and also sustain the biodiversity. So this is also becoming an important issue. And sustainable farming, I think, is practices where I have already said the crop rotation with the proper nutrient management. I think that's where we need to be very serious. Efficient irrigation systems and use of high yielding and climate resilient varieties and integrated pest management, which will lead to eco-smart cultivation. Anyway, they want me to finish early, I'll finish it, try to finish it up. The innovative solutions for growth led by technology. I think this is where we need to be in this world of digital era, and also the AI-based technologies have to be brought in here. And the mobile apps and the drones and solar dryers, especially solar dryers, are becoming very, very important because the oilseed crop drying is not properly done. That means we lose a lot of crop, which is quite expensive. Especially the aflatoxins will be very high, and that will lead to a lot of deterioration of the quality of the oils. And the bio inputs and community units, especially the local oil extraction in the villages, in the rural areas. Probably I think this is where all the technologies which are listed by the previous speakers need to be taught. How actually we can bring it down to a level where it can be very effective and also it's cost effective. That's very, very, very important. So, what is the path ahead? I think this is something, I'll try to summarize it. So, local oilseed processing in the rural areas. And that means we need to empower people, at the same time bring in youth and as a sort of an entrepreneurs. This is very, very important. And even the women self-help groups. Of course, India is a huge country where there are a lot of clusters developed, especially the farmer producer organizations or whatever you call, I think the farmer producer companies and all that. They should start some of these things and probably take it forward in the right way, where like what is happening today for the rice and wheat, I think should happen for the oil seeds also. Agro-based industries, I know, as I said, the circular economy need to be really looked in seriously, and this will take care of the whole thing. That apart, I know it leads to a lot of employment generation, nutritional security, and food security. The models, few models, 2-3 models which have developed for, especially for the oilseed production enhancement is ACA mustard model farms of Rajasthan is something very, very important, where they brought in new varieties and also new agronomic practices which have increased the production by about 30%. This is something, is a model which has been developed especially for mustard. And mustard mission in Rajasthan, again, that is another big area where they have promoted improved seeds, drip irrigation, and farmer cooperatives. So that means the farmer cooperative approach or the farmer producer organizations have come into play. And Sunpure value chain model for Karnataka, which is linked to farmers directly with the processors, and for fair pricing and also local oilseed processing. And NMEO, I think this is a big thing. I thought the time is not there. Otherwise, I wanted to just explain what is this national mission on edible oils, and which has an outlay of something like about more than 11,000 crores. I think that's where the farmers can get a huge benefit, because they are looking towards a lot of things which are maybe the oil seed production hubs or maybe contract farming and the farmer producer organizations. All those things are being covered under this. And of course, the Gujarat groundnut model, farm to factory approach, linking producers with the processors. Gujarat, it's really, I would say, they are more entrepreneurship oriented. Probably that is the reason. Always whatever they produce, they link it to the processors and also the marketing. So that's how I think it's happening, and we need to really draw lessons for some of these things and then probably adopt it as well for the whole country. So the policy initiatives, I know this is where I wanted to just explain the national mission on oil seeds, but anyway, edible oils, this is, it has both. I would say the palm oil promotion in the northeastern region and also the oil seed production in the entire country. And it's a huge program which has been drawn by the government of India. I would say here, Dr. Patnaik Saab, who was then the Secretary of Agriculture, he was involved in this very seriously. And thanks to him for really bringing in a lot of issues which are of concern. And integrated scheme of oilseed, pulses, oil palm, and maize. This is something which is also involved in this because of the crop rotation and things like that which you are thinking of, and all other things, of course, the subsidies and NGOs and farmer producer organizations and farmer companies, all those things are really addressed in these issues. So the basic requirement for promoting at the farmers level is, I would say, the training and extension services to strengthen the farmers. This is very, very important. I know, because whatever we have been talking, I think, and it comes from the farmers, but at the same time, if we can improve their knowledge status, large quantities will come and industries can flourish because the continued support will be there from the farmers. And youth for entrepreneurship, agri-entrepreneurship, and maybe promotion of research, especially on developing some of the important varieties, and also development of domestic markets for sustainably produced oils will now open avenues for the farmers. That's where I think we need. Of course, this is happening in a small scale. So thank you very much. I think this is what I wanted to say. Oilseed production, it is unlocking new opportunities for farmers and driving growth in agriculture. Thank you. All the best.
Thank you, Dr. Vasudevappa, for your valuable lecture. Now he will be felicitated by Dr. Ranjana Sen. Dr. Ranjana Das, sorry, Dr. Ranjana Das. Dr. Vasudevappa will be felicitated by Dr. Ranjana Das.
To keep the quality intact, capped and passed for magnifying inspection. Boxing, the non-violent kind. After the boxing, the cartons which are accepted by the weight checker go into the final stage, sealing. All the activities are carried out under strict quality supervision, not allowing any person to physically touch the oil to prevent contamination. also in bakery products related
Now we have an invited lecture by Professor Supratim Ghosh, University of Saskatchewan, Canada. I don't know whether I rightly pronounce it. Novel functional utilization of plant proteins to structure liquid oil in a viscoelastic oligogels for reduced saturated fat in baked foods. We are pleased to welcome Professor Supratim Ghosh, internationally recognized expert in food colloids, interfacial science, and food nanotechnology. He is a full professor at the University of Saskatchewan, Canada. I don't know whether I am just, is it okay? Okay.
Thank you for the kind introduction. It's a great honor to be here. Professor Pubalidhar, when she invited me to give a talk virtually, I didn't spend too much time think about, okay, I will come in person. Oil Technology Association of India, I say that my home association, my first association, I was also a BTech student in Applied Chemistry Department in Chemical Technology in Rajavaja Science College, taught by Professor Bhattacharya. And I remember my first OTI conference was, I think, 1998 in Park Hotel. I was a BTech but some researchers in Wageningen in Amsterdam, they showed that they make a protein gel, but then use solvent with progressive change in polarity to change the behavior of the hydrogel into an oleogel. It's a really cumbersome process, not very friendly solvent, but really interesting research. What I want to talk today is our work on plant protein foam templated oleogelation. So in our work, we use pea protein and faba protein at different pH values, and we made foam. And then we freeze-dried the foam, and that freeze-dried foam, then we use it to absorb oil, and they act like a sponge. It's really interesting, this inside the air bubbles, the proteins have the hydrophobic groups exposed. So in the freeze-dried foam, the air bubble interior is hydrophobic, and that's where the oil gets absorbed. And the FTIR, we did some FTIR analysis. It shows that there are a lot of hydrophobic interactions, and the proteins have more beta sheet structure exposed, which proves that these hydrophobic interactions is happening between the oil and the hydrophobic groups of the protein. So here is some, microscopic image. The top is the regular microscope. The bottom one is a confocal. So you can see that the freeze-dried foam, they still have their intact bubble structure, and the inside of the bubble in the confocal microscope, the red is the oil and the black is protein. And you can see the protein is forming the network, keeping the oil intact. Now, but not everything is as good. You really cannot use that material as a replacement for shortening as easily. We found that these structures can absorb quite a bit amount of oil. However, these oils will leak very easily. Think about margarine or shortening. The oil does not leak. The fat crystal network hold the oil really nicely. But this, we use a centrifugal force to force it, but about 30% of the oil would leak out. So what could be the solutions? We propose that we can add a small oleogelator. So again, direct-indirect hybrid approach. It can improve the oil binding capacity. So we try to use Candelia wax and saturated monoacyl glycerol, and immediately we saw that there is a nice reduction in oil loss as you increase the oleogelators. We looked into the spreadability of the oleogels, and the plot is on, it's not changing. I think it's frozen. It's not easy to be the person between you and lunch. So okay. So we measure the spreadability. Here we plot the firmness. So the higher the firmness, the lower the spreadability. So, spreadability, firmness increased, so spreadability decreased a little bit. But the more change between the two proteins. I'm not going too much detail into protein in this lecture. Then we wanted to bake cake with this oleogel. So we used an AACC method. And then as a fat phase, we used control shortening or canola oil or our oleogel. And then we determined the rheology of the cake batter, and then we measured the texture profile of the cake. So what we found is that shortening is the first one. That's kind of our gold standard. It's a very nice soft cake. We are measuring hardness here. But all the other oleogel-based cakes were harder, not as soft as shortening-based cake. So what could be the reason? So one of the key functions of lipid in batter is to incorporate the air in the batter and coat the flour particle and reduce the gluten network, hence shorten the gluten network, hence shortening. Incorporation of this and stabilization of this air bubble in the batter, they play a crucial role in determining the fluffiness and quality of the cake. Now, the fats rich in solid fat, regular fat, traditional shortening type fat, they can stabilize air bubble way better and coating the air bubble better during baking. Liquid oil is not very good for that. And also oleogel were not so good because we thought that because it was leaking the oil, so the oleogel was not acting like a whole. Actually try to make an oleofoam, so oleogel to oleofoam. So we used again the help of this magic ingredient, saturated monoacyl glycerol, to stabilize air bubble with a Pickering mechanism, and that can convert the oleogel into an oleofoam. So the same process, we have the pea protein foam, we freeze dried, we add the canola oil and mag mixtures, and then we cool that room temperature from oleogel, then we whip it to form the oleofoam. Now, here is some oh, I'm sorry. It's again frozen. Maybe I can.
Doctor's choice. Dilki choice. At Doctor's choice,
We escaped.
extract Mother Nature's present of purity and serve it at your table. Kachi ghali mustard oil and refined oils of soya bean, sunflower and rice bran. Come,
Okay, maybe now
let
it will
us
work.
take a deep dive into the world of purity.
Yeah. Okay. So we, that's a photo of a shortening and oleogel, and because the oleofoam we have air bubble, it's in a whiter color, so kind of similar to shortening. Then we made the cake, but this is a confocal microscopy of cake batter. It really showed us the difference. So the first one, shortening, whatever is red in the image, that's fat. Whatever is green is protein, because we stain those using dyes. Whatever is black, it could be either air bubble or starch, because we didn't stain starch. But what you see here is the shortening. The air bubbles are all incorporated in the fat phase. That's the ideal scenario of a saturated fat-rich product. When you use canola oil, you can hardly see air bubble in the fat phase. And when we see the oleofoam, though, what we thought it would be really good, not that good. It didn't hold the air bubble as much. So then we realized that to effectively, so what was happening was that the batter mixing process is destroying the oleofoam, and it was not acting as holding the air bubble. So instead of then using the same batter mixing process, we developed a new batter mixing process which can, stepwise addition of oleofoam and which can hold the air bubble better. And we immediately saw some differences. So you can see the last one, the MAG PPC, pea protein concentrate oleofoam, it was able to hold air bubble better. Definitely still not as good as shortening, but still better than our regular process, or better than canola oil. We looked into the cake microstructure. We used an X-ray microtomography to look into the internal air bubble pore structure. And this has been published, so I'm not going into too much detail, but you can really see that shortening, the pores are much finer. Here the pores are not that fine, but still we were able to have large pores, giving the fluffiness texture of the product. But what was the best part is that the hardness now, we were able to reach a similar hardness as shortening cake by using this modified process. And we did some sensory evaluation, but I'm going to skip it for now. So that's about oleogel from foam. Now, we also used oleogel from emulsion, so emulsion templated oleogelation. So what we did is that you made the emulsion with a liquid vegetable oil, and then remove water, dry the emulsions, and use the oil droplet rich material and shear it to generate a structured fat. So in this research, we use canola protein. So that's a byproduct of edible oil industry. So when canola meal comes out, a lot depends on the economy of edible oil industry is how you can utilize the meal, which is very well known in this expert group. So canola protein is a huge product in Canada, and there is a lot of research going on how to add value to canola protein. So this is the droplet size of the emulsions, and as a function of canola protein concentration. So we see that on the left-hand graph is the original droplet size. As you increase the concentration, droplet size decrease, but then droplets were heavily aggregated because we added a strong surfactant, and you can see the droplets were further broken down. The aggregates were broken down. That proof that the droplets were aggregated in the original emulsions. So, but what I'm interested in to show you the rheology of these emulsions. So, the emulsion actually we heat it. Now, proteins are known to that they denature upon heat and open their hydrophobic group. So when the protein is around the oil droplet, you heat the emulsion, the protein expose their hydrophobic group, and the oil droplets around all hydrophobic groups of protein exposed, they aggregate, hydrophobic attraction between the interfacial protein. And that creates a structure, and that creates a gel structure of the emulsions. And I will show you this one. So you can see the original emulsion, reds are oil droplet, they are all concentrated 50% oil emulsion. But as soon as you heat the protein, the green is protein, all the oil droplets coated with protein, they act as a glue. And oil droplets are now interconnected, and whatever black in that bottom image you see is water. So of this network of oil droplet coated by proteins are holding the water and converting it into a gel. Are we almost there? I will, okay. So then we converted this emulsion gel into an oleogel, and we used oleogel from, without heating the emulsion and with heating the emulsion, and you can see definitely after you heat the emulsion to create the gel and then you convert into oleogel, you get a much better, much firmer product. So I'm going to skip some of the rheological work, but want to show you the last part where we take another further step. We developed nanoparticle from pea protein, and we used that nanoparticle, which was developed using alcohol desolvation, and we found some really interesting behavior in terms of oleogelation property. So Pickering emulsions is an emulsions where the emulsions are stabilized by particle nature of the surfactant rather than the surface activity. So here you can see the oil droplet are all coated by this particle, and then we use this emulsion to develop oleogel. So this figure, the photo of emulsion, you can see we made emulsion at 3 different pH, at 3 different ppn concentration. And as you can see that as you increase pH, the emulsion is more stable. But as you increase ppn concentration, very little amount, the emulsion become liquid to a gel state emulsion. So, and then I will finish with this really cool scanning electron microscopy image. So we actually dried the emulsion using fridge drying and oven drying. In fridge drying, you can see the droplets are all not really spherical shape. They are compressed together, and you can still, they have still kept their interfacial structure intact, but they are compressed together, giving this gel type structure. In oven drying, droplets are not polyhedron shape. They were able to keep their circular shape, and if you zoom in, you can see that between the interdroplet region, there is a lot of pea protein nanoparticles. They are actually stabilizing the emulsions, and interestingly, you can see that the coating of the droplet, you can see those pea protein nanoparticle imprint. So the nanoparticles were stabilizing the emulsions, but we also saw in the same material that they have fibrous network structure, and that's made of the nanoparticle. So here is our proposed mechanism that this is our initial pea protein nanoparticle emulsion. On your left, the nanoparticle form a network giving the emulsion gel. Then you freeze dry, all the the interface is intact because of low temperature, not changing the protein property, polyhedron shape. But when you oven dry, because of heating, the protein denaturations, oil leakage happened, which I didn't show you much. The protein formed nanoparticle network and also some oil droplets. So this is still an ongoing research. We are still trying to stabilize it and use it in actual food applications. So we haven't published this work yet. So with that, I want to thank funder, our Saskatchewan Agriculture, Ministry of Agriculture for funding this research, our national funding agency, NSERC, Pulse Grover, who also funded the foam templated work, and innovation.ca for instrumental support. And last but not the least, the 3 students and postdocs who actually did all this work. And then I also want to thank the font size changed completely. Professor Dhar, Professor Das and Otai for their invitation, and thank you for listening.
Thank you, Professor Ghosh. Question would be in the lunch break because we are running short. Anyway, Professor Ghosh will be felicitated by Dr. Ranjana Dash, conference convener. Our question session will be in lunch break. Please cooperate with us. Thank you, Professor Ghosh and Dr. Das. Now it is that announcement for which we are eagerly waiting. Yes, it's time now for lunch break. Lunch is now served in the ground floor. Kindly reassemble at 2:15 p.m. Please, for the afternoon session. Afternoon invited lecture will be delivered by Dr. Pradeep Ghosh Chaudhuri. So let's enjoy the lunch. The food coupon is present in your kit, in your bag. So please take the food coupon from your bag, from your kit, please.
and rice bran. Come, let us take a deep dive into the world of purity. Budge Budge
ডক্টর প্রদীপ
Refineries
ঘোষ
Limited.
চৌধুরী আপনি কি আছেন এখানে? ওকে 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 It is now 2:30, so it's my earnest request to all the delegates, all students, all participants, please assemble here for our afternoon invited lecture. Please. আচ্ছা এটা কি যাচ্ছে বাইরে? বাইরে যাচ্ছে? এই মানে ভয়েসটা একটুখানি কি যাওয়া যাবে? মানে কোথাও মানে যেখানে লাঞ্চ ব্রেক হচ্ছে বা এতে মানে বাইরে আমি বলছি বাইরে আমি তখন বললেন যে আমি কি বাইরে আপনার ভয়েসটা দেবো যাতে ওরা বাইরে যারা গ্যাদারিং করছে তারা যাতে ভেতরে আসে নিচে রয়েছে বাইরে চলে যাচ্ছে না সেটাই না না আমি চলে যাবো একটুখানি জাস্ট অ্যানাউন্সটা করে দিই আড়াইটে বেজে গেল আসলে কেউ না আসলে যিনি বলছেন তারও তো খারাপ লাগে না একটাও লোক নেই সব খেতে চলে গেছে হ্যাঁ অনেকটাই না অনেকটা নেই 15 মিনিট ওদের টাইম হিসেবে 15 মিনিট দেড়টায় ছিল 1:45 আজকে 15 মিনিট লেট হয়েছে I'm requesting all of you, please reassemble here for our afternoon invited lecture, for the post-lunch invited lecture, please. The invited lecture will be given by Dr. Pradeep Ghosh Choudhury. He is here, so please, I am requesting all of you, please assemble here. Actually, অনেকক্ষণ পর লাঞ্চ ব্রেক হয়েছে তো সবাই খেতে ব্যস্ত So start. আমি বলছি বারবার বলছি কাউকে কিন্তু পাঠাতে হবে আসলে বারান্দায় কি সাউন্ড দিতে পারি হ্যাঁ সেটাই তো বলছি বারান্দায় সাউন্ডটা যদি দেওয়া যায় I am again requesting to all of you, please assemble here for our post-lunch invited lecture. Dr. Ghosh Choudhury is present here, and we all are eagerly waiting for you. Please come here for the post-lunch invited lecture.
to the final stage, sealing. All the activities are carried out under strict, not allowing any person to physically touch the oil to prevent contamination. We are also in bakery products related to oils and fats. Our Baker's Choice Vanaspati is used in khari and puffs, premium Vanaspati in cakes and cookies, and orange cookies premium aerated shortening in cream and icing. A dedicated workforce is the backbone of a company's success. In addition to the emphasis on the safety and hygiene of our workforce, a high level of cleanliness is maintained in the factory premises. Led by the never-ending hard work of our workforce, Doctor's Choice has become the Dil Ki Choice for millions of consumers. Doctor's Choice has touched lives with the promise of purity, and it is our constant endeavor to keep pushing innovation and provide purity with love to every household. Doctor's Choice, Dil Ki Choice. At Doctor's Choice, we extract Mother Nature's present of purity and serve it at your table. Kachi Ghani mustard oil and refined oils of soya bean, sunflower and rice bran. Come, let us take a deep dive into the world of purity. Baj Refineries Limited was commissioned in the year 2006 under the leadership of late Pawan Kumar Saraf. Under the pioneering leadership of Sri Lakshmendra Kumar Agarwal, Sri Shyam Sundar Nangalia, Sri Bijay Kumar Agarwal and Sri Ramesh Agarwal, the company has gone from strength to strength and launched the Doctor's Choice brand, offering a wide range of products. As of 2022, it is an ISO 22000, ISO 9001-2015, kosher certified company. The crude oils are being imported from various parts of the world such as Indonesia, Malaysia and Argentina. The oil arrives at Baj port.
After taking lots of oils and fats, surely it's time to discuss on its green process initiatives. Now we have the invited lecture by Dr. Pradeep Ghosh Choudhury on green process initiatives for the oils and fat industry. Dr. Pradeep Ghosh Choudhury, MTech PhD from Calcutta University, ex-Vice President Manufacturing Agrotech Foods Limited, an affiliate of Corn Agra Food Corporate USA, the makers of Sundrop Oils and Act 2 Popcorn, 40 plus years rich learning experience on research, operations and project handling. Life member of OTAI and certified lead auditor in food safety. Ghosh Choudhury, Dr. Ghosh Choudhury, please.
Thank you, Krishna Madam, for your kind introduction. Probably lunch is pretty heavy, so we have to wait for audience to join in, but no problem, we can start. What presentation e kora ache? Load kora ache ki? ওর কাজ বলা আছে এখানে লোড করা আছে কই না 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 আপনি তো বললাম তো করে দিতে এখানে Good afternoon. It's a huge honor to stand once again before you to share my thoughts. I love this forum in the sense this is my native place. At the same time, I grew up here at the Calcutta University, the oils training under Dr. D.K. Bhattacharya, M.M. Chakraborty, etc. So I'm closely associated with the system. So whenever the call comes, I can't say no to have come in. I'm a staunch non-vegetarian with a red logo. Suddenly, I have been asked to don a green hat, a very radical proposition. But honestly speaking, when I deep dived into the system, I saw that it's really interesting. So let's get ready for energy efficient, environment friendly, natural process initiatives. That's the subject title. I believe green, you all understand, it should have the components of energy, environment, and natural. Talking of energy, in the oil sector, we are mostly guided by three key factors. One is expelling, the other is extraction, the third one is refining and modification. If you look into the energy profile, first two, the expelling and extraction, are mostly sub-100 degree centigrade prep operation, followed by some drives and pumps, etc. Whereas in case of refining, it starts at ambient, goes as high as 230 to 40 degrees centigrade, and there are obvious some drives, pumps, etc. But if you have de-waxing in the system like sunflower, you will get a dip and then have to go back and come back to environment cooling to the normal ambient temperature. So how to conserve? Let us look into this. The ideal solution would be the integrated system. Integrated system means the expelling, extraction, refining, packing is online. This integrated system gives you a flexibility of bigger the size, lower the energy. These presses are quite big, and that too, when you do a pre-pressing, that means you leave a lot of oil on the system, then the capacity goes fourfold. A standard 150 tons per day press on a pre-pressing mode can give 500 to 600 TPD cake, which can then go over to the solvent. And after solvent extraction, the quality of the solvent oil becomes so good that proportionate mixture of the two makes the final oil quality excellent, which makes a benefit to the refiner. But let's see, what's the reality? What's the reality we face in India? The demography says that we have about 150,000 small, medium, big expelling system, fragmented to whole of India. We have about 800 odd extraction facilities, not near to every expeller, but in some zones. The integrated systems are very few. I fortunately have operated one at Mantralayam in my ITC Agrotech days. That's a first integrated system I see, and I have seen a couple of others like ADM, etc. And looking at the refining, we have about 1060 number of refining that is distributed between individual refinery, associated with extraction, associated with hydrogenation. That's the demography. So here, very difficult to impose the benefit of the integrated system. No technology can solve this problem. So far, we have seen the chemistry part of it, oils and fats, but the reality lies here. All my years have been in manufacturing, so I don't understand more than carbon, hydrogen, oxygen. I relied totally on the efficiency of performance in the industry. So I would propose a trade formula. Industry understands money. If they are benefited financially, they will opt for it, otherwise, simple no. What I say is, if the expellers do a single crushing, leaving, say, about 4% extra oil than what he does, then the solvent extraction fellow gets that 4% extra oil, but he leaves again more oil in DOC. Why? Because the last part of extraction in DOC is not a triglyceride, it is mostly the non-triglyceride fractions of wax and other things. So they get a bigger amount of oil, but the quality of the oil becomes good, so refiner probably will provide them the premium. So the benefit for each section, I have tried to give it in the bottom line. The expeller, the left out oil is already prepaid through a premium. So he is not losing money. Then productivity increases. The moment I say pre-pressing, his capacity will go up. So his energy consumption will go down. So overall cost-wise, he will benefit. Third, the quality will be good, so he can fetch a good amount of money from the refiner also. Similarly, the extraction fellow, his yield will be higher, his throughput will again increase because he is not waiting for the last drop of oil to be extracted. So his run speed of the extractor will be higher. And that way, his, again, energy will be down. And what he benefit, higher production, at the same time, better quality. So he can ask for some premium. And the third one, the refining, what he gains out of it, it's a lower loss because the quality is good. It depends on vessel loss, basically. So if the oil given to him has got a lesser vessel loss, so his overall efficiency will be better and his quality of the refined oil will be good, so he will have a market lead. So this is a formula. Since it is a give and take between three components, the expelling, extraction, and refining, probably they can adopt to it. The riders may be, as I said, 1, 2, 3 are the components which will guide the trade norms. So my sincerest request from the dais to Mr. Churi, probably he can propagate the idea to SIA. Mr. Jhunjhunwala, he is from rice bran industry. I'm sure he will understand what I tried to say. This could be a formula win-win for all three guys. Not to extract the last drop and get his priority, but to gain through overall efficiency of the whole system without losing anything fiscally. A quality improvement, a simple thing, say those extraction guys, expelling guys who do the sunflower, if they dehull, what happens? The 1% dehulling increases the pressing capacity by 2.5 times. So, if we dehull, it's an add-on machine to the existing expellers, whether he is big or small. It's not needed that he do 100% dehulling, but even if he does 50% of dehulling, his expelling efficiency goes up, his cost goes down, and the hulls of sunflower contains the wax part. So his quality of the oil gets improved. He will be selling it like a hotcake with premium. So this is one small thing, but can be done. Similar, I don't know, when I went around the MP extraction facilities, I saw most of the guys, as a part of the prep, they have the decorticator, but they don't dehal. Because, I mean, who will pay for it? The kind of attitude. But currently, the focus of the industry, the focus of the customers have changed. So all those components can be converted to a very good poultry feed or fuel for boiler by compacting, which is sellable. So he doesn't lose any money. Only the effort makes his total system feasible. And the second one, the picture of what I have shown is the expander extruder. This particular system, if you employ in your prep, this is expelling extraction in under one roof. It can improve the quality of the noodles, a very porous noodle, so the extractability is very high. So all these factors together, that will be a good proposition. But my request, this is a high-cost adaptation, but go for the mother one, like Anderson extruder expeller, if you have to. And for a rice bran industry, this could also act as a stabilizer for the rice bran for edible oil extraction. So overall, these are some guidelines which can help. Overall process efficiency improvement, over the decades, lots of things, even in the inaugural, Dr. Chiranjeev and all mentioned about certain process which improves. As I said, dehaling is one of them. Pre-treatment like microwave and ultrasonic enzymatic treatment also improves the expelling capacity. Then centrifuge design, it's probably time for guys. Let me again go back to the refining 1060 numbers. Now, most surprising fact is 10% of this 1060 controls 75% of turnover of refined oil sector. So who are the balance 90%? They are the small refiners of having 50 to 100 TPD capacity. For them, existing is at stake because the scale of operation, there is an immense benefit of cost saving through energies. For them to compete them, they have to adopt system which can be retrofitted at a smaller cost but improves their system. That's my medicine for them. So centrifuge, when I started my career, I worked with Pennold centrifuge, which is a 1 ton per hour capacity. That means 25 tons TPD refinery. The RPM was 10,000. Then I saw the next refinery where it is an alpha level one, which is 50 TPD module. You can have multiple numbers to go to 150 to whatever you want. On the third phase, I entered into is Westphalia. This is the best kind of centrifuge I have worked with. Why? Because their RPM is the lowest, 4,500. What does that mean? Less wear and tear in the machine. So it's time you should think of, and that too, there are now versions in alpha level Westphalia everywhere, which is a self-cleaning centrifuge. How it helps? It reduces the time of cleaning. For centrifuges, you require about 1 hour of cleaning per shift. That means 3 hours of your productivity gone. If you go for a value addition through self-cleaning centrifuge, that particular time is saved, so your productivity increases. The moment I say productivity increases, your cost decreases. Then degumming, IICT has shown us the day, high shear mixing, enzymatic degumming is the current feature. Silica refining is another subject which can be adopted. And deodorizer retrofit is another addable component. I will show you some pictures. The top one is the enzymatic degumming. If you see that green arrow, it's a shear mixture added to your system where you can use enzyme for the degumming for its efficiency, then effectivity and yield increase. Get in touch with IICT, they will help you to do it. The bottom left is the silica refining. This is again the tri-seal technology. It's a silica gel which absorbs the residual gum to make the oil fit for physical refining, which is the ultimate goal. Normally, for physical refining, if you read through the book, it will say less than 5 ppm of phosphorus. If you add silica refining process, which is again a stirred vessel, as I have shown in this thing, and there you have to use that silica gel, which absorbs the extra gums, which is set 10 ppm, 5 ppm, and make it to 0. And the beauty of the system is, it works better in presence of little bit of soap. So refining करते समय थोड़ा soap रह गया, so that will also get removed in the process, and your physical refining quality will be far, far better. That's the advantage. The last one on the right is the alpha level packed column DO. I'm not saying you have to change your DO. Think about it, talk about it, and then see. The benefit of this system is it uses lesser temperature. 230 पहुंचने नहीं पड़ता, 210 is good enough. So, saving 20 degrees centigrade heating is also some value. The benefit of steam consumption is also there because in the packed column, the oil falls through the packing and the steam goes through to each. The intimate mixing allows the stripping far better. So that way, these are all retrofitable. If you find merit in it, I will suggest to my friends of 50 to 100 TPD to go for it, to compete the big coastal guys. You can still survive. And why I'm saying so? I'm talking of green adaptation. So if I say you do this much of a technology, you will not be able to, you will only listen, go back home, have your dinner, and then sleep. But if it is doable, if you see merit in it, then definitely you will try to see whether it can be done. Enzymatic process, probably this is the holistic approach for greener technique in oils and fats. It's done near ambient temperature, so there is a huge difference in energy. Time is a bit stretched, but the investment is low because these are mostly stir tank reactors. Of course, plug flow reactor will be of higher cost. But you have a choice, okay? Lot of works have been done, but the real constraint is not the cost, time, or anything. The real constraint is the availability of the enzyme and the cost of it. And how many times I can recycle dictates the term of using it. So, when I talk about it, nobody will believe it. So to my institute friends, the need of the day is to do a demo system so that you can demonstrate to the industry that this is a feasible option and gives you fiscal benefit. The current status, despite the high cost, this is being done in case of special systems which is quoted in the second line. That is zero trans margarines, shortenings, cocoa butter substitute, cocoa butter equivalent, human milk fat substitute, low calorie, structured lipid, etc. Those are very high value fields. They can absorb the cost, they can apply the best possible technique and still get. A mark of respect to late Dr. Moma Ghosh. You can see that is the paper generated from his lab under her guidance. I don't know whether Momita or Avery is available in the audience, but I am fortunate to meet Momita. That time I didn't know that she has done this job. This is a baby food equivalent done from a palm stearin and a fish oil by intensification. So our contribution is immense, fantastic, I would say. This is not the list. When I tried to find out what are our contribution in the whole system, in India, what I see, a lot of works have been done back in 1980 onwards. I mean, I can't believe most of them, part of them I know, Kalpana Kaur, Krishna Mukherjee, Dr. Shyamol Adhikari, Dr. Kingshuk Mondol, Shakina Khatun, I mean, Shantinath Ghosh, they are all worked in this particular field. And that is back in 1980 to 90. I mean, maybe a little premature as on date, but really, and say the triglyceride analysis, we had a award distribution that is in the name of Jayanti, wife of Shyamol Adhikari, Jayanti Das Gupta. If you are doing an intensification, then for the analysis you have to go back to her to remember her contribution. Same, the solvent intensification that has been done by Ranjit Chakraborty and probably some other Gaud, Shane or somebody else. Unfortunately, and then biorefining and green technology, I have not mentioned the name, but Bijay is here. He has also contributed handsomely in this particular process. Now, all these efforts has been already done. The technology is known. It's now time to scale up and demonstrate to industry, and somebody has to handhold to get it running. Then we can talk about it. Studies of isolation and neutralization of lipids and lipase of microbial origin. Sanghamitra worked on it. As I said, the main constraint in enzyme is the availability and the cost of the system. We heard Dr. Chiranjeev to say that they have a patented process for some isolation of enzyme. So it's time they take the lead and lead the industry to get that enzyme to make it all happen at a normal cost which industry can do. Time ache? No. I will go through quickly, huh? Sorry. There is a proverb called prevention is better than cure. So in oils also, if I can remove the undesired things like wax, gums, etc. in the beginning, probably we can benefit. For the solvent extraction unit holders, micellar phase working holds the promise. The technology is known, but there is nobody there to take care of it. But the whole thing boils down to membrane filtration, where the classification is on the top for various classifications, and this can be applied to all the phases of oil refining. Say, for example, here that yellow portions are all membrane filtration, so it can be applied to all stages. But the real beauty is the evaporation. Mr. Patnaik mentioned about it. And I am surprised to see one of our scholars, Bishwajit Roy, in collaboration with CGCRI, did this job. And it was supported by one of the rice producer, Navayug, agro industries in Burdwan probably. I don't know the outcome of it. But those kind of helping hand gives this thing what will evolve. So far we have only talked about it. What is the numericals? What is the fiscal? You can save pocket about 1 crore of rupees per year if you can solve the membrane filtration trick, evaporation. So I think it is possible, since we have stalwarts like Bijoy, then Bishwajit, then Ranjana, then Nano Madam Puvali. So there are brains available who can help it out. Now it's a question of the industry to step forward to make a collaboration. This is a very... can you use water as a solvent? I mean, hexane is known, but it is also known for its toxicity and use. Rita Madam says, yes, she can. She is one of the scholars in our department. She has done a mustard oil extraction, aqueous extraction with enzyme. This is called aqueous enzyme extraction. And that is feasible. A lot of work has been done. I don't expect industry to change over from solvent extraction to this immediately. But the future runners, they can think of it, because this has got a unique advantage, as pointed out by one of the inaugural gentlemen, that it gives oil as well as protein extraction. So that's the benefit. This is, of course, one of the best choices as of date, but as on date, this is only restricted to spices, supercritical carbon dioxide extraction. So my submission, CFTRI has got a model, and some other lab I know they have the model. Who have the model? I don't want a full-fledged refinery. Can they do it, the degumming or dewaxing part? It will immensely improve the quality of the rice bran oil, crude, and then the oil will be as good as a normal oil, and we can expect a better utilization. So I leave it to them. As an institute of big stature with the instrument, probably they can find a way. Environmental aspect, we are now off from that environment. This right-hand side, these are the things what goes out, but mostly it is sold out as such, is a very cumbrous process and not environment friendly at all. The problem being, for a 50 or 100 tons, the output is very low. That cannot support an inline system which can upgrade it, which costs in crores. So all we need is a smaller system which they can follow themselves. So for example, I have given a few examples quickly to take it through. The first one is white flame evaporator. This I saw in one of the soya system in Madhya Pradesh. Nowadays, there are only 2 oils which undergoes degumming as such. One is soya indigenous and palm oil, crude palm oil. So instead of keeping it in drums or tanks, etc., it's better that you employ this system which dries it to a liquid portion which is drummable and sellable, saves the environment. The right-hand side, it is again that physical deacidification. You have the distillate acid, fatty acid, which can be further refined or sold as such. The bottom one is a solvent wax, which has the merit of upgrading to a de-oiled wax through a filtration system. The price goes up almost 5-folds. But in all these technologies, probably column chromatography is also a good answer. We need to find that answer. Way forward? I saw some work by Shanti as well as from Shakina Khatun in her CFTRI days, not in Calcutta. There you can improve the tocopherol and sterol components which gives you the remuneration. Here probably chromatography plays a good role. One small thing we are just ending another 3, 4. Huh? It's very interesting in the sense, you have in your refinery the vacuum system, the normal water-cooled system, all these things. If it is changed to this dry ice condensation system, what happens? What happens is this. The first line gives you the standard technique. The second line, if you use cold water. And the third line, if you use direct refrigeration, then your savings will be that in terms of consumer, and the supplier says that the payback is within 3 years. So it is doable. Think of it. Think of it seriously. If your money is secured and the environment is protected, I would say go. So far, we have so many green dots with so many systems to follow. So it is up to you, I leave it, that you do the right thing, gain out of it. I mean, as a manufacturing fellow, the industry will ask what is in for me and what is my balance sheet. Why infuse this particular one? And the dehaling for 0.1% wax reduction, you will have 45 lakhs per annum kitty. Same way, the membrane, as I said, about 1 crore in your pocket if you can. Then silica refining, its adaptability of physical refining is higher, so you have a 2.1 crore feasibility for 1% FFA physical refining. Deodorizer, I mean, as I said, DIC system has got a 3 years payback. And enzymatic refinery, the cost of enzyme is the only constraint. If you can solve that, the energy cost will be less by 50%. So this is your balance sheet. I leave it to you to ponder upon it and get things. The buck doesn't stop here. It's an enormous field. Biodiesel, biopaints, then biofilms. We heard a lot of things today in the morning. With this awareness drive, we need to align ourselves to deliver a joint responsibility of industry and institute to learn, confirm, and expand. This is a term I learned from my ConAgra days. Learn, confirm, expand. Learn, there will be an institute exchange that yes, you can do this. Confirm if it can be demonstrated by a small system. And expand, then you go back and give it to your refinery to add wings to it. Nowadays, customer is the king. You have to catch up with their thoughts. Thank you. This is my credentials. Probably in the booklet what will come out, you will have the credentials. I forgot to bring my cards. So you can always get back to me if you have any inquiry. I'm a senior citizen, maybe a little sluggish, but I will try to answer back. At the end, thank you once again for your patient hearing. It caught everybody is saying Vivekananda's Vani. So really the good Vani is here. Arise, awake, and stop not till the goal is reached. That's my message. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Professor Ghosh Chaudhary, for this beautiful, beautiful presentation. Actually, learn, confirm, and expand. From a actually businessman, we can say. Okay, thank you very much. Now, Dr. Das will felicitate Dr. Ghosh Chaudhary. প্রফেসর ঘোষ চৌধুরী, ফুল ফুটুক না ফুটুক আজ বসন্ত। It's my pleasure to invite Mr. D.V. Chame to deliver his talk on the topic Process Sustainability and Commercial Aspects. It is my privilege to introduce Mr. D.V. Chame, CMD of the DVC Group of Companies. As the head of DVC Process Technologists, a leading Pune-based technology provider in oil refining, extraction, biodiesel, oleochemicals, and EPC solutions, he has driven innovation with a global footprint. Under his leadership, all group companies have achieved net zero electricity consumption through solar energy, with steam neutrality as their next target. Please join me in welcoming Mr. D.V. Chame to begin his presentation.
Yeah, I will go this way. Yeah, that is. Good afternoon. তুমি কেমন আছে? It's a nice language, sweet language, and very delighted to hear this morning this song. So I also like to learn the Bangla. Yes. Honorable galaxy of dignitaries, my young friends, Dr. Chaudhary put a light on what are the savings and what are the aspects involved in the technology. This one. I will just, but some of the things which are I will be speaking on this process sustainability and the commercial aspect. I will not involve you on the figures and this one. I will just refresh you about this technological aspects. What is sustainability? There's standing against all sides. So in today's environment, the business environment, is very volatility, and particularly the oil business is trade-oriented. So it's very fluctuations. People do observe even a minor news internationally or nationally. It do change the market scenario, and this makes a difference with the profit and loss. So still, there is chance to have the savings on this one by this our efficiency in production and manufacturing. I will just take you through this, particularly this oil extraction. There was solvent extraction and then further processing, particularly refining. And I will be taking the case study of the soybean, because soybean is such a valued product, seed, but is not being exploited in India. What prices 10 years back to today are the same. And the sufferers are mainly the farmers and the industry also. Then people don't get the market for this one. So I will just go through how it can be made sustainable. Soybean basically is known for its protein. This very valued protein. That's it contains most of this constituents, and less known for the oil, because it's just containing 19% of the oil. But major chunk is that of protein. So, and it is not exploited properly because this, if when we get the value for this one, if we make it edible, and the making edible is a big task, hardly 3-4 factories in the country do make the edible soya white flakes, which are feedstock for the protein manufacturing. Why we should have this potential for soybean? Because if you see the world scenario of the per capita protein consumption, India is almost in the middle, is the lowest side, because these are hardly 40 grams per day and per head. And they take a case of Finland, that is around 143 grams per day per head. But that is of higher side. It's a right consumption that is of around 70 to 80 grams per day, that is must for the healthy lifestyle. So there's a difference of almost 40 grams. So if that difference we can patch up by having this, and the soybean do have every chance to have this patch up this chance, because it's only the vegetable protein, which are majority of the population of the country is vegetarian, and the soya protein do have, from this one we can make meat equivalent products and others, many products also, protein isolates and protein concentrates, and the various things. So even we do, increase this consumption by 1.5 times also, that still there is a big chance for these proteins. If we take this up, India is a country amongst that other small countries, that's major countries that's been producing non-GMO. And this generally this if you see the constants of this one, that contains around 36% of protein, and then around 20% of the oil, and then the carbohydrates of around 30%, and that's ash 5%, like that. So why protein is necessary? Just I will take you to the reasons for what these are, metabolic reasons. When this protein is being hydrolyzed, that it produces amino acids, and which are very essential for our body. This one. And these amino acids are supposed to be building blocks of the protein. There are ways to manufacture protein and protein-related products. One is this protein concentrate, which do have protein content around 65%, and protein isolates do have the 90% of the protein, and then other extruded products are there that from which can be utilized for other products. These are the various routes for producing the protein concentrates. Another is alcohol or aqueous leaching, that we call this, around 20% of alcohol, and then this the water that is being leached, and then it can, from which we can produce the protein concentrate. It's being made soluble. The carbohydrates are being separated, and then after separating carbohydrates, the remaining part is being dried, and then we get this concentrate also. Another way, the acid leaching, that is around 3.5 pH is being maintained, and this, again, there is, when we have the protein concentrate, the aim is to remove the carbohydrates. So you have to make the soluble the carbohydrates. So these ways, that's alcohol and then acid leaching. When you have this acidic pH, then the carbohydrates get dissolved, and then after that residual part, after separation, that is dried. So that is another way. And then moist heat denaturation, that is, practically is not being followed. This soya protein isolates manufacturing. The deoil flakes, that is, deoil flakes and the white flakes, the PDI value, the protein solubility index, is very important in this one. The original protein solubility index in this seed, there is around 95, whereas after this white flakes, when you reproduce, that is maximum solubility index which we can achieve, that is of 90. So that is the best one, that we can have maximum yield of the protein out of that one. And that type of feedstock is being used for having this isolates. We have to, in this case, we have to make protein soluble. When protein gets soluble in this one solution, 1:10, that is one part of the protein, flour, and then 10 times of this water. And in that, sodium hydroxide is being added, it's balancing the pH around 8 to 10. And then after that, it's when you make stir for 20 to 40 minutes, and then when you make it, it's like you are making a milk, this emulsion you are making. And after that, you have to decant this undissolved part, that is carbohydrates. In this case, a reverse way of deriving this protein concentrates. Then after the separation, then again you have to, the acid coagulation, that isoelectric precipitation, that is again by around 2 normal HCl, then you get precipitation. Again you have to separate it, and after separation you can decant it, and after decantation then again you have to balance the pH of the protein which is separated, slurry which is there, you have to again balance the pH, and then that is being spray dried. Whatever this salt part, that is carbohydrates, that they are being separately spray dried, and you can have the solid powder carbohydrates also. In this case, you have both the products, and both are having importance. The carbohydrates can be used for, again, manufacture of alcohol and all this one. Again, around this, we all know this, around 200 types of amino acids we know. About 20 amino acids are being, there's a protein hydrolysate, with a few exceptions. They are in the simplest RH bonding. The R stands for the aliphatic, aromatic, or also H. This is how this amino acid, you all know it because you all are scholars knowing about that. The amino acids, when in the pH 7, that they don't have this charge, uncharged. I'm going just fast. These are the classification of the amino acids. That's 20 amino acids which are being found in this metabolism. This non-polar hydrophobic, because they don't have the solubility in the water, and then the polar charged one is hydrophilic. These are the 20 amino acids which are this abbreviation for this amino acid in short, which we have been named. These are the groups. These are glycine, cysteine, and cysteine, and aspartic acid, lysine, and this what. What are these? Polar, non-polar, categorized. There is one cysteine do contain sulfur. These are the essential and non-essential amino acids which are being metabolism. So with this chart you can understand what is the importance of the soya. It contains all this amino acid just low in the methionine. Now we have gone through this one, so now what is the technique to produce this synthesized protein? What is the feedstock? So what type of feedstock necessary, as I said, it should have the highest PDI. Normally, the solvent extraction industry do produce the PDI that is around this 65, 70. That is very, if we take that as a feedstock, you will get lowest, yield of this protein concentrate or this isolate, and it's not feasible. So what is PDI should be at higher possible. So these are the techniques. There's a technique which is a flash desolventization, because here it's after de-oiling of the meal from the extraction, the meal which comes for this desolventization. In a normal case, the normal plants that get exposed to the heat just 1 hour, 1.5 hours like this. But here, the exposure of heat, exposure to heat is just fraction of second, and then it gets desolventized. That is the technique and the trick to maintain the PDI. This is a desolventization, flash desolventization plant. DVC has supplied this 700 TPD capacity this desolventization plant in the year 2014, but after that nobody came because the investment is huge in this one. People to talk about, and then they said, okay, we'll think on later on. Let's think. I'll take you through this. How is this? If it is visible, this is a closed circuit. Superheated hexane is a closed circuit. It is circulated in this one. And in this circuit, it is vapors, hexane vapors set at the 130 degrees centigrade. And in that circuit, this de-oiled meal is being injected in this one. The moment it gets injected, the vapors set at 130 degrees centigrade do immediately desolventize the meal. That is with the flash. That's why it's called flash. But that's heat delta T, what is required for the desolventization, and this one that is being taken care of by the volume of the vapors, and that get desolventized. And then after this coming in contact of the superheated hexane vapors, the temperature of the meal is around 90 to 100. And in that again it remains for 1.5 minutes to 2 minutes in contact with this one. And after that it passes through the cyclone, a vapor separator, the cyclone, where the vapors are being separated, and this desolventized meal get settled at the bottom, and then the vapors again carried to the blower, which do maintain the pressure circuit, which is necessary for carrying this, is a carrying effect which is there, because that relates to the velocities adjusted in such a way that it should carry this material along with, and there is a main basic design aspect of this one. And again, this pass through superheater, again it is being reheated to the 130 degrees centigrade, and the process continues like this. And whatever the volume is incoming, this meal which is incoming to the circuit, whatever is the excessive volume, that is being discharged through the discharge valve. That is one is shown in this one, that's a red point is there, that is a pressure indicator. And this plant is totally automated plant with redundancy. There's one, but there should not be any failure of this one, because any software failure or any of this cannot, because it's a hazardous and it's inflammable. So this, and this since 14, installed in 2014, not 11 years, no issue have come out of this, any process system or software failure. So there is a redundancy. Redundancy in the sense when one processor is there, that's, you will get fails, other will take on. This is what redundancy is. And I will go to the fats oil processing, as Dr. Chaudhary mentioned regarding this one, so I will just go fast through this one. This, some of the aspects which I will, yes, I mean, in a neutralization of this, I mean, common, everyone know about this one, but it's the key of this one. Dispersion of the reagents is the key in minimizing the consumptions as well as this quality of the product. So dispersion, now the dispersion of the reagent, then you have to say, okay, we'll have this high sugar mixers and this one, but what about the emulsion? So you should have the systems, you should have the equipments which can take care of the dispersion as well as the emulsion. It's a balancing act. So one has to design the systems in such a way that it will control the emulsion, same time it will have the more dispersion of the reagent, because success of the process is depending on the dispersion of the reagent. That is a key factor. Though it is a very common thing, but it is a key. So why oil losses are high, or why oil losses are low, I will say that is a factor. This is a schematic of this one, isometric of this one. They have shown this every stage, I mean, even water degaming also, there's neutralization also, and there's conditioning also. And this, we do condition the phosphoric acid and all this one. As Dr. Chaudhary mentioned, these enzymatic processes which are there, that are, yes, but these are applicable and successful for the high FFA oils. But the low FFA oils, like 0.5% FFA, the cost of enzymes and this one, if you work out this one, then it will, enzymatic process will be a bit expensive. And another part in the processing of the oils like soybean, these lipids which are, I mean, this one, this alkali bleaching is also effect is there. To have the light color to the oil, that if you compare the color of the oil, alkali refined oil and the enzymatically physically refined oil, the color is lighter in case of alkali refined. And also in case of the cottonseed oil, everyone knows gossip oil. We used to get removed only with the caustic. So no physical refining is applicable for this one. So this is, I mean, case relative, I would say. Bleaching this, here the waste steam is to be utilized for heating. Waste steam comes during the blowing of the filters. So that blowing of the filters, it goes just vented out. So here that can be used for heating the water, I mean, which is to be, can be said for boiler feed and all this, and our process also. And another, working, we have done this on large scale. The bleaching earth which is being used after de-oiling of that spent earth with treatment that can be recycled. We are working on the laboratory scale. Very soon we'll be coming on the commercial scale of this aspect. And that is a huge saving on that aspect. And bleaching of this, to control on the phosphatides, the pre-treatment is also very important aspect, because the seed oils do any phosphatide which get escape. Many plant suppliers don't give this pre-treatment, but that is necessary to, again, the last stage to take care of the phosphatide which are carried from previous process. The deodorization, that many developments have come across after this pack column and all this one. There are various designs. I will just show you this one. These are the dual stripping systems. Stripping at 2 points. When this high FFA oils which was stripping, there is a drop in temperature because of the latent heat taken over by this strip fatty acids, and the temperature down. Again, that is being made up by the reheating, and again this second stage stripping, which particularly this is being used for ice brown oils. And this trans, to control over the trans, then again the trans level. That's, if you see the first compartment, this regenerative cooling is there. I mean, when the temperature is high, then you have to cool it down soon because that comes to retention. So the retention is not more than 20 minutes to high temperature, and you should cool down immediately, and that is regeneratively cool down, and the incoming oil to the process system is getting heated. So not wasting the heat and getting cooled down. So it means cool down to the 220-degree temperature, and then you can have the extended retention for the removal of the odor and all this one. So this is, and another this one, a scrubbing system. Here you have a dual scrubbing system, where you can have high boiling fatty acids and low boiling fatty acids, you can separate those. So you have value to both the fractions. That is what talks. The technology is again advanced day by day. There's also again the vacuum systems and all that. I mean, the spar steam ratio, earlier it was 1%. Some of the suppliers, multinational suppliers do say still 1%. We do say 0.3% spar steam because we have to use the spar steam in the counter current way, so it will have the most effectivity, and also the contact is important. That's all. Byproduct processing again, because whatever the byproducts, we have to give again a value to those. Then only the viability of the process, and again the commercial aspect to this one. So the first byproduct when you do process soybean oil, that is a lecithin, gums which are there. So there are various processes, scraps of exchangers, the rising film, falling film, the wave film and all this one. The scrap surface is being more effective because here in wave film you have to use high temperature, high pressure steam. This product get in contact which get damaged. In wave film you have the cleaning of the surface, and we can run it with the low temperature steam. Even hot water being used for pharma grade is one. Hot water 110, pressurized hot water 110, you can use this in this one, and you can produce the pharma grade lecithin. That's many of the plants we have supplied. And the soap, generated soap, yeah. When you require to treat the soap, then what soap is being produced, it do contain the phosphatate also. That phosphatides do make a hurdle to acidulation of this one. So what to do? You can either use saponify again by the alkali, or you can use the enzyme. Here you can use enzyme to treat the phosphatides which are being carried from neutralization section, so that in normal case, the FFA of the acidulated stock which you get, that is 60, but after the treatment with enzymes, you can get up to 85%. And interestingly, that 85% FFA, so acid oil, you can directly subject it for distillation. No need of high pressure splitting. That's what. And I already mentioned this where do other distillates, if you can separate, you can get value to the troco concentrate, which is high boiling, and low boiling, that is fatty acids, that you can get value to that also. That was lecithin, there is acid oil. In the acid oil plant, this acid consumption is very important. And also the acid oil quality. I mean, most of the people that are in the process, they could not able to get the acid oil IV, particularly soybean oil, not more than 110. But here if you maintain it close to 116, so that is a quality which can use for oleochemicals, and you get better value for that. How you can do that? So with the dual treating system, so you cannot, if you don't use excess acid and the dilute acids in this one, you can get this one. And consumption also get lower. In normal cases, people do use 300 kg of sulfuric acid for acidulation. Still, they don't get the quality, but we observed 150 kg of sulfuric acid more than enough to treat the fatty acids. It is so stop. I'm telling these our examples because we have 300-ton refinery which we execute all these technology developments, and we are discussing on that basis. The utilities, I mean, most of the processors now going for this net zero electricity consumption in coordination with the grid and all this one. And also, in coming times, It won't be the, I mean, some people may use electricity for generating the steam also, because those who are having this solar plants, the government paying just 2.5 rupees per kWh what they produce. If the solar plants are get connected, associated with the process industry, they give value to this, their what electricity they do produce, and we have the cleaner, I mean, no emissions from the industry. A zero liquid discharge, again, the effluent is a major, big issue of any process industry. What to do with that? So, previously, we should take care, you will not discharge more effluent, or you will not release more effluent. The processes has to be modified in such a way that you can release lowest possible effluent from this one. So, in refining one, the lowest effluent generating stage, that is of oil neutralization. So, in oil neutralization, there is more TFM to the soap stock, you will be generating lower effluent from the acetylation plant. And washing, another is almost 5 to 7% of wash water is being used for oil washing. And best way to skip the washing, except cottonseed oil. If you can skip the washing, that is a big savings on this one. You save upon this water and also effluent, both way. And in case of this, if you skip the washing, you can treat the soap stock by silica absorbent, so that, but for that you must have the neutralization section very efficient. So this, after neutralization and soap separation, your soap content in the neutral oil should not be more than 500 ppm. That is the key. If someone say my soap content in my neutral oil is 1500, and then you cannot use soap silica, there is a waste of it. Yeah, this finished. Yeah. And in solvent plant also you can have zero liquid discharge. Whatever this condensate coming from this solvent condensation, you can divert this condensate. Major part of the condensate you can divert again back to this after proper stripping of the solvent. We can recirculate to the cooling tower or even to boiler also. That's zero liquid discharge for the refinery effluent. Here you require just net 40% of steam to evaporate the effluent, and you can generate a binary steam that can be used for process. And whatever this steam is condensed, again you recycle it back to the boiler. So that is how you can save upon this water also, and can save upon the treatment cost and no discharge to the environment. That's how. Nutshell, there are every scope to implement sustainability concept in oilseed and oil processing soybean, particularly in case of soybean. Soybean can be processed as feedstock to produce product that we already discussed. Oil refining, any process, this industry, equipment design is the key for the efficiency. Otherwise, if you compromise or any here and there, we'll have the exponential loss in this one. So it is a very important to have equipment design in respect to the what process is being planned and pointed. This futuristic energy patterns, there's 100% redundancy from this energy. Almost central India towards south, we are having almost 10 months this bright sun. So also wind energy. So you can have this one. You can, that is a DC direct current. You can convert it into hydrogen. You can have the story of hydrogen. Then you can recycle it. Almost 55 kilowatt of power is being used for required for producing 1 kg of hydrogen. And when you convert it back into the electricity, so the efficiency around 60%, so around 27 kilowatt of power you can produce. But we compare with this power cost, which you are getting charged by the grid, then this equation is more convenient. So people can think of this one and can work on. And that is to be taken as a capex for by the industry. So thank you very much for allowing me to speak, and thank you Eastern Zone, Madam, Manchanda Saab, and all central committees and all audience listening me. Thank you very much.
Vice President OTAI EZ, Dr. Ranjana Das will now felicitate Dr. Chame on behalf of OTAI EZ. Thank you. We will now begin the technical session of the conference, technical session oral. This session is designed to facilitate scholarly exchange, present recent advancements, and encourage meaningful discussion on emerging trends to our field. We have with us participants who will be sharing their research findings, industrial insights, and technological innovations. To chair this session, may I invite Session Chair Dr. Prasant B. Singvekar to kindly take his seat on the dais. Dr. Singvekar, please. Dr. Singvekar. Yeah. And we have technical session 3 poster that will be evaluated by Dr. Bijay Krishna De. And both Dr. Prasant B. Singvekar and Dr. Bijay Krishna De will be felicitated by Dr. Ranjana Das. Dr. Bijay Krishna De. First, we felicitate Dr. Prashant B. Singvekar. Thank you, Dr. Singvekar. Thank you, Dr. Das. And again, just now, we will felicitate Dr. Bijay Krishna De. Dr. De will evaluate technical session 3. Wow. Thank you, Dr. De, and thanks, Dr. Das. I request all delegates to remain attentive and engaged as we commence with the first presentation of this session. And this session will be conducted by Session Chair, Dr. Prasant B. Singvekar. Dr. Singvekar, please.
I had to give the.
Those who participate in the poster presentation, please go outside. Please go outside. All the poster presentation, those people जो present कर रहे हैं posters, please go outside.
इधर नहीं. No, I had to give the marks.
Now we are just starting technical session 1.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hello. Thank you. Now for this, the time allotted is 1 hour, and we have the 5 participants, 5 speakers with us. So 12 minutes for each one. So that is, we'll allot 8 to 10 minutes for the presentation and 2 to 4 minutes for the question and answer. So may I call the first speaker, K. Harish. That side एकदम लास्ट में उसको बोला मोबाइल ले गया.
Evaluation sheet.
Yeah.
You have to keep the marks against the number. That number is over there. Technical session 1.
This is the first.
This is the name of the participants.
Okay.
You only put this number in the last digit. You can also write. You can also make a rough copy and then you can fairly give the marks.
Good evening, everyone.
You can please go there and check.
चलेगा मैम?
Please, because mobile is very important.
Yeah.
Just
Yes, start.
Hello everyone. I am K. Harish, coming from CSR ISCT Hyderabad. First of all, thank you for this opportunity for OTI members. I will be present. I will be presented by the efficient synthesis of the acetyl esters from the castor oil fatty acid using the TP and PT as a catalyst. And next, these my team members. Dr. Prabhavati Devi is corresponding author. Introduction. India is the largest producer of castor oil, contributing the greater than 85. Yeah. 85 to 87% of the global supply. Castor oil containing the 85% ricinoleic acid. This 12-hydroxy-oleic acid along with the 15% non-hydroxy fatty acid like 16-0, 16, 18-0
and 18.1, 18.2, 18.3. Added derivatives such as the acetyl esters are largely imported. Castor oil based wax ester, particularly acetyl resinolate, is the high demand in the cosmetics, pharmaceuticals, and lubricant industries. Objective development of a efficient synthesis of the process for the production of a castor oil based acetyl esters to achieve high conversion and selectivity greater than 95%, to reduce the imports by the establishing the indigenous production routes. Global market scenario. The present market castor oil is around $1.36 billion, US billion dollars in 2025. The castor oil now growing in the growing rate 3.2% in every year until the 2035. The castor oil is expected to increasing by the 1.86 USA dollar billions. This mainly used in the cosmetics, pharmaceuticals, lubricants, and biodiesels. The personal care share with the 3.1%. The cold pressed oil around 36% covered the market. And India's strategic positions. The castor oil is a global leader for the 85 to 87% of the global castor oil supplied. And the major 75% of the produce in the Gujarat. And India exporters are set the global benchmark prices. And even though the highly esters are imported from the like acetyl resinolate, and these are an opportunity to synthesize the acetyl resinolate ester to reduce the imports. This is the methodology. The preparation of castor oil fatty acid. If we use the castor oil, alkane hydrolysis using the sodium hydroxide and temperature 70 degrees, neutralization of HCl and water washing, you get the FOFA 85% in resinolic acid. The high content of the acid value in 184 milligrams KOH per gram, and hydroxyl value is 163. This indicates the high resinolic acid content in the FOFA. This GC profile, and the short peak is hydroxy fatty acid. The small peaks is non-hydroxy fatty acids. And chemical esterification of the castor oil acetyl esters. If using COFA and acetyl alcohol 1:1 mole ratio in the presence of TPA or PTSA, the reaction carried out 60 to 120 temperature under the nitrogen flow or vacuum, monitored by the TLC, AV, and GC and GCMS. The acetyl esters yield, if you use the TPA, you get a 92% yield, and if you use the PTSA, you get a 95% yield. The TPA catalyst esterification is the temperature versus acid value. The temperature increases, the acid value gradually decreases. And the pink line indicates the 2% TPA, and green line indicates the 5% of TPA. The 2% TPA is favorable to the selective product, and increase the percentage of the 5% of catalyst, the forming the dehydration. The resulting is the non-hydroxy fatty acid acetyl esters are formed. So lower catalyst concentration is the more suitable for the selective synthesis. They show the GC profile. The first one is 2% TPA is the short in the 72% is cetyl risnolate, and using the 5% of TPA, cetyl risnolate is less than 30%. And next is the paratoluene sulfonic acid catalyzed esterification. These are using the TPA 1%. You get a good result for the 100 temperature and a lower acid value. Using the greater than 100 temperature, the color will be formed like darkened color, and that indicate is the possible of the side reaction or partially degradation. The lower temperature product is the yellow color and high acid value. And from the graph, temperature versus acid value, the blue line is indicate the 1% of PTSA, and red line is indicate the 0.5% PTSA. These are from the GC profile. The sharp peak is the cetyl risnolate 80%. And result and discussion. The synthesize the both catalysts in the achieved the 85% greater than 85% conversion, and 2% TPA is the lower conversion with the AV is 57 at 60 temperature in 9 hours. 5% TPA is the high conversion with the lower acid value 68 at 60 to 100 temperature in 5 hours. The dehydration of the high content of the non-hydroxy fatty acid cetyl esters. The 1% of the PTSA is the high conversion with the AV is less than or equal to 2 at 100 temperature in 8 hours. The 0.5% is the PTSA high conversion with the lower acid value less than or 5 at 100 temperature in 8 hours. And comparing with the TPA with PTSA, the conversion is both are same, but selectivity is compared to TPA, PTSA is good selectivity. And renewable, environmental aspect, renewable or derived from the castor and cetyl esters are the plant-based non-edible crop. The eco-friendly process in the mild catalytic conditions and reduce the little of waste, and biodegradable, safe for soil and aquatic system, the lower toxicity, suitable for the cosmetic and personal care. The reduce the carbon dioxide footprint, lower transformation emission, application of cetyl risnolate esters. First one is the cosmetics, lotion and emulsions. They are very soft and feel, and textures in lipstick and sunscreens. The shine and smoothness in the air conditioners. Next one is the pharmaceuticals, non-irritating based for the ointment and
Kindly sum up.
creams. Yeah, okay. Potential carrier for drug delivery system and industrial biodegradable lubricants and coating agents. Thank you to CSR funding Director CSR IICT Dr. D. Srinivas Reddy sir, and Project Investigator Dr. P.L. Prabhavati Madam, and co-PA Dr. J.R.C. Reddy sir, and staff and students, family members. Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity, sir.
Yes, any questions from the audience? Yes, anybody? Okay, then I will call upon next speaker. The abstract ID is OP04. पियाली विश्वास, देवप्रिया रॉय, सायन चक्रवर्ती, अनुष्का मुजुमदार।
Good afternoon, respected dignitaries, guests, and participants present here. Today, I, Anushka, along with Piyali ma'am, Teboprio, and Sharon, are very honored to present a very sustainable step towards, significant step towards sustainable packaging, the development of biodegradable trays using jute sticks. So, in an era of environmental challenges, our project aims to look at the plastic pollution crisis by converting the agricultural waste into a valuable planet-friendly resource. So we'll guide you through our scientific research from raw materials into a viable product, highlighting its performance and future potential. So our main reason for this project was basically the relentless crisis of plastic pollution. A single use of plastic packaging persists in the environment for years, for centuries, clogging the landfills, oceans, and therefore leaching microplastics into the ecosystem. And therefore, our main aim was to create a packaging solution that is not only functional, but also creates aligns with the principle of a circular economy, has its sources responsibly, and serves its purpose effectively, and therefore gets back into the earth safely and productively. So, to translate this vision into reality, we have established 5 research objectives which are clear and interconnected with each other. The first is to extract pulp from jute sticks using efficient methods. So jute sticks are a major agro waste in India. They are often burnt or left to rot. So we have aimed to valorize this lignocellulosic biomass using scalable and efficient methods. The next objective is to develop and fabricate biodegradable trays, especially designed for single-use applications like storage of fruits, vegetables, or other fresh produce. The third is characterizing the mechanical and physical properties of the trays to ensure that they meet the practical demands of the packaging industry. And fourth is to conduct a real-world application testing. So here we have used mushrooms in our trays, and we have compared them with their performances with conventional plastic containers. Finally is to assess the potential of industrial scale-up so that we not only create a scientifically sound product, but also a product which is economically feasible and viable. So the experimental design of this setup is very logical and is a step-by-step process. So firstly, we prepare the raw materials, we source the raw materials, which is then chopped into pieces to increase the surface area. After this, we come to the core step of this process, which is pulping. So in pulping, what we basically do is we use different chemical methods to break down the lignin and the hemicellulose structures, and therefore we liberate the cellulosic fibers. After pulping, we wash this pulp thoroughly with water to remove any chemical residue to ensure food safety, after which we press them and then dry them to form sheets, which are then molded into the final tray shapes. So as I mentioned earlier, the pulping process is the main core step of this process. And in this pulping process, we use 3 chemical methods. ASAM, which stands for alkaline sulfide anthraquinone methanol, then Kraft and acid. So our main aim was to find the best method among these 3, which not only breaks the tough lignin structure, but also preserves the length and strength of the cellulose fibers. Thank you.
In this slide, we tested the different types of tests like Assam, 200, Kraft, and acid. The tests are tensile strength, burst strength, tear resistance, water vapor transmission rate, cough test, which assess how much water absorbs, moisture permeability. Pump build, the Assam post, we saw in Assam process we have the highest amount of pump print compared than Kraft, yield, and acid. In mechanical properties, Assam trays are exponential endurance, making them idle, and they have a good rough and good tough and flexibility. And Kraft forces have good strength but lack of flexibility. And acid trays are brittle, so we can't use them as a commercial purpose. In physical properties, Assam, if you saw the graph, Assam and Kraft process have a similar kind of graph, but we know the Assam process has a better packaging. So if you saw the acid process, these have a superior density, burst index, elongation performance, but the cost effectivity is a main purpose here. So we can't use the acid method. If you saw the water vapor transmission rate, if you saw this graph, the Assam shows a superior moisture barrier performance. So we use as a mushroom packaging. The next slide will continued by Jadavpur.
Now in the next slide, we showcase our final product of the process. This design, we promote a design which is mentioned that 7.5 into 3.5 into 400 centimeter, which give them stability and efficiency stacking. And we gave him a mold that tapered 4H fold for space maximum rigidity. Now come to the portion, the laboratory tests are one of the best thing, but real world performance is the measure of the research work and for the success. We conduct the mushroom for the research work and we storage for a study. The mushrooms, we storage mushroom for the study. The Assam 200 trays which provide the excellent for this test and which prevent both dehydration and excess condensation. But in the PET container, which promote that the build-up of a moisture content, which give the humid condition inside the container and accelerate the microbial growth inside the container. And all the process, all the exam are examined in the storage condition, which is 5 degrees centigrade and 65% relative humidity. And next to the, which is other main focus, which is biodegradation. Our process, this product is fully biodegradable, and we examine that the rapid 45% reduction in weight within 17 days and full degradation within 30 days. And now we conclude that our product, this tray, biodegradable tray, which has sustainable packaging and which has a better strength, which is biodegradable. This is the most promising, and water vapor transmission rate. And next, the key finding, we find that the key finding is high pulp condition using the Assam method. That's near about 50.2%, is a very high yield percentage method. And we conclude that this is we move forward to the sustainable packaging system, which is a very green process. And now the main part, where we use this process, we use this tray as a various industrial purpose and some future prospect. Some industry MSME adoption. MSME means micro, small and medium entrepreneurs, which is a small industry or small who can innovate some business with this microbial tray, and we also use as a multi-layer which we wax, we layer on it with wax which give him a hydrophobic nature, and other prospect we use them. And for biocoatings, multi-layer packaging and carbon footprint, we can use this and this. And
Try to sum up.
Thank you so much. We extend our heartfelt gratitude towards ICAR NINFED for
Continue.
ICAR NINFED, NJB, our financial authority, University of Calcutta for giving us the lab facilities, and Oil Technologists Associations for giving us a stage to present our work. Thank you very much, all of you. Thank you. If you have any questions, please.
Okay, any questions from the audience?
Yes, sir.
In my days of research, I had to go through Odisha, Bihar, Madhya Pradesh, and the forest belt to collect seeds.
Yes, sir.
You are using jute as a...
Yes, sir. Jute sticks. Jute sticks to be precise. Sorry?
Bring in some place, it's a very light stick.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Bring in a light product to an industry and get it in a profitable mode is very difficult. Okay?
Yes.
My suggestion will be try to produce a model
Yes.
which contains all of these to a certain experimentable small-scale industry and give it to the guys where the jute stick is done.
Yes,
That
sir,
will be a success.
Actually, it's under process. The paper production from jute stick is already under patent, and we are contacting some MSME sector and some small industries so that they can create as a mold, small scale mold. So,
Agreed. What I'm saying is you have identified the raw material, you have identified the process, you have done the experiment. Now wrap it up with a small system which can be adopted at site. Then the industry always looks into a model.
yes, sir, but
My submission. Agreed. Ask for help.
Yes.
Ask for help. OTAI is that platform where you can ask for help for doing that kind of a project. In IICT Hyderabad, if their logic is they have to earn their own paisa. They have to do a project, demo it, sell it, and earn their wages. So I believe Calcutta University can also do that.
Yes.
That's my submission.
Thank you, sir.
Thank
you
you.
very much for your valuable.
One question from me. In one slide, you have told us about the pulping.
Yes, sir.
So, which chemicals you are using for the pulping process?
Sir, the main chemical is sodium sulfide for Assam process, and next the craft process is sodium sulfate, and for acid process it's glacial acetic acid.
Which process is more feasible?
More feasible is both the craft and the Assam process is already going for the paper mills for hundreds of years, and those are the main feasible processes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
The next speaker, abstract OP05. Balbeen Jadhav, T. Ravinder, G. Ramesh, Shivashankar. It's 05, or 05? Start.
Good afternoon, everyone. Respected chairpersons, esteemed delegates, and my fellow researchers. So myself, Balbeen Jadhav, I am from CSR ISCT, Hyderabad. So it is a great honor to present our work, which is like compositional studies on Manilkara hexandra and underutilized oil seed as an alternate oil source. So these are my collaborators, Dr. T. Ravinder, he is my supervisor, Dr. K. Shankar, and this is myself. So in day-to-day life, we will use edible oil in our kitchen. So, but what we don't know is more than like 50% of edible oil is like we are importing from the foreign countries. Until 1994, India was nearly like 98% of self-sufficient in edible oil. So, but in today's date, that has decreased up to like 48 to 49%. So, roughly we are like 51% of edible oil is we are importing from foreign countries. And India is consuming nearly like 25 million of tons of edible oil, while producing only 8 to 9 million tons, which creates a significant import dependency. This import dependency creates trade deficit and also leads to poses challenge in food and nutritional security. So how to avoid this import dependency? One way is like promoting self-sufficiency, which actually important step in like national sustainability. So to enhance this self-sufficiency, we can focus on like two ways. One is like focusing on high oil yielding crops such as palm oil and algal oil. And another way is utilizing the tree-borne oil seeds, which can also reduce the dependence on imported edible oils. So these tree-borne oils can also use as alternate to traditional oil crops like soybean, mustard, and sunflower oil, which will indirectly reduce the pressure on agricultural lands. So utilizing forest-based oil resources, which aligns the national goal of self-reliance, which comes in under the Atmanirbhar Bharat in edible oil production. So to enhance self-efficiency, CSR ISCT has been collecting seeds from all over the India, and they have screened for more than 200 oil seeds. And the research is still going on to get the best oil seed. So in that, one is Manilkara hexandra, which is the known but lesser known, where previous research shows that like studies are showing on Manilkara hexandra fruit and other parts of the oil, but very limited research are shown on like Manilkara hexandra seed oil. So our main objective is isolation and characterization of Manilkara hexandra seed oil. This Manilkara hexandra, locally known as in Telugu Palapandlu, in Bengali Khir Khajur, in Hindi Khirni, and so on. So this Manilkara hexandra found in various parts of India, China, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, and Southeast Asian countries. In southern state, it is available in tribal areas and forest areas of Telangana and Andhra Pradesh. So we have collected this Manilkara hexandra seed from Andhra Pradesh region, and we have cleaned it and dried it, and we have extracted oil through succulent method, and we have got like 16 to 20% of oil. And further, de-oil seed meal was stirred in ethanol, and it was filtered after 24 hours. Again, we have got 80% of oil, which was combined, and total overall we have got 16 to 20%, which was shown on the TLC, which is labeled as A, which matched with earlier extracted oil. And furtherly, the de-oil seed meal was stirred in ethanol for 48 and 72 hours, which was shown as B and C. So there are still polar compounds are present in the oil. So for all those compounds, we have done the physicochemical properties and fatty acid composition. So in fatty acid composition, first the oil has been converted to FAME, and then with the help of GC, we have done their fatty acid composition, where we have got like monounsaturated fatty acids, which is the oleic acid, where we have got 47.5%, followed by palmitic acid 24.6%, then followed by linoleic acid 14%, then stearic acid 11.5%. So overall we have got like MUFA 47.5% and SFA 36%, and PFA is 14%. So this ratio of SFA, MUFA, and PFA comes like 1:1.3:0.4. And we have also done that physicochemical properties, where we have got acid value like 15.2, and parasite value we have got like 1.01, and sulfonication value we have got 184. And like we have in overall we have got unsapped matter which is 4%, which is excellent. And we have done the unsuffocation matter, where we have got like triterpenoids, sterols, and along with the squalene. In that unsuffocation matter characterization, we have got like alpha amerine 50.2% and beta amerine 25.2%, and followed by squalene 10.5%, and lupeol 5.0%, and sigma sterol and cytosterol 3.9. So this Amerine and beta amerine having biological activities like anti-inflammatory, antimicrobial. Similarly, lupeol, sterols, sigma sterols are also having wide range of biological activity. So this can be like one of the value addition to the oil, and this can be used as a protective agents and pharmaceutical formulations. So in overall conclusion, I want to say like we have extracted oil from Maniclara hexandra seeds, and in fatty acid composition we have got like oleic acid. In unsufficient fraction we have got higher percentage of amerine, and followed by other triterpenoids, which creates a significant potential in nutraceutical values. So in future we want to do the biological activity of unsapped fraction. Thank you. And I want to thank especially for Dr. G. Ramesh and R. Murjavan and CSR ISCT for sparing their time and characterization the Maniclara hexandra seed. Thank you.
Yes, any questions? Sir, you apply for any industrial application?
So this one is basically your characterization for first time. Yes. So again, in this summer we want to outsource the seeds, and we want to do further characterization also.
Okay.
So as unsapped matter is like 4%, which is actually very good. So this can be added as a nutraceutical potentials.
Availability.
So
in that particular state.
Basically it is in Telangana, Bhadrachalam district, it was found like majorly, sir. And in tribal areas, they actually consume it, and like unprocessed seed oil was consumed by tribal areas.
Yes, any questions? Okay, now I will call upon next speaker, OP06. Anisha Basu, Dr. Ranjana Das, and Professor Bhattacharya ji. The topic is from residue to resource, recovery of protein concentrate and antioxidants from defatted rice bran. Start.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Anisha Basu, research scholar in Jadavpur University, currently working under the supervision of Dr. Ranjana Das, Associate Professor in the Department of Chemical Engineering, Jadavpur University, and Professor Dr. Chiranjeev Bhattacharya, Professor in Chemical Engineering Department, Jadavpur University. This is the outline of today's presentation. I am just going forward with the introduction. So basically, defatted rice bran is the solid residue obtained from rice after rice bran oil processing. This contains 40 to 45% of carbohydrates, 12 to 18% of protein, and 10 to 15% of fiber, and significant antioxidant compounds. So we can call it a promising source of functional ingredients, but yet it remains underutilized. The global population is increasing rapidly and projected to reach 9.7 billion by 2050. As a result, the demand for affordable, sustainable, and plant-based protein sources is increasing rapidly. So the valorization of defatted rice bran supports circular economy, waste to value conversion, and sustainable food system. So the basic objectives of this study is to extract and quantify crude protein concentrates from defatted rice bran and to extract protein hydrolysates from the crude protein using enzymatic hydrolysis process, and to evaluate the total phenolic content of the defatted rice bran along with its antioxidant activity assay. And the main aim is to demonstrate the feasibility of converting defatted rice bran into high-value bioactive ingredient through an environmentally sustainable process. So we have collected rice bran from local market and we have defatted it using N-hexane in our lab, and then we have performed a centrifugation and collected the precipitate as the defatted rice bran. First we have performed an alkaline solubility testing. That's why we have used 2 molar sodium hydroxide solution, and this alkaline condition helped us to get a supernatant using the centrifugation process, through which we got the protein-rich solution, and from that protein-rich solution we have performed isoelectric precipitation using 2 molar HCl, and after centrifugation we have got the precipitation which is the crude protein. From the crude protein we have then performed enzymatic hydrolysis to get the protein hydrolysate or the bioactive peptides. So for that we have used one plant-derived enzyme and one animal-derived enzyme. As plant-derived enzyme we have used papain, as animal-derived enzyme we have used trypsin. For both the enzymes we have maintained the pH at 7 using potassium phosphate buffer, and we have performed the total enzymatic hydrolysis for 3 hours of duration. And we have maintained the enzyme substrate ratio at 1:100 weight by weight. So these two are the basic formulas for calculation of the yield of crude rice bran protein and the protein hydrolysates. Here you can see the yield percentage of crude protein, which is 11.54%, and as PA we have here in the table, PA means papain and TR means trypsin. So for papain, highest yield can be seen in 3 hours duration of hydrolysis process, and for trypsin, it took 2 hours to get the highest result. So then we have performed the total phenolic content estimation using the Fall-in CO-2 method, where we have used Fall-in CO-2 reagent and maintained the environment condition alkaline to perform this test, and we have used gallic acid as the standard for this test, and the total phenolic content is expressed here as milligram gallic acid equivalent per gram, and those samples which showed already highest yield in case of enzymatic hydrolysis also showed highest yield in case of total phenolic content also. And then the phenolic content is pretty promising in case of our defatted rice bran protein. And then we have performed the antioxidant activity using DPPH assay method, and during DPPH is basically a free radical, a stable free radical. When it comes in contact with antioxidants, it gets reduced and becomes DPPH-H, which is a colorless or yellow solution. As you can see in the pictures, the development of purple to yellow color. And again, papain enzymatic hydrolysis performed by papain for 3 hours did the best result, which is 55% of radical scavenging activity, which is a good antioxidant performance. And for trypsin, it took 2 hours to give us the best result, which is 58.25%, almost nearly 60% of radical scavenging activity. So this is the graphical representation of the DPPH assay result. So here we can conclude that the rice bran protein was extracted and subjected to enzymatic hydrolysis using two enzymes. One is plant-derived papain and another one is animal-derived trypsin at various time intervals, and the choice of enzyme and hydrolysis duration significantly impacted the total phenolic content and antioxidant properties of the resulting hydrolysates. As I have already mentioned, the highest yield of hydrolysates, total phenolic content and antioxidant activity was seen in case of sample 3 hours for papain and 2 hours for trypsin. So overall, this study provides a valuable insight into optimization of the enzymatic hydrolysis and the potential application of protein hydrolysates of rice bran in development of functional food. These are some of the references. And I would like to express my sincere gratitude to my supervisor, Dr. Ranjana Dash, Associate Professor in the Department of Chemical Engineering, for an unwavering support and guidance throughout this study, and her expertise and patience have been invaluable to me in conducting the prop tour. And I am also profoundly thankful to Professor Dr. Chiranjeev Bhattacharjee, Professor in the Department of Chemical Engineering, for his valuable guidance, lab facilities and support towards me. And I want to thank you, Otai, and all of you for your patience and giving me this platform and opportunity to present my work. Thank you.
Okay, any questions from the audience? Yes, anybody? Okay, then next speaker, abstract ID OP07. G. Mahesh, Shailaja Tiwari, R. Murdavan. The topic is Novozyme 435 catalyzed synthesis of cetyl myristyl dodecyl oleates. Start.
Now, I would like to thank you to OTAI for giving me this wonderful opportunity to talk about my presentation, and other my delegates and my scientists and my colleagues. Thank you very so much. My presentation is Novozyme 435 catalyzed synthesis of cetyl myristyl dodecyl oleates. My name is Golla Mahesh. I am coming from CSIR IICD, Hyderabad, Telangana. These are my teammates, Shailaja Tiwari, R. Mudhuvan, Harish, and my JRC Reddy, and my project leader, Prabhavati Devi Medangaru. Now we are coming to introduction of wax esters. Here, wax esters are long-chain fatty acids and fatty alcohol compounds formed through the esterification and naturally occurring lipids found in the plants, animals, marine organisms. And likewise, wax esters solid or semi-solid at room temperature and possess water repellent. When it is dissolved in the water, two layers are forming, not dissolving in the water, only dissolving the organic layer. And in living organisms, wax esters serve a key function such as energy storage and protecting agents and lubrications. Wax esters used in the cosmetic and personal care as emulsions, moisturizers, and condition due to their similarity to human sebum. And wax esters serves as a control releasing agent and drug carriers and protective agent. In India, wax esters have not been manufactured widely. Increase in environmental awareness is slowly driving to the industry to develop alternative chemical routes for the synthesis. Here, biocatalysis has been proven for the valuable reaction for the organic compounds lipase, such as lipase catalyzed synthesis is more environmentally acceptable reaction. This is application of enzymatic process for the manufacturing and care and personal production is not there in the India water spread. Now we are coming to application of wax esters. First we enter into the cosmetic and personal care. In skin creams and lotion, which is going to provide the smoothness to the skin and long term retain the skin moisture. And next, lip balms and lipstick, which is going to give the stability and shine to the lips. And hair conditions, coat and protect hair, enhancing the smoothness and manageability. Makeup formulation, improve the spreadability and wear resistance. Next, we are going to pharmaceutical and medicine. Majorly act as a drug delivery system, which is going to help in the slow release of active compounds in the stomach. Capsule coating, protecting drugs from the moisture and stomach acid. Ointment bases, provide a long-lasting skin protection. Now we are going to industrial application, act as a lubricants and polishes and protective coatings, which is going to protect to the materials from the resistant to corrosion. Candle and wax bends, which is going to use the improve of the burning properties of the material. Textile and treatment, impact water resistant and smoothness fabrics. When it comes to the food industry, especially in the food industry, there are two only approved additive coatings. Those two are beeswax and carnauba. Fruit and candy coatings, prevent to moisture loss and enhancing appearance. Cheese coating, protect against drying and microbial spoilage. Now we are coming to methodology. Oleic acid react with the cetyl alcohol in the presence of Novagem 435 under 72 to 75 degrees temperature, 2 hours to form the cetyl oleate. This is the TLC, cetyl oleate. Upside it is a non-polar and downside is the oleic acid. After completion of this reaction, the crude is undergoing silica gel column chromatography to separate the pure oleic esters, and after completion of this given to GC. This is the graph of that time and conversion. First you have monitored under 30 minutes and 60 minutes, and every half an hour you have this monitored up to 2 hours. At 2 hours it is major conversion is there at 2 hours. And also I have performed other esters also similar to myristoyl alcohol and dodecyl alcohol with the oleic acid. This is the after silica gel column chromatography pure cetyl oleate. This is the crude of that main peak cetyl oleate, and other peaks also there, fatty acid and other esters also is there. This is the second graph is the GC graph is the after column chromatography separation silica gel column chromatography. This is the main peak of the cetyl oleate. That purity is 99%, yield is a 94%. This is the pure NMR, proton NMR, that cetyl oleates. This is the similar that myristoyl oleate. That the first one is a crude, second one is a column purification, third one is a proton NMR of myristoyl oleates. These are the dodecyl oleate, similar one that dodecyl oleate. This is a crude one graph, GC graph. This is after silica gel column chromatography. And this is the proton NMR of dodecyl oleate. Now we are coming to this final graph. This graph is going to distinguish the between oleic acid products and yields. In that dodecyl oleate, major yield is there, 98%, and myristoyl oleate 95% yield, cetyl oleate 94%. Now we are coming to conclusion to develop the green protocol for the synthesis of oleate esters. Oleate esters in the mild condition, normally it gives the 94%, majorly greater than 94% conversion is there. And the synthesis of oleic esters will be evaluated for anti-inflammatory and anti-arthritic properties. Thank you to CSR funding for the Casual project, and again Director Dr. Srinivas Reddy sir, and my project leader Prabhavati Madam Garu, and Dr. Jayasri Reddy sir, and my DLOST staff and student, family, friends. And again, once again, thank you to OTI for giving me this wonderful opportunity. Thank you very much.
Yes, any questions?
This is reusable. Up to 4 times, sir. 4 times. If we increase 5, 6, the conversion is decreasing. Yes.
Yes, any more questions? Okay.
Thank you, sir.
All the speakers presented their paper in a very well manner, covering all the aspects in their respective topic. Really, I congratulate them. Most important that they are all completed within their stipulated time. So thanks to all the speakers. I am very much thankful to the organizer for giving me this opportunity to become a session chair. Thank you once again. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Prasant B. Singhvekar. Now we are in technical session 2. This session will be chaired by Dr. Pradeep Ghosh Chaudhary, ex-Vice President, Manufacturing Agro-Tech Foods Limited and ConAgra Foods Incorporated, USA. May I request Dr. Ghosh Chaudhary to take charge of the session? Yes.
Okay, madam.
Sir, put your signature over there.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ghosh Chaudhary. Actually, first of all, we will felicitate you for this session. Dr. Ranjana Das will felicitate Dr. Ghosh Chaudhary for this technical session 2.
আবার বাইরে যেতে হবে?
এখান থেকে দিয়ে দাও, এখান থেকে দিয়ে দাও, yes.
Oh, sorry. Photo session. পুরো বলছে লাগে না।
This session will be conducted by the session chair, Dr. Pradeep Ghosh Chaudhary.
কে কে প্রেজেন্ট করছে একটু ইয়ে করে দেবে? আচ্ছা, আমার কাছে আছে। ওই যারা প্রেজেন্ট করছে ওরা কি এই? একবার দেখে নাও, নামগুলো দেখে নাও। ঋতুপর্ণা, শৈলজা, রোশন, দীপশিখা, লাবণী। আও হোমওয়ার্ক একেবারে পাক্কা। এটা আবার কী করতে হবে? সই করতে হবে? পরে করবি। আচ্ছা। ও
Good afternoon. The session I love most in any seminar is this technical one. But unfortunately, our schedule, after the tea, I thought people will get a little warm, so we'll have more of applause. But as it looks, we are getting down in energy. This is the session where we get to know the young minds and their contribution. So, my humble request that end of presentation from each, be generous with your applause. That is the recognition and reward they carry back. With that, I invite the first speaker. The rules are already laid by my former chairman, so I don't have to work on that, and I don't look back at the watch also. It's the duty of the speaker to adhere to the norms. May I request Rituparna to come over?
Good afternoon, respected sir and ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. Today, I am honored to present my research proposal on the topic of functional and sustainable mayonnaise production using watermelon seed oil as an alternative fat source. I am Rituparna Bishwas, research scholar from Jadavpur University. This study has been carried out under the supervision of Professor Chiranjeev Bhattacharjee sir and Dr. Ranjana Das ma'am. Here is the today's outline of my presentation. Now I am moving forward to the introduction. In recent years, it has been an increasing demand for clean label, nutritionally enhanced food, thus need for sustainable lipid alternatives with superior nutrition and oxidative stability. Because traditional oils exhibit high oxidation susceptibility and low antioxidant content. On the other hand, mayonnaise is a common oil in water emulsion, have higher oxidative stability. In the case of waste valorization opportunity, agri-waste byproducts are an emerging source of high-value functional ingredients. Watermelon seeds, often are discarded waste stream, are rich in high-quality edible oil. This study investigates watermelon seed oil as a sustainable value-added solution for food formulation. Here is the objective of my study: extract and characterize the physiochemical properties of WSO, formulate mayonnaise with WSO and analysis its stability, and assess the potential organoleptic properties based on related models. I chose watermelon seed, and after collecting watermelon seed, cleaning, drying, grinding the sample into powder, and then sieving the powder. Taken 10 gram of powder sample, loaded into a thimble, and it is inserted into the extractor in the Soxhlet apparatus, and the extraction process will be held on the duration of 6 hours at 60 degrees Celsius temperature. The recovered oil was collected, concentrated, and stored for subsequent analysis. Here is the physiochemical properties of watermelon seed oil. Here is the macronutrient like sodium, potassium, calcium, phosphorus, magnesium, and also micronutrient like iron, copper, manganese, and zinc. And also the refractive index is 1.4 and density 0.79 gram per centimeter cube. pH value is 7.24 and containing vitamin E, A, and D, respectively 9.28, 18.14, 39.2. Here is the phytochemical properties of watermelon seed containing vanillic acid, where 14.02 and 10.66% in WHO respectively. Also containing fatty acid like palmitic, stearic, where 44.15, 16.08 in percentage in WHO. Here is the preparation of mayonnaise sample. These all the ingredients that I have been taken for the preparing mayonnaise sample, and this is the weight value of all the ingredients are listed in this chart. Here is the watermelon seed oil and sunflower seed oil mayonnaise sample in this picture that has been cleared. And also this picture showed in the middle of this slide watermelon seed oil mayonnaise sample. And this is the physiochemical analysis of mayonnaise sample. The refractive index value, peroxide value, and free fatty acid value have been shown the lower value rather than SSO mayonnaise sample. That indicates the good quality of mayonnaise also present in this sample. And also we have performed sensory evaluation of mayonnaise sample among 20 people, and the results are listed or demonstrated here. After the result of sensory evaluation of mayonnaise sample, it is clearly evident that more people are liking WHO mayonnaise rather than SSO mayonnaise sample. Here is the characterization of mayonnaise sample. In the figure A, the particle size distribution were performed to identify the diameter of the particle. In WHO mayonnaise sample showed lower PDI or polydispersity index rather than SSO mayonnaise sample, which is clearly indicate that more stability and better formulation of mayonnaise sample showed in WHO mayonnaise. In the figure B, the stability analysis, that is zeta potential value of WHO mayonnaise, is minus 47.2, and whereas SSO mayonnaise is minus 32.5. WHO mayonnaise showed more electrostatic stability rather than sunflower seed oil mayonnaise. The figure C represents the microscopic structure was analyzed to identify the shape, diameter, and the droplet of each sample, strong magnification. More or less both figures showed 100 micron. Also this model showed droplet of different sizes larger than 20 microns. This is the conclusion. In the conclusion, WHO mayonnaise sample are more uniform particle and lower PDI, indicating better dispersion quality than SSO mayonnaise, and higher negative zeta potential in WHO mayonnaise confirm the superior electrostatic stability compared to SSO, and microscopy revealed more consistent droplet morphology in WHO, this supporting its enhanced overall stability. Here is the references, and I would like to express my sincere gratitude to my supervisor, Professor Dr. Chiranjeev Bhattacharya sir, and also profoundly thankful to Dr. Ranjana Dash ma'am. And thank you sir and ma'am, and thank you everyone.
Any questions? Well, thanks Rituparna. So far I know watermelon for skincare mostly.
Yes.
This time you have offered me a mayonnaise which will take care of my breakfast as well as skincare. That's a great achievement, I would say. From my side, I have two observations.
Yes.
If I recall, in Conagra, USA, I saw a mayonnaise plant which uses egg white only, not the whole egg. So
Whole
I don't know the subject in whole. Okay, mayonnaise, I have also read about it, but those are back days, I won't recall anything. So in your formulation, you can also evaluate the effect if you replace a whole egg to egg white, whether it gives a better performance, number one. Number two, when you do a sensory, You have done a sensory between WSO and the other one, sunflower one.
Yes, sir.
But from industry point of view, you need a standard. That is the marketplace mayonnaise.
Yes, sir.
If you score better than that, then industry will say, yes, I go for the system.
Yes, sir.
So my inclination will be that you go for that also. Thank you.
Yes, sir. I have noted your valuable suggestion. I will must imply in my future work.
Thanks once again. A big applause. I invite Shailaja. Aya.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon to all the dignitaries and delegates present here. Myself, Shalza Tiwari. I am working as a SRF under supervision of Dr. B.L.A. Prabhavati Devi at Department of Oils, Lipid Science and Technology, CSIR IICT, Hyderabad. So my corresponding author will be my supervisor, Dr. B.L.A. Prabhavati Devi. Now we are going to dive into the one of the most hottest topics of biomedical research, that is probiotics or the gut microbiome. So as we all must have learned about, like we must have heard about fortified ingredients in our food products, majorly the probiotics or the omega-3 fatty acids. Majorly we must have heard about these, like these have become very common nowadays. So my topic will be the synergistic evaluation for the both probiotics and omega-3 fatty acids. So we will be preparing a formulation EPA and DHA enriched probiotics. So first of all, what are probiotics? Probiotics are living microorganisms that confer some health benefit to the host, which can modulate your gut microbiota, immunity, and also metabolism. Majorly studied genera are Lactobacillus and the Bifidobacterium species. They regulate the intestinal ecology in such a way that they have immunomodulatory effects and improve metabolism, and not only metabolism, but they come one step forward to have brain cognition effects also. So now we go into some mechanistic insights, having with us EPA and DHA. So what is EPA? It is a 20 carbon compound with 5 double bonds, the eicosapentaenoic acid, as you can see in the figure. And the DHA is a 22 carbon compound with 6 double bonds, so docosahexaenoic acid. So EPA works by maintaining a lesser inflammatory pathway for, like it will reduce arachidonic acid metabolism and maintain a lesser pro-inflammatory surroundings. And DHA will suppress the transcription factor only, the NF-kappa B, I-kappa B, by stabilizing that complex, so it will switch off the inflammatory genes. Next. So if probiotics and EPA and DHA are such anti-inflammatory, anti-cancer potential, so why we are not going forward with these therapies only? Because the major challenges that come now will be, these are very highly biodegradable and less bioavailable in the majorly needed part of our system, that is the intestinal microenvironment. So we need a daily oral intake like greater than 10 milligram, which is very necessary for their bioavailability in our intestinal microenvironment, which is quite difficult to achieve because of to have therapeutic effects in humans. And incorporation and site-specific delivery of these EPA and DHA to the intestinal microenvironment by using any kind of vehicles is not yet possible. So our approach, we went forward with that probiotics will be grown into a fish oil conditioned media for 72 hours. So, and then we extracted lipids from these probiotics, and they were subjected to further for GC and GCFID, GCMS GC, and we found that they incorporated around 3 to 4% of EPA and DHA into it. These enriched probiotics were further tested for two majorly in vitro tests, that is anti-inflammatory in THP1 human monocyte cells and intestinal epithelial barrier permeability effects in FITC dextran assay in CACO2 cells. So we found out that in anti-inflammatory things like in THP1 human monocyte cells, we found out that they were able to reduce the pro-inflammatory cytokines, the TNF-alpha, IL-1 beta, IL-6, and the pro-inflammatory marker nitric oxide to around 70 to 80% in THP1 human monocyte cells. And here we'll be focusing on in vitro intestinal epithelial barrier permeability effects. So these enriched probiotics, which are the need of the hour, that is the synergistic formulation, they present a novel and emerging approach for alleviating the exacerbated dysbiosis characteristic of nearly all inflammation-related disorders. So, what actually is the intestinal epithelial barrier? It is the barrier like a high border control force in our body, which is comprising of the three components: microbiome, epithelium, and the immune compartment. So, these epithelial barrier are made up of tightly packed epithelial cells forming a physical boundary. And the mucus layer in the epithelial cells, it acts as a filter, like what components will go inside and what will stay outside. So mucus lining acts as this filter. Interactions among the microbiome, the epithelium, and the immune compartment regulate the intestinal permeability. So what is dysbiosis? Dysbiosis is the imbalance in the gut microbiome among these three compartments. So it leads to dysbiosis. So how this dysbiosis manifests? Due to the increased or frequent use of antibiotics, which is again a cause of antimicrobial resistance, as we all know, an unbalanced and processed diet, which is the result of our new lifestyle, modern lifestyle, then some pathogenic infections, then chronic stress, which is again very common, and environmental toxins. They all play a role to maintain the dysbiosis in the gut microbiota. So, and profound literature is there which says that this dysbiosis is a major cause for inflammatory bowel disease, metabolic syndrome, systemic diseases, and so far and so gut-brain axis effects also. So how this dysbiosis proceeds? It is actually the reduction in the diversity of the microbiota in the gut microenvironment and expansion of pathogens, breakdown of host microbe homeostasis, altered microbial metabolism. This allows contact with the intestinal cells, which further triggers immune response, and it follows the inflammation. And hence, the intestinal permeability is increased, which leads to a syndrome called leaky gut syndrome. So how do we go for like eubiosis? Eubiosis is the healthy balance between those three components in the gut microenvironment. So probiotics help in eubiosis by upregulation of the tight junction proteins, the zona occludens, they upregulate their production. Then they promote mucin production by stimulating the goblet cells. Then production of anti-inflammatory metabolites as in SCFAs, butyrates, acetates. Then the competitive exclusion of pathogens. They competitively exclude the pathogens. That is, they decrease the pathogen diversity and increase good bacteria in the gut. Then activation of the pathways favoring barrier repair. Some signaling pathways are activated which favor barrier repair. Then now after hearing all this, we need to have one conclusion for like how we can maintain a healthy gut. So there are 5 major requirements. Omega-3 and fiber-rich diet we should take. Then we have a regular consumption of probiotics. Then reduced antibiotic misuse, avoidance of processed foods, and a lifestyle habits that minimizes stress. Now, the in vitro intestinal epithelial barrier permeability assay for my formulation, that is the EPA-DHA enriched probiotics, they, as we can see in the graph, it exhibits a substantial and consistent reduction in the FITC dextrin basolateral flux related to both control probiotics and these like the control normally untreated ones. So first we treated these cells with the TNF alpha and IFN gamma and created a mimicking environment that is inflammation, mimicking inflammation. And then we treated them with EPA-DHA enriched probiotics and control probiotics also, which is the normal marketed one. We found out that the EPA-DHA enriched probiotics substantially reduced or were able to repair the intestinal epithelial barrier more efficiently than both control probiotics and the normal control. Then we also used extracted lipids from both these probiotics, and they are also showing similar efficacy regarding the epithelial barrier permeability. So this validates the anti-inflammatory potential of a novel EPA-DHA enriched probiotics. They were able to maintain the intestinal permeability by strengthening the tight junctions and after an inflammatory cascade. Now coming to the conclusion, these enriched probiotics were able to restore the gut microbial balance, essential for maintaining intestinal homeostasis and preventing dysbiosis. They can attenuate inflammation as the LPS-induced cytokine secretion was suppressed in the THP1 cells, and they were able to repair the TNF-alpha and IFN-gamma damage caused shown by the decrease in FITC basolateral flux. They can protect the epithelial cells by cytokine-induced apoptosis and oxidative stress, so promoting reinforcement of the epithelial barrier. They have therapeutic and protective role by having combined effects on microbial balance, immune regulation, and epithelial regeneration. So these probiotics have been positioned as an effective adjunctive therapy for preventing and repairing inflammation-induced intestinal dysfunction, as it capitalizes both the anti-inflammatory potential of EPA and DHA and the immunomodulatory effects of probiotics into one formulation. So I would like to thank OTAI for giving me this opportunity to present my work, my director, Dr. D. Srinivas Reddy, my supervisor, Dr. Prabhavati Devi, Academy of Scientific and Innovative Research, where I registered, DBT for the fellowship, and OTAI is at Kolkata. So much, thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for so many applauds. Probably we have a, yes, please.
Yes, sir. We have checked. We have not shown here, but we have checked it in vivo effects also. They are showing that they are being bioavailable. EPA, DHA are getting bioavailable in the colon part of the gut. Yeah, yeah. Actually, there are no, as such, normally we see there is no EPA and DHA present in the control probiotic, like our normal probiotics which we take, and also in the gut. Because of their lesser bioavailability only, these inflammations are occurring and omega-3 fatty acids are not able to do their work properly. Okay.
Thank you, Shailaja, for educating us on gut health and probiotics. Probably this is an era where probiotic is very common to every household.
Yes, sir. Sir, I would like
The
to quote
lifestyle management you said, I don't know how people go about it. For yourself to be away from fast food, I don't know. So theoretically, yes, but very difficult to manage. So it would take us a long way if we can get a good remedy. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. I would like to quote you also, like you said, prevention is better than cure.
That's right.
That only goes with
I'm
my
from
work also.
Hyderabad. My regards to Pravati madam also.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
May I invite the next Roshan probably. I have gone through this one. Oh God.
Good evening, everyone. I am Roshan Rasingha from Department of Oil, Lipid Science and Technology, CSIR IICT. Today, I'll be presenting our work, Comparative Analysis of Rice bran lecithin as a potential alternative to soy lecithin, its rheological, physicochemical, and compositional characterization. This work has been carried out under the guidance of Dr. Olivia Dhara, scientist, CSIR IICT, and Dr. Prados P. Chakravarti, chief scientist, CSIR IICT. So what led us to this work, carried out this work? Soy lecithin is the most commercially used plant-derived lecithin. In the food, pharma, cosmetic industries are consuming more soy lecithin than ever. Thus, the increasing demand and the supply constraints driving the prices upward. Its market size in 2024 is found to be $594.60 million US. And according to Fortune Business Insight, it will grow up to $994.01 million US till 2032. The prices have risen significantly since the COVID-19 pandemic as the pharmaceutical demand for lipid-based drug delivery system in vaccine production area increases. So the key challenges with soy lecithin, along with the global soy demand and the prices concerned, soy lecithin may contain soy protein, which can possess the risk of allergic reaction for individuals with soy allergies. Another concern is that a significant portion of the global soybean crop is genetically modified, leading to consumer apprehension and a preference for non-GM alternative. Thus, the manufacturers are seeking a stable, allergen-free, and cost-predictable alternative. Here comes the rice bran gum as a potential alternative. India is the largest producer of rice bran oil, and crude rice bran oil contains 1.3 to 1.5% of phospholipids. The crude rice bran gums are abundantly available, low cost, non-GM, natural byproduct. These crude rice bran gums, when undergo hexane fractionation and acetone fractionation, it gives us rice bran lecithin. To validate its potential, our approach involves HPLC and rheological studies, which provide critical proof for its functionality and industrial adoption. Before moving any further, we standardized our sample. Our samples are soy lecithin and rice bran lecithin. First we did is phosphorus content estimation to know how much percentage of phospholipid present in our samples. Then we checked the moisture content and reduced it below 8%. Similarly, we kept the oil content below 15%. This will ensure that the difference in rheology is due to composition and not due to moisture or the oil variation. So HPLC data reveals that rice bran lecithin is rich in PC and also having a good amount of PE and PI along with glycolipids. Its qualitative profiles are comparable to soy lecithin. So it has a potential to replace soy lecithin in almost all the industries. Coming on to the rheological studies. Soy lecithin's application is widely used in rheological applications, but there is no such direct or application-based rheological studies yet for rice bran lecithin. So our work is the first comparative rheological evaluation. So the question may arise, why rheology? The rheology shows how the material flows, stabilizes, and performs in real application. The first test that we did was flow curve analysis, which is basically a viscosity versus shear rate analysis. We have found that both the samples show shear thinning behavior. Shear thinning behavior means the viscosity decreases with increasing shear rate. At 25 degrees centigrade, we have found that the soy lecithin has a quite higher viscosity compared to rice bran lecithin. But when the temperature increases to 60 and 80, both the soy lecithin and rice bran lecithin almost become identical. Their viscosities become same. So we have found that they both show shear thinning behavior. So they are easily pumpable and mixable. So its industrial implication is that they are ideal for chocolates, skincare, coatings, etc. Second test that we have performed is amplitude sweep test. This test is performed to know a region known as linear viscoelastic region, shortly known as LVER, where the structure, internal structure of the material remain intact. And physically we can see that Z dash, that is a storage modulus, and Z double dash, this is a loss modulus, remain constant. Once the strain exceeds this region, the internal structure begins to break down and causing the Z dash and Z double dash to deviate as seen in the graphs. So we have found that the LVER of rice bran lecithin and soy lecithin is almost identical, indicating a similar structural stability under small deformation. So we found that it resists structural breakdown under small strain. So its industrial implication will be in emulsion, foams, lipid encapsulation systems, cosmetics, nutraceuticals, etc. The last test that we did in rheology is frequency sweep test. We take a strain from the amplitude sweep, which is in the linear viscoelastic region, and put it in the frequency sweep test so that the structure doesn't get break. We have found that both soy lecithin and rice bran lecithin show elastic behavior. In frequency sweep test, we have checked for either the material is more elastic or it is more viscous, that is more solid or more liquid. So it is showing more solid-like behavior. How we will come to know? We will come to know by, as the storage modulus is higher than that of loss modulus, we can say that both the samples shows elastic behavior. And one more important thing we have observed that it has temperature dependency. Both the rice bran lecithin and soy lecithin sample shows decreasing Z dash and Z double dash with rise in temperature. As we have seen elastic dominancy, we can say that it has long-term stability. So industrial implication will be in nutraceuticals, cosmetic, paint industries, etc. In paints, it helps to keep the pigment evenly dispersed and reduce the sedimentation during the storage. In conclusion, I can say that this is the first ever rheological study on rice bran lecithin. It valorizes rice bran oil byproducts, supporting sustainable utilization. Rice bran gums yield high hexane-soluble and acetone-insoluble fractions, suitable for lecithin extraction. HPLC confirms it is rich in PC, PE, PI, etc., with the profiles comparable to conventional soil lecithin. The rheological test, flow curve, amplitude sweep, and frequency sweep demonstrated broad functional application in chocolate, foods, nutraceuticals, cosmetics, and paint industry. Overall, the rice bran lecithin is a non-GM, allergen-free, and cost-predictable alternative to soy lecithin, and it is for industrial use. Thank you.
Any questions?
Yes, correct.
And then there are three important classifications, that is phosphatidylcholine, phosphatidylethanol, and phosphatidylethanol.
Correct.
And that paper was published in the year of 1986 in the journal of AOCS. You can read that one. It was developed at that time.
Thanks, Shaman. I recall your contribution in lecithin, particularly rice bran lecithin. Thanks, Roshan. You really touched my heart. Why you know? Lecithin is a chemical. Depending on the deriving source, it is named soya lecithin, rice bran lecithin, etc. lecithin. But technically, it's a chemistry lecithin. Phospholipid is a particular set of components which are not dependent on any variety, only the variation in quantums. This is the first time, probably a great step against soya lobby, that rice bran can do exactly the same thing. My regards to Pradosh for handling this. Coming from IICT, it will take us to a long drive. Thank you very much.
And they have also that is phosphatidylcholine, ethanol, amine, inositol. They have O by W1, W by O emulsifying properties, and they have wide spectrum of applications in the cosmetics and personal care products. Okay.
Thank you.
A big hand for Roshan, please. Thank you. Can you request Deepshika to come on stage?
Good evening. I am Dipshika Damili, Senior Research Fellow in the Department of Food Technology and Biochemical Engineering, Jadavpur University. And today I'll be presenting my topic, Designing of a Packaged L-tryptophan serotonin melatonin rich gluten-free mushroom noodles as a vehicle for in vivo delivery of the target biomolecules. And this work is part of my PhD curriculum, and my guide is Professor Paramita Bhattacharjee, Department of FTB, JU. So noodles is a very common food product. In 2023, it was recorded that 120 billion servings was recorded, and this is expected to grow in the subsequent years. But noodles is a very health debilitating product because it contains high additives, high sodium content, saturated fats, have less essential nutrients and fiber, making it having the risk of obesity, diabetes, and poor gut health. On the other hand, mushroom is a very good healthy product which has all the essential amino acids. It has all the good antioxidant biomolecules and also houses serotonin and melatonin biomolecules. These are very cheap, important biomolecules which has several functions such as regulating the circadian rhythm, our mood, our anxiety, and many more functions. And in the market today, there are very few commercially available mushroom noodles. Mainly those are wheat-based noodles, and the mushroom is present only in the taste maker. So here we are preparing these mushroom noodles. So these are the basic formulations and the prelim studies, and based on these prelim studies, I have taken 3 variables and varied in 3 levels where I have used button mushroom a minimum of 30% so that the content of the serotonin, melatonin, and along their precursor biomolecule L-tryptophan is available in the noodles. So I have used the 3 variables, that is lyophilized mushroom, lecithin, and microwave drying time. I have varied these 3 variables in 3 levels, that is 27 runs, and I have used the Topsys modeling. And the output parameters are the sensory score, the AC value, that is the synergistic consortium among the 3 antioxidant triad, the color value, the texture value, and the swelling index. And these are the final runs where we have seen that in this run, we have used 50% of mushroom content, 0.75% of lecithin, and a microwave drying of 15 minutes. So this is the final formulation of noodles, and this noodles is gluten-free. We have used tapioca flour, and it is oil-free, and also we didn't use any kind of preservative in this noodles. Here we have prepared 2 types of noodles, one with the lyophilized button mushroom, which I have coded LN, and the second one with ground button mushroom, which I have coded MN. And there is one controlled noodles, that is a tapioca flour based noodles without mushroom, and from commercial available noodles, that is the Maggi noodles, I have taken it as the commercial control noodles for the further characterization. So these are the final ingredients of the noodles. And moving to the characterization of the mushroom noodles, this noodles is safe in terms of microbial and heavy metal contamination. The noodles, mainly the LN noodles, were sensorially accepted by the panelists more because of the umami flavor of mushroom. It has more protein and crude fiber content. It was rich in antioxidants. We can see the data of the LN noodles. It has much higher antioxidants than the other noodles. And these are the contents of the 3 biomolecules, L-tryptophan, serotonin, and melatonin. And the AC values for both the mushroom noodles were more than unity, representing a synergistic consortium among the 3 biomolecules. From the picture of the noodles, it was seen the noodles were darker in color owing to the presence of mushroom content. So the one had less L-star value, and the noodles were less harder than the commercially available Maggi noodles, because these noodles were dried and not fried. And these noodles were completely oil-free. I'm skipping few slides. So these noodles were thermally stable. The first decomposition was evident at 180 degrees centigrade, and in boiling condition, this noodles has shown endothermic peak. Mainly the LN noodles has a large endothermic peak, representing a gelatinization and denaturation of the mushroom protein while boiling. And from the same microscopy images, we can see the noodles were completely gluten-free. And from the confocal microscopy images, we can see the starch network, the protein network, were homogeneously present, the interaction was homogeneously present in the noodles. And these noodles were, has crystalline structures on amorphous base. So we have developed a mushroom noodles, that is mainly the LN noodles, which is rich in antioxidant, mainly the three biomolecules, serotonin, melatonin, and L-tryptophan. There are no literature reports present till date about the noodles having these three biomolecules. So we can say that any noodles or any food products is antioxidant rich, but are they really antioxidant rich? So for that we have done the bioavailability studies of these noodles. Initially we have done an in vitro dissolution study where the LN noodles were taken and subject to several buffers, the salivary buffer, the gastric buffer, the intestinal buffer, and the rectal buffers. And from the findings, we can see the highest release of L-tryptophan and serotonin was observed in the gastric buffer, and highest release of melatonin was observed in the rectal buffer. And post-fitting the model equations, in most cases, Korsmeyer-Pepper's model was followed, and so it indicates that a controlled and anomalous diffusion has taken place from the noodles matrix, and these molecules has release of these molecules has taken place through this mechanism. And this is the in vivo bioavailability study where Sprague-Dawley rats were taken and feeding trials were conducted, and post-feeding trials at specific time intervals, the blood were withdrawn, and from the serum, the three biomolecules were assessed, and along with the three biomolecules, the glucose and the insulin content was also analyzed. This is what the details of the study, and from the findings we can see post 30 minutes of consumption, the release of melatonin was observed. Post 50 minutes of consumption, the release of serotonin was observed. Even post 50 minutes of consumption, L-tryptophan content was highest. So we can say that the noodles was truly antioxidant rich noodles. And if you're giving this biomolecules to a person, then we can say that this content can this content is in the safe level or not, and that we can see that these contents are in the safe level. It is under the acceptable daily intake level of the biomolecules. And now moving to the in vitro evaluation of effects of LN noodles consumption on insulin sensitivity and glucose uptake level using IHOMA2, where we have used the glucose and the insulin content, and based on the 6 hypotheses, we have modeled this data, and here we can see that our increase in insulin sensitivity is equally partitioned between the liver and the periphery and the gut. So these 3 sites were involved in the metabolism of the noodles, indicating a good absorption and regulation of glucose, and hence the release of the biomolecules was good post-consumption. So, and from the Bland-Tolman plots, we can say there was a good agreement between the predictive and experimental data. So we can say that we have developed a noodles which was truly antioxidant rich noodles. It will be good for serotonin, melatonin compromised population. Even person with diabetic can also consume these noodles. This part of the study was published in Discover Food. And lastly, the self-stability of the mushroom noodles. This part of the study was conducted in collaboration with IIP Kolkata, where they have chosen 3 laminates for us, 3 flexible laminates, and the mechanical and physical properties of these laminates were conducted. And post-determination of the properties, a predicted shelf life study was conducted, where we have got a highest of 10.5 months of shelf life of the laminate having 12 micron PET and 90 micron polyethylene. So these are the 3 laminates, and a 1-year study was conducted. And based on the study, I'll just keep the data because all the data says that the green laminate having 12 micron PET and 19 micron polyethylene was best in retaining the original characteristics of the noodles, where it could retain the moisture content, the increase in moisture content was less, the decrease in antioxidant content was less, and in all the terms, this laminate was good in preserving the noodles, and this noodles has a final shelf life of 10 months. And this was mainly owing to the low OTR value, low WVTR value, higher tensile strength, and peel bond of the laminate. So we have, so here the final conclusion, where we can say that we have developed a product which is a shelf-stable functional food, that is a gluten-free mushroom noodles, and this can be served This can be for all, but especially for serotonin melatonin deficient population. Even person with diabetes can have these noodles. Person with dysphagia can have these noodles. And for academic person, we have developed the SOP of these noodles and also the study for in vivo bioavailability. And we have a startup in our department where Professor Paramita Bhattacharya is the owner, and we are the co-founders, she's the founder, and we're the co-founders and directors, and we plan to finally commercialize this noodle. And this study was funded by BRNS DAE, and I thank to this platform for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thanks, Deepshika. Any questions? Any questions?
We had done a market survey for the startup purpose. So people were very interested. Even we had gone for some CII exhibitions. People over there were very interested in buying the noodles.
Very good.
Thank you, sir.
I appreciate, because it will be a very good competition for the market noodles. Very good and more edible competitors. Wish you best of luck for this product. Thank you.
Thanks, Deepshika. A very educative presentation. Okay. And I really liked it in the sense, say for example, in oil technology, we read about refining. The belly also has got refining. There are several other chapters also, which we don't care. Refining is not complete. After that, you have the packaging, you have the catering, all those factors. I find Deepshika done all the bits, and hats off.
Thank you, sir.
Hats off. We started with the breakfast on mushroom, ending with the evening snacks of mushroom noodles. A big hand for her. Thank you. May I request Lavoni to come over? Huh? She's not there. Okay, Lavoni is not there. There was a very educative quality tools presentation. I was looking forward to it, but I will read it about it when I get a chance. Thank you. Thank you for all your participation and encouraging the young minds who gave us not snacks only, the most relevant snacks of today's. The probiotic, the, what is this called, noodles, then mushroom, then the lecithin, which can do wonders. Oh God, I am really enriched. Thank you all, and thanks all the participants. नहीं था क्या? और एक है, please call her. I didn't get that one. But in my chart, what she gave me, it was not there. Please call her. Which president? Devlina Kundu. Yeah. Sorry, Devlina, I missed it out because earlier it was not on the chart. Please. Oh, great. Another food on the plate. Wait for it. We'll enjoy.
A very good evening to all of you. I am Devulina Kundu. I am pursuing PhD under the guidance of Professor Paramita Bhattacharya in the Department of Food Technology and Biochemical Engineering, Jadavpur University. So my topic today will be development of a green wound healing hydrogel rich in apigenin 7 or glucoside using ultrasonication assisted extraction of tomatoes. So, coming to the background of the study, tomatoes are traditionally known for lycopene, but they also contain valuable flavonoids with therapeutic properties. Among them, apigenin 7O glucoside shows documented antimicrobial and wound healing potential, yet its extraction from tomatoes has almost no literature support. So, conventional extraction methods also rely on non-green solvents and degrade heat-sensitive molecules. So, we needed a green, efficient method to selectively extract this bioactive and translate it into a safe topical hydrogel. So, moving on to the next. So basically the research gap is no selective extraction of apigenin 7-glucoside, no ANN optimized process, no tomato-derived antimicrobial or wound healing hydrogel exists. The current practice is conventional chemical extraction, lycopene-focused UAE, synthetic wound healing gels, and limited use of ANN in bioactive optimization. This is the methodology in short. Our study had two main objectives. The first is to optimize the ultrasonication assisted extraction of apigenin 7-glucoside using GRAS status solvent, and the next is to develop a stable antimicrobial wound healing hydrogel incorporating the optimally extracted tomato bioactive. This is the extraction workflow shown. We used whole Desi variety tomatoes. We cryo-ground them to ensure zero waste generation. Ultrasonicated assisted extraction was performed using ethanol water mixtures. Preliminary trial runs were conducted. 3 key variables were optimized based on it, and we used a box Venkin design where the parameters were ethanol ratio, extraction temperature, and extraction time. This was modeled using both response surface methodology and artificial neural network to identify the conditions giving the highest yield. This is the data where the highest yield we got was 12.08 microgram per gram of dry wet basis tomatoes. The RSM results has been shown here. The RSM model generated clear response surfaces indicating strong influence of time and temperature. Temperature emerged as the most significant variable followed by time, but the RSM model fitting was moderate with an R-square value of 0.86, which suggested that a more robust predictive model was needed to handle the non-linear behavior. So we moved on to the MLP ANN architecture, basically the multi-layer perceptron model, which is a type of artificial neural network that uses multiple interconnected layers of neurons to learn complex non-linear relationships between inputs and outputs. It's a feed-forward architecture trained using backpropagation, non-linear activation functions, and it learns patterns directly from data without needing explicit equations. So we developed a 381 MLP architecture trained and validated on the extraction data set, which we previously shown. The ANN model significantly outperformed the RSM with an R-square of 0.99 and a minimal residual error. Sensitivity analysis showed temperature as the most critical factor again. The optimum extraction conditions were ethanol is to water in the 1:1 ratio with 60 minutes extraction time and 55 degrees extraction temperature, yielding 12.08 microgram per gram of apigenin 7-glucoside. These are the data. Now the identification has been shown here in the HPTLC chromatogram. The optimized extract here referred as extract best was validated using this HPTLC, followed by mass spectrometry confirmation, where a 100% relative abundance of apigenin 7-O-glucoside with co-bioactives such as rutin, quercetin, chlorogenic acid, caffeinic acid, and melatonin was shown. No heavy metals were also detected. This particular slide shows the ultrasonication intensity and acoustic energy density utilized to obtain the extract best, the high value of UI, which is indicative of effective solvent penetration into the cells by rupturing the cell membranes of tomatoes, and the acoustic energy density demonstrated that UAE of apigenin 7-O-glucoside from tomatoes consumed appreciable low energy. This, now we are going on to the antimicrobial potency of the extract that has been obtained. The antimicrobial, this is the MIC graphs where the extract base showed antimicrobial action with the inhibition zones against Staphylococcus aureus, MRSA, Pseudomonas aeruginosa and Candida species. MIC values average to 13.18 mg per ml for the extract, while the pure standard of apigenin 7-O-glucoside showed 15.6 microgram per ml. This confirmed that broad spectrum antimicrobial efficacy of the extract based which was obtained, and it was very crucial for wound management. Now here is the workflow for the nanogel formulation, where we incorporated the extract best in a carbopol based hydrogel, where the particle size averaged to 100 nanometer with smooth spherical morphology. This is the same image. The gel had a suitable pH, non-Newtonic pseudoplastic flow, high spreadability, good viscosity, and no phase separation. This is the gel rheology, which is showing the non-Newtonian pseudoplastic flow, and the gel characterization has been shown in the table below. This is the FTIR spectrum, which shows FTIR and ATR spectrum, which confirm the complete incorporation of all of the components that has been used to prepare the gel. The details have been given of the incorporation. The results of the FTIR analysis of soil lecithin, carbopol, and the ATR analysis of the experimental control gel were in consonance with our previous findings. Now coming to the release kinetics of the extract from the nanogel matrix. This is the release kinetics, wherein it shows that the hydrogel matrix was mixed in a PBS solution for 120 minutes, where the concentration of the loaded extracts into the hydrogel matrix were 3, 4 and 5% weight by weight of the hydrogel. Now the maximum release as been seen here is 69%, which occurred in the 4% extract best loaded nanogel, followed by 53% for the 5% nanogel and 33% for the 3% nanogel. Also, this particular flow, the release kinetics when fitted into the equation followed Korsmeyer-Pepper's model with an R square of 0.69 of anomalous transport in PBS, indicating that both the phenomena of diffusion and dissolution control the release of the said biomolecule from the nanogel matrix. This is the Kirby-Boyd disk diffusion assay, wherein the zone of inhibitions has been shown for the extract based, the standard, and a positive control has also been taken from the market ready antimicrobial ointment that we have. This is the sensory and safety study we conducted on rabbits, wherein the application site showed no erythema or edema even after 72 hours post-application. Next is the in vivo wound healing, wherein the gel was applied, a wound was created and the gel was applied, wherein the topical applications were regularly applied twice at the same clock time. Epithelial tissues over the wounds was seen to start forming on rabbit group 2 and group 4 on the second day itself. On the fifth day, 37.72% and 53.8% of the wounds were closed for the group rabbit 2 and rabbit 4 respectively, which was almost similar, that is statistically not significant, but compared to the wound healing efficacy of the commercial positive control, which exhibited 86% wound closure by 6th day. However, the experimental control hydrogel showed no signs of wound closure in the animals of the group R1. The figures have not been shown here for the control nanogel. Now, day-wise wound closure has been shown here. It has been found that the wound it was safe. The particular nanogel was safe. No allergic reactions were observed. Preferred because better colored odor, spreadability, absorption and non-irritancy than the control. The features were pale white, translucent, glossy, slightly tomato scented. This is the conclusion. And coming to the academic and societal impact of our research, the academic impact is till now, we have only, the tomato has been known only for the lycopene, bioactive. But this is this is a new bioactive apigenin 7-glucoside which has been extracted from tomatoes. Again, a waste valorization paper has been published for this particular work. A patent has also been filed. Innovations in green extraction, ANN RSM modeling, nanogel engineering, new research direction in plant-based nanotherapeutics. The societal or startup impact is we have already formed the company TheraNutra's Research Products Private Limited, and the gel is ready to launch. We are finding for suitable investors. The gel is safe, non-irritant, broad-spectrum antimicrobial, has moisturizing effect, everyday first aid, sustainable, low-energy process, value addition, easily scalable in the industry level. It supports some made in India, plus it's a plant-based healthcare innovation. This is the paper. Thank you so much.
Any questions? I don't think we have. So we can conclude. Thanks, Devlina.
Thank you, sir.
South Africa won the toss probably and batting with a red ball cricket at 200 plus for 6 wickets. Here, Devlina gave a red ball tomato nano spin. I am totally bold. Excellent work.
Thank you, sir.
I should say it will go a long day. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Big hand, please.
Thank you, everyone.
সবই পাশাপাশি হয়ে গেল, কিছু করার নেই। খুবই ভালো করেছে সবাই।
Thank you, Professor Goswami. Ladies and gentlemen, outside you can enjoy high tea. That concludes day 1 of ESPT-FOFA 2025. After the high tea, you will enjoy the cultural evening by Sarod player Avijit Roy, followed by dinner. Thank you for being with us. We will meet here again tomorrow at 10:30 a.m. Thank you. Thank you once again.
Thank you. Thank you, Krishna. Nice.
হ্যাঁ আমি দিচ্ছি এইগুলো সরিয়ে নিয়ে
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to our cultural event. It's a distinct pleasure to introduce this session on Sharut, a timeless instrument that forms an integral part of the Hindustani music tradition. We are here to have a beautiful evening with eminent Sharut player, Mr. Abhijit Ray, and assisting him in tabla, Mr. Amitananda Ray. I would like to request Dr. Ranjana Dash, convener of this conference, to kindly felicitate them.
শুভ সন্ধ্যা। আমি অভিজিৎ রায়, আমার সাথে অমিতানন্দ দা আছেন। আমরা একটু ক্লাসিক্যাল পার্টি বাজাবো, ছোট ছোট করে কিছু রাগ বাজাবো। প্রথমে আমি শুরু করছি রাগ দুর্গা দিয়ে। আই এম স্টার্টিং মাই রিসাইটাল বাই রাগ দুর্গা। Next I'm playing Rag Khamaj. ধন্যবাদ। ঠিক আছে, টাইম। থ্যাংক ইউ।
A heartfelt thanks to the artists for sharing their immense talent and preserving a vital part of the India's rich cultural heritage. We also extend our gratitude to everyone in the audience for your enthusiastic participation and appreciation of this remarkable art form. Thank you, everyone. Here we conclude the day one of the conference, and the dinner will be served at the ground floor. Kindly join us for the dinner. Thank you.